Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. People in Marvel start to marry the Scarlet Witch. Chapter 61. Impossible. Tony took back the helmet from Li Chuan and put it on, then told his smart butler. Jarvis, scan my body and analyze my current physical condition. Yes, sir. A moment later, Jarvis's magnetic report sounded in the steel suit. The test is underway. After the test is completed, by scanning your body, sir, it can be confirmed that you are in a state of poisoning. Poisoned part of the chest. The cause of the poisoning. The use of the arc reactor for energy caused the palladium element in the reactor to infiltrate the body. Sir, if you continue to use the Mark suit, the penetration of the toxin will be accelerated. After 3 months, the toxin will spread all over the body and you will die immediately. Quote. Looking for a solution, Tony stabilized his emotions, and then ordered again. Not only is a body scanning device implanted in his Mark suit, which can detect physical conditions, but he can also give the best advice immediately, not much worse than the world's top doctors. Of course, the specific treatment still needs to go to the hospital, and the armor does not have the function of surgery and the corresponding medicine. Soon, Jarvis replied again. Sir, according to the current level of medicine, there is no complete cure, unless a new element that can replace palladium is found and a new arc reactor is rebuilt. Or no longer use the Mark suit to alleviate the intake of palladium, and take a lot of vegetable juice rich in chlorophyll, which can also play a certain role in relief. Quote. According to your method, how long can I live? Tony asked, frowning. If you don't use the Mark suit, you can live for 2 years if you take enough chlorophyll every day. If you continue to use the Mark suit, you can live for half a year if you take enough chlorophyll every day. Jarvis understood what Tony meant, and very cleverly listed both situations. But Tony was silent after listening. He thought that according to Jarvis's method, he could live for another 10 or 20 years, and it would be 2 years at most if he did it for half a day. It would be better to live half a year recklessly, which would be in line with his character. Taking off the helmet again, Tony turned to look at Li Chuan, who was as calm as ever, shrugged helplessly and said, Okay, you've won again. If you can detoxify me and save my life, then I'll help you endorse the product, and I'll leave a spot on my back for you to advertise. As smart as Tony, how could he not understand what Li Chuan was trying to do when he brought up the matter of poisoning? But there is no way, although he thinks that putting an advertisement on the back of the handsome and explosive Mark armor will lower his armor several notches, but it's useless to show off if his life is gone. He is still very clear about this. Now he can only comfort himself that this is doing a good deed and making a contribution to the poverty-stricken human beings all over the world. Make a deal. Li Chuan got up and shook hands with the dejected Tony. However, I want to remind you that my method can remove all the toxins in your body at once, but as long as the thing on your chest continues to emit poison, you need to come to me every once in a while to remove the toxins. Palm Immortal Art can heal wounds and remove toxins, but as long as Tony does not find new elements to replace palladium, then it is impossible to get a cure. In fact, this is also good. Tony has to ask him to help clean up the toxins every once in a while, so there is no way to go back on his word. Even if Tony has updated his suit, he still has to be reserved for him to advertise. As for the radical solution, he didn't plan to tell Tony for the time being, mainly because he couldn't explain the source of the information clearly. No problem, this is already good. Tony paused, then finally nodded. The arc reactor keeps him alive, there's no way he won't be without it, and he loves being Iron Man so much he won't give it up. As long as Li Chuan can regularly remove the toxins in his body, he will have enough time, and sooner or later he will be able to research new elements that can replace palladium and find a solution. Okay, let's take off your clothes. Li Chuan looked at Tony and said. Tony covered his chest with his hands, with a horrified expression. Take off your clothes, do you still have? I mean take off your outer steel suit, otherwise how can I remove the toxins for you? Li Chuan was speechless. But Tony laughed when he heard the words. I know, just kidding with you, don't always be so humorless. I can't take off this battle suit by myself, I have to go back and use a special machine to take it off, and I will come to you in my car tomorrow. Quote. Tony put on his helmet, opened the window, and flew out like a rocket. Seeing this, Li Chuan shook his head first, then murmured in a low voice. Have I no sense of humor? In sunny Washington, Nick Fury drove a modified Chevrolet Suburban, left the SHIELD headquarters building as usual, and went to work at another base. In the office just now, he has ordered his two most trusted subordinates, Hill and Coulson, to secretly investigate the people involved in those suspicious incidents and mobilize some of his secret backhands. Now he just needs to act as usual in order to be discovered by Hydra agents hiding in SHIELD. However, just as he was turning a corner in the middle of a street, a police car slammed into his Chevrolet from the left side of the intersection. Before he could react, 3 police cars rammed into him at the same time from the front, rear, and right side, and 4 police cars firmly fixed his car in the center in 4 directions. After angrily swearing, Nick Fury already understood that this was not a traffic accident, but an assassination attempt against him. How could it be so fast? Is there a traitor among Hill and Coulson? No. Could it be that I can even see the movement of my retrieval of information, and Hydra's agents are really infiltrated so powerfully? While injecting himself with the healing potion, his brain was running fast, and he quickly figured out where the problem was. It is impossible for Hill to betray him, because Hill knows almost all his secrets. If Hill is an agent of Hydra, then you don't need to do this on the street to kill him. As for Coulson, the apprentice he brought out with one hand knows the temper best. The good guy who truly implements the concept of SHIELD cannot be an agent of Hydra. Turn on countermeasures. When the Chevrolet's bulletproof glass was shattered by the Hydra agents outside with a ramming device, Nick Fury ordered the car's smart program to activate countermeasures, and a machine gun immediately popped out in front of his seat. Through unexpected machine gun fire, he killed the Hydra agents who were besieging outside. With the assistance of the intelligent program, he finally forcibly broke through the encirclement and fled frantically in the street by himself. It's a pity that he didn't escape for long before he was stopped by a guy with a mask and a mechanical left hand. In the end, he had no choice but to escape by opening a hole in the ground and fleeing into the sewer through the high-heat ray pen he carried with him. Dragging his injured body, Nick Fury quickly contacted Hill, who had not yet left the SHIELD headquarters. With the help of Hill, they hid in a secret base closest to them and received simple treatment. Fry, what's next? Hill bandaged Nick Fury's wound with some distress. Nick Fury took out the pager that never left his body from his pocket, thought about it and put it in his pocket again. Before it's time to use it, you inform Coulson to continue with the previous plan. I'm going to Malibu in Los Angeles. To Los Angeles. Hill froze for a moment. Nick Fury nodded, put on his leather jacket and jumped out of bed. I'm going to find Tony Stark, find out where his information comes from, and see if I can find the Hydra agents hiding in SHIELD more directly. Originally, if he hadn't been discovered, he could still investigate slowly and eliminate those Hydra agents one by one in a safer and more secretive way. But now it seems that time is definitely too late, and if he waits any longer, he may be found and killed first. As the director of SHIELD, he knows how easy it is for SHIELD to capture and find someone. Because there are agents of SHIELD, eyes and ears of SHIELD all over the world, and they are all monitored by SHIELD's satellites. Those are the results of his hard work over the years, so that once there is another crisis on the Earth and aliens appear again, he can solve them immediately, just like the Skrulls and Carries back then. However, now they have made wedding dresses for Hydra, which has become his current reminder. Remember, before you have fully figured out who are the Hydra agents, except for Coulson, none of the senior Hydra agents can fully trust them. Finally, after telling Hill, Nick Fury put on an old hat and left the base after some disguise. In addition to being the director of SHIELD, he is also the top 10th level agent of SHIELD, and with some secret technological weapons, it is still possible to avoid SHIELD's detection methods in a short period of time. In the evening, after Tony returned to the mansion, he immediately had a more detailed examination of his body and made a small instrument by himself to draw blood at any time to test the content of palladium. The content is already 5%. It seems that this superhero is not so easy to be. Looking at the numbers displayed on the instrument, Tony couldn't help sighing. He knew that he was the spokesperson. Sir, that Nick Fury broke into the villa again, do you want to notify Mr. Happy to evict him? At this moment, Jarvis' reminder sounded suddenly. This guy really has no manners at all, no need, I'll deal with him myself. Tony looked at the monitor, then walked over and put on the Mark suit again with the help of Jarvis. Since Nick Rurui broke into the mansion with these last time, he spent time specially upgrading the protection procedures of the mansion, and installed a jamming device above the mansion to ensure that it would not be photographed by satellites. Now, because of the poisoning incident, he was in a very bad mood, and he happened to vent his anger on this extremely impolite Mr. Bureau Chief. According to the law, he could be shot directly if he rashly broke into a private house. If he didn't kill the other party, it should be fine to beat him up. In Queens, New York, as soon as Lee Chuan got out of the car, Lee San, the captain of the community's security team, ran over. "Boss, a new resident moved in next door at noon today. His name is Natalie Shostakov, and he is now at your house. Isn't Mrs. Martha living next door to us?" Lee Chuan had a puzzled look on his face. Mrs. Martha was very good at making desserts, and Wanda often asked her for cooking advice. Lee San explained, "Mrs. Martha lives alone. In addition to the master bedroom, there are 2 unused second bedrooms. She wants to rent them out to make some money. They have been listing them online. They just rented them out this morning. Rent it out in the morning and move in at noon, isn't it a bit too fast? Do you have any information about her?" Hearing Lee San's words, Lee Chuan frowned. If it's another building, he doesn't care about it, it happens to be next door to him, and Wanda's safety is involved, so he must be more careful. Lee San took out a stack of documents. "Our intelligence team has investigated her, and all the information is correct. Natalie Shostakov, born in 1988, now in." After roughly reading the information of the new neighbor twice, Lee Chuan did not find anything suspicious. It's normal, his professional intelligence personnel can't find any flaws, and he, a layman, can't see anything wrong. "Okay, I get it." After writing down the content on the document, he returned the document to Lee San. "Since the other party is at home now, let's go back and test it out in person. There are some things that can't be seen from the information, but it's not necessarily a meeting. I'm back." As soon as Lee Chuan opened the door, he heard Wanda giggling from inside the room. "Natalie, I didn't expect you to also like to watch the Dick Van Dyke Show. The part you just said is the most interesting to me." When Wanda heard Lee Chuan's voice, she got up happily and ran over to take the briefcase in Lee Chuan's hand. She pointed to a beautiful woman with big red wavy hair sitting on the sofa and introduced. "Honey, let me introduce you. This is our new neighbor, Miss Natalie Shostakov, a very friendly sister." "Oh, I can tell. Good evening, Miss Natalie, I'm Lee Chuan, Wanda's husband, welcome to our community." Lee Chuan fondled Wanda's head, then turned to Natalie and smiled. Natalie replied with a look of envy. "Good evening, you look really happy, and when I chatted with Wanda this afternoon, I heard her mention your good points. I want to end my singleness and find someone to marry as soon as possible." Wanda blushed upon hearing this. "Natalie, you are so beautiful and outstanding, it is not easy to find a good boyfriend. But it's not easy to find someone like your husband. Well, I won't disturb your sweet 2-person world. I'm just hungry. Go back and find something to eat." Natalie shrugged with a smile, and got up to leave. "Indeed, there are very few people as outstanding as my husband." Wanda nodded subconsciously, and seeing Natalie get up, she hurried forward and said, "You just moved in this afternoon. Mrs. Martha went to her daughter's place again today. She probably won't come back tonight. Why don't you come and eat with us? I happen to have a lot of dishes." After speaking, she winked at Lee Chuan, and then said, "Honey, go to the next door to see if Pietro is back. He promised to have dinner with us today, just to meet the new neighbors." "Okay, I'll call him now." Lee Chuan understood immediately, pushed the door open and walked out. He knew that Wanda must think that Natalie is very good, but she is still single, and wants to match her up, to see if she can match up with his brother Pietro. Because Pietro never said that he would have dinner with them today. Is this intentional, or is it a coincidence? After leaving the room, Lee Chuan couldn't help thinking secretly. From the few passages of Wanda just after entering the door, it can be analyzed that Natalie is very easy to get along with, and she likes watching sitcoms as much as Wanda, and I don't know if it was intentional to guide Wanda to say a lot about him. I'll try again in a while. If you're still not sure, then you'll have to torture yourself at night. If it was before, he wouldn't be so cautious, but now Nick Fury probably has doubts about him, and it is very likely that he will send agents to sneak into his vicinity to collect information about him. It may be the company, or it may be disguised as a neighbor like now, and indirectly obtain information by contacting Wanda. The key point is that the appearance of this new neighbor is very similar to the famous all-round agent Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D. He follows the principle of killing mistakes and never letting them go. A more drastic approach is also necessary. Because if it's not the Black Widow, but other female agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., or simply Hydra's agents in Snake Shield, it will definitely pose a threat to Wanda's safety. Even if it is really just an ordinary person, other methods can be used to make up for it. Sure enough, it's not here. He walked to Pietro's door and knocked on the door, but found no one answered. Lee Chuan shook his head and dialed Pietro's phone, telling him to finish his work at night and go home for dinner, then return to the house again. Natalie, you are a guest, how can I ask you to help? Just sit there and rest. It's okay, I'm idle, and I've been in Russia for a while, and I'm very good at Russian food. I can cook it for you. Oh, you are also proficient in Russian cuisine, you must teach me when you have time. Sitting on the sofa, Lee Chuan looked up and down Natalie's body, trying to find some flaws in her uneven figure. However, Natalie might have noticed and misunderstood his gaze, so she turned around and gave Lee Chuan a fierce look with her big blue eyes, and then showed a slightly charming smile. Sure enough, there is a problem. Although the information has the experience of learning judo, the coordination of the muscles between the actions and the sense of strength of the movement are obviously not as simple as just having the experience of learning. A beginner who has learned jujitsu and a real judo master can still make some distinctions in their physical performance during actions. Even if Natalie made a deliberate disguise, it would be hard for ordinary people to tell the difference, but they couldn't escape his eyes. Wanda's figure is very good, and Natalie's figure is also very good, but Wanda is the kind of normal girl with a plump and good figure. Aside from her natural magical ability, she is also a weak woman. But Natalie is different, her good figure hides a muscular explosive power stronger than that of a normal adult man. Wind escape flurry of air flow. After getting up and walking to the window opposite the kitchen, Lee Chuan secretly formed a seal in his hand and released a D-level wind escape ninjutsu. Airflow Flurry is an auxiliary ninjutsu that basically has no lethality. It was originally invented to dispel dense fog, and it can also amplify the effect of Fire Dungeon, or use it in conjunction with Earth Dungeon. Oh, what a strong wind! A whirlwind spewed out from Lee Chuan's hands, and under his control rolled up the napkins and cups on the coffee table in the living room, and smashed towards Natalie, who was peeling potatoes by the trash can in the kitchen. Ouch! The napkin and the cup hit Natalie right on the forehead. Natalie, are you okay? Wanda, who was cooking soup, realized this, put down the spoon and ran over. Natalie smiled while clutching her knocked forehead. It's okay, no problem. You got a cut on your forehead and it's bleeding. Seeing a trace of blood on Natalie's smooth forehead, Wanda turned her head and was about to call for Lee Chuan to get the medicine box, but found that Lee Chuan had already walked over with the medicine box. It looks like it's going to rain, and suddenly there's such a strong wind. Lee Chuan muttered, and quickly took out the disinfected and bandaged items from the medicine box. A small hole, don't bother you, I can do it myself. Seeing that Wanda was about to bandage her, Natalie quickly waved her hand, randomly took out a napkin and wiped the blood on her forehead, took out a band-aid from the medicine box, and continued to peel the potatoes, which seemed very unprofessional. Lee Chuan, on the other hand, pretended to care a few words with Wanda, then returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa. It seems to be right. At this moment, he was 100% sure that Natalie was not an ordinary person. When the cup and napkin box were thrown at Natalie just now, he noticed that Natalie instinctively made a dodging movement. But just halfway through this movement, she was forced to take it back immediately, which caused her to be hit. It's just not sure if she is the Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D., or another female agent similar to Black Widow. But it doesn't matter, if you arrest her at night and ask her, it will be clear. Hearing that a beautiful new neighbor appeared, Pietro rushed back very actively. After a meal, Lee Chuan found that if he didn't know that Natalie had a problem, it would be really easy to develop a good impression of her. Because you will find that every word of her is very skillful, communicating with her will make you feel very comfortable, and it is easy to recognize her in your heart and regard her as a good friend. At least Wanda and Pietro could see that they had regarded Natalie as a friend just by looking at their expressions after the meal. I believe that in a few days, Natalie will be able to get all the information about Li Chuan from Wanda and Pietro. It has been such a pleasure spending time with you guys, and probably the best decision I made this year was moving here. After dinner, after chatting for a while, Natalie got up to leave. Natalie, don't forget to make an appointment to go shopping together tomorrow. Before Natalie entered Mrs. Martha's house, Wanda chased her out again to remind her. When she came back, she asked Pietro, what do you think of Natalie? Well, very good, very beautiful, and easy to get along with. Pietro coughed and commented, obviously a little moved. And Wanda nodded in agreement. She also thought Natalie was a very nice girl. It's just the first time we met, so don't be so anxious to jump to conclusions. Many people are very good when they first met, but after getting along for a while, you don't know if they are really good. There is an old saying in the country of Wa, which is called, a long time sees people's hearts. Quote. Li Chuan patted Pete on the shoulder and reminded him with a smile. Because if nothing goes wrong, Natalie, the new neighbor, might be gone tomorrow, and falling in love with a female agent is not a good thing. It's hard to tell which of her statements is true and which is false. At 9:30 in the evening, Natasha had just finished taking a shower and was about to sort out and enter all the information about Li Chuan collected today into the shield system when the doorbell outside suddenly rang. Is Mrs. Martha back? No, Mrs. Martha has the key, so there is no need to ring the bell. With a thought in her mind, Natasha quickly picked up a pajamas and put it on her body, then came to the door and looked outside through the cat's eyes. It's the security captain of the community. After seeing the person coming, Natasha frowned, but opened the door anyway. Can I help you? You are Miss Natalie Shostakov? Lee San asked. Yes, it's me. Natasha gave a charming smile. Lee San nodded. It's like this. Since you are a new resident in the community, I hope you can cooperate with us to register some information with the security department. This is also responsible for the safety of the residents of our entire community. Of course it's okay. Please wait for me outside. I just took a shower and I don't have any clothes on inside. I have to put on some underwear before I can go out. Natasha blinked at Lee San, then closed the door again. Exposed, but how did you find out? He quickly walked into the bedroom and put on the special battle suit, and then put on two wristband-like things. Natasha put on her black pajamas as a cover, twisted her waist and walked out with a smile. When she moved in the afternoon, she had already discovered that the security of the community was abnormal. In addition, during the previous investigation, it was found that after Li Chuan moved into the community, all the security guards in the community were changed, so it can be inferred that these security guards are actually bodyguards. She even discovered in detail that some of the best commanding heights in the community may have been equipped with snipers. Although the security captain just told her to register, she could tell at a glance based on experience that the other party was lying. And to register for this kind of thing, it is normal to send an ordinary security guard to come to the door with the registration form to register. It was dark one day, and the female resident was asked to go to the security room to register alone. So obviously, there is a high probability that her identity has been exposed, but she doesn't understand where she has exposed her flaws. Her information was forged by S.H.I.E.L.D., so it's impossible to see any problems, and she didn't show any flaws in Li Chuan's house. Under normal circumstances, it should be impossible to be discovered. But now is obviously not the time to think about this issue, it depends on what the other party will do next. Following the security captain all the way downstairs, the two soon came to a relatively hidden corner. Sir, this doesn't seem to be the way to the security department. Natasha stopped under a big tree. Going forward, she might enter the sniper range of the opponent's sniper. Now she is parked against the corner of the building, with a big tree on the right, and the fence of the community not far from the left. Lee San also stopped when he heard this, then turned around and took out a prepared thick rope from his pocket. I'm not very good at lying. You should also be aware of it. Don't resist. This way you will suffer less flesh and blood. What are you going to do? Sir, if you have something to say, don't be impulsive. You don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison either. Natasha first backed away with a frightened face, and finally persuaded Li San with a sincere expression when she retreated to the corner, expressing the reaction of a woman who was about to be persecuted extremely well. However, Li San was not moved at all, and just approached step by step with the rope. I don't like beating women. Xiao Wu usually does this kind of work, but if she's not here, I'll be offended. As he spoke, he slammed the rope towards Natasha. Just when the rope was about to be caught, Natasha, who was originally terrified, suddenly became indifferent. Then his body twisted like a snake, easily dodged the rope, and kicked Li San's vagina. However, Li San was already on guard, giving up the rope and crossing his arms downward, blocking Natasha's fierce blow like an iron wall. Then his hands became like tiger claws, and he launched a stormy counterattack towards Natasha. This skill, it seems that she is really a Black Widow. Li Chuan evenly distributed the chakra on the soles of his feet, then stood on the wall of the building, looking at the two people fighting below. There are many powerful female superheroes in this world, but they are basically either magic, mutation, or technology. Few are famous for their fighting abilities. The Miss Natalie below mainly used Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in the fight with Li San, and also mixed with boxing, karate, aikido, muay thai and other fighting skills during the period. With such a strong level of fighting and such an appearance, Li Chuan can't think of anyone other than Black Widow. And Natasha, who was fighting with Li San below, was not so peaceful at the moment. Because she found that she couldn't quickly deal with the security captain in front of her, and was even suppressed for a time. If it wasn't for her body being flexible enough to avoid frontal attacks many times and focus on defense and dodge, she would have been taken down by the opponent. You know, as the top spy of the Red House, she received the cruelest training since she was a child, and her body was injected with some experimental drugs. In terms of fighting ability alone, there are very few opponents for her. However, Li Chuan's bodyguard in front could completely suppress her in terms of strength, speed and fighting skills. This Li Chuan is really not just a simple businessman. Seeing that she couldn't win the opponent in a normal fight, Natasha began to use strange moves. She suddenly pulled off the pajamas that were draped outside, and threw the pajamas on Li San's face while Li San was in a daze. While temporarily blocking Li San's line of sight, the wristbands on her wrists that looked like decorations suddenly shot out two round objects that looked like buttons and landed at Li San's feet. Zzz. Two electric currents shot out from the buttons, and Li San's whole body trembled like a sieve. The Widow's Sting, her exclusive weapon, looks like a wristband that actually fires bullets, miniature bombs, tear gas balls and buttons that release high-voltage electrical currents. Ah! Li San let out an angry roar, resisting the stimulation of the electric current, and slammed his hands on the ground, smashing the two buttons into pieces. The corners of Natasha's mouth twitched when she saw this, and she didn't want to fight. She put her hands on the wall behind her and crawled like a gecko along the wall of the building to the outside of the community. Her signature suit is a synthetic stretch fabric with microscopic suction cups on her fingers and feet, allowing her to climb walls and ceilings. This mission is to collect all the information about Li Chuan, not to kill Li Chuan. Since it is exposed, it should retreat quickly. In order to avoid possible snipers, she needs to climb along the wall of the building to a dead corner on the other side, and then climb over the fence of the community to leave. However, just as she entered the blind spot, a familiar voice suddenly sounded above her head. Oh, isn't this Miss Natalie? Are you so interested in climbing the wall in the community to exercise at night? Being one of the members of the Avengers and having a place in front of a group of superheroes with various abilities is really something. Seeing that the Black Widow below almost brought down his capable general, Li Chuan showed a look of appreciation. Although Black Widow is not as good as Li San in terms of physical fitness and fighting ability, she is good at using all her advantages and will use various high-tech products to cooperate with the fight. Lightning escape by the lightning needle. The two-hand seal released a D-level thunder escape ninjutsu, causing lightning to wrap around his hands. With the blessing of chakra, Li Chuan quickly rushed towards the Black Widow who was about to flee below. Because of his fast speed and the fact that he was running vertically down from the top of the building, the Black Widow didn't notice his approach at all. After a reminder, the moment he raised his head, Li Chuan put his hand on the Black Widow's forehead. Zzz. This time it was the turn of the Black Widow to convulse from the electric shock, and then passed out. Being struck by the lightning rod is just a common D-level ninjutsu, but it is not as lethal as Kakashi's Reikiri. It's just a high-voltage current around the hand to paralyze the opponent in close combat, but the Corona Black Widow is still enough. Reaching out to grab the Black Widow's elastic black battle suit collar, Li Chuan walked down the wall vertically and threw it to Li San. Take her to the interrogation room first. Yes, boss. Li San hugged the Black Widow and walked towards the interrogation room of the community. He couldn't help but secretly lamented that his master was getting stronger and stronger. Although the master has always been terrifyingly powerful in his heart, it was still within the understandable range before, but now it is beyond his imagination. Become another person, can breathe fire, discharge electricity, can ignore the laws of physics, and sometimes he even suspects that the master may not be human at all. He never asked, though, because it didn't matter. If there was no master, he would have died back then. His life was given by his master, and his skills were also passed down by his master. Even if his master was a demon from hell, he would follow his master and tear the angel into pieces. Before meeting master, his life was darker than hell. Hey, at this point, what does Tony want me to do? After throwing the unconscious Black Widow to Li San, Li Chuan found that there was a missed call on his mobile phone, which was from Tony, so he thought about it and called back. Tony came to him to remove toxins from his body as planned tomorrow, but now he suddenly called him. Could it be that something happened and he couldn't come? Tony, what's the matter? There is something. I think it's better to talk to you. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. came here again, and he was seriously injured, so he insisted on talking to you. If you want information about Hydra agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., you can ask for any conditions. I didn't want to talk to him at first, but thought you might be interested. I didn't tell him your information. If you refuse, I'll blow him away. Quote. What Tony said on the other end of the phone made Li Chuan look a little surprised. He didn't expect Nick Fury to be assassinated by Hydra so quickly. He originally thought that Nick Fury would fight with Hydra for a long time before he came to the bright side. You can bring him over to the roof of my company, and I'll meet and chat with him. You can't push Nick Fury to a corner, otherwise it will be more troublesome for him to get Captain Marvel back. Captain Marvel alone can blow up the strength of the entire space fleet, which is not something he can compete with now. And if S.H.I.E.L.D. is destroyed and the Hydra family dominates, it won't do him any good. What he needs is an evenly matched battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, so that he won't have time to trouble him, so that he can concentrate on doing his own thing. Good evening, Miss Natalie. When Li Chuan came to the interrogation room after making the phone call, the Black Widow had been tied up and woke up after being splashed with water. Mr. Li Chuan, you are doing such perverted things to your new neighbor. Be careful when you go shopping tomorrow and I will tell Wanda. Seeing Li Chuan enter the room, Natasha shook her body tightly tied to the chair, showing a very seductive smile, as if she was not worried about her current situation. In fact, her brain was running fast, thinking about various plans. First of all, she was sure that it was Li Chuan who finally put her down. Just now, she just heard Li Chuan's voice above her head, and she was stunned as soon as she raised her head. She didn't see clearly who stunned herself. Secondly, Li Chuan himself may be very strong, otherwise it would be impossible for her to get close to him without her noticing, and easily knock him down with an electric shock device. Finally, in view of Li Chuan's strength and the strength of the security captain standing there, it is not easy to act now, so we can collect information first and then act when both of them leave. As for the rope tied to her body, it was very trivial for a top spy like her. Don't make such a joke, I don't want Wanda to misunderstand. Well, untie the rope for Miss Natasha. Li Chuan shrugged and said to Li San, who was standing beside him and had already started preparing various instruments of torture. Natasha's pupils shrank immediately when she heard Li Chuan's words, not because Li Chuan ordered his men to untie the rope on her body, but because Li Chuan called her not Natalie, but Natasha. So you know me. Natasha got up and flexed her wrist. It's no wonder that I have no flaws, but I will be exposed. It turns out that the other party has recognized her long ago. No, I just heard about it. I lied to you just now, but I didn't expect you to really agree. Li Chuan spread his hands, and Natasha's body froze immediately. She always felt that she hadn't shown any flaws, so as soon as Li Chuan called her real name, she subconsciously thought that the other party knew her information. But only for a moment, she returned to normal, because she also got a piece of information, that is, Li Chuan definitely has a good understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D., otherwise he would not know the name, Natasha, and would not come trick her. Actually, I was joking. I read your information from Hydra. Let's go. Your chief Nick Fury wants to see me and take you with him. Li Chuan waved to Natasha, then walked outside the house. Looking at Li Chuan's back, the corners of Natasha's eyes trembled, and after a moment of hesitation, she followed. What do you mean you read my information from Hydra? Natasha rushed up to Li Chuan, deliberately pressed against his body, and asked enthusiastically. Hydra was wiped out by Captain America as early as World War II, which is well known. Why did Li Chuan say he knew his information from Hydra? She felt that Li Chuan seemed to hide a lot of extremely important information, which she had to get. Don't use your spies to deal with me, and I'm a married man, so keep a proper distance from the opposite gender. With a wrong footstep, Li Chuan easily slipped past Natasha's seductive body approaching. I know what you want to ask. Hydra has never disappeared, and you S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra, and you agents are actually working for Hydra. Do you know why Nick Fury came to me? He was assassinated by Hydra agents today and almost died, so he wants to know some information about Hydra agents hidden in your S.H.I.E.L.D. from me. Quote. What? Hearing Li Chuan's words, Natasha's expression changed dramatically for the first time. As a top spy, controlling one's emotions is the most important no matter what the situation is, and Natasha is one of the best. The previous fights, being arrested, and even facing torture did not change her mood much, but Li Chuan's words now made her heart flustered all of a sudden. What disturbed her was not knowing that Hydra still existed, nor was it the crisis S.H.I.E.L.D. was about to face, but that she was actually working for Hydra. Why did she leave the Red House to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? It is because she believes that S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization established for the safety of mankind. She did too many wrong things as a spy in the Red House and killed too many innocent people. She wants to atone for her sins. But if she has been working for Hydra all these years, what is the difference from working for the Red House before? Maybe, what he said is not true. In the end, Natasha had no choice but to comfort herself in this way, and then followed Li Chuan into the car. Seeing this, the corners of Li Chuan's mouth twitched, and he quickly returned to his original state. There is no perfect person in the world, even top spies like Natasha, masters in psychology, will have their own weaknesses. As long as you find such weaknesses, you can easily handle them. The car drove all the way, and soon arrived at the downstairs of the Li group, and asked his subordinates to wait for him in the car. Li Chuan took Natasha up to the roof alone. 20 minutes later, Tony, who was wearing a steel suit, landed in front of Li Chuan carrying a large metal box. Oh, Chuan, you got a new secretary, it looks really good. Putting down the box, taking off the helmet, and looking up and down at Natasha in black tights, Tony's eyes lit up. Beautiful women are always so pleasing to his eyes. I'm not like you. I have a secretary to do. It's okay. Cough. I mean, she is not my secretary, but a new neighbor next to my house. Of course, she also has the identity of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Li Chuan introduced. When Tony heard that he was an agent, his interest dropped for the most part in an instant. He also understood what Li Chuan meant, and immediately pressed a button on the metal box. Well, let's see what our chief who always likes to break into private houses and spy on others has to say. My legs are going numb, Tony, can't you think about my 60-year-old injured body? The metal box was opened, and Nick Fury, who had bruises on his right face and a bandage on his left arm, squeezed out of it with a complaining expression on his face. Seeing this, Tony gloated and replied, "No way, the only box in the lab can hold you. Besides, I don't want to fly from Los Angeles to New York with an old man in my arms. Then your body will also be frozen into ice cubes. Now it's just that your feet are numb." Director Fury. Looking at Nick Fury squeezed out of the metal box, Natasha's eyes suddenly became complicated. Because that means that what Li Chuan said has a high probability to be true. Oh, Natasha is here too. It seems that your mission has failed. It's okay, you don't need to perform that mission now. Seeing Li Chuan and Natasha standing next to Li Chuan, Nick Rurui immediately guessed what was going on. But I still couldn't help sighing in my heart. I didn't expect that the Black Widow who rarely missed the mission was exposed to Li Chuan in less than a day. S.H.I.E.L.D. was really infiltrated by Hydra. Although she was almost certain in her heart, Natasha still wanted to struggle. Nick Fury nodded seriously. Yes, it's a bad situation. Now it's time to figure out who is the enemy and who is the friend. After speaking, he turned to look at Li Chuan. Mr. Li Chuan, the Hydra organization is a very evil organization. They want to destroy the entire world. The S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization established to defend the Earth and protect mankind, and is recognized by all countries in the world. I hope you will tell me everything you know about Hydra for the safety of the planet and all humans. Quote. You really deserve to be the one who engaged in moral kidnapping when you first came up. Hearing what Nick Fury said, Li Chuan immediately frowned, then shook his head, turned around and left. It seems that this meeting was a wrong decision, so goodbye. Mr. Li Chuan, you can talk slowly if you have something to say, and you can ask for any needs from your side. Seeing that the way he had just dealt with Tony was useless against Li Chuan, Nick Fury immediately changed his mind. Li Chuan stopped and turned around again, showing a slight smile. That's right. I don't care about you sending agents to monitor me. If you treat me as a fool again, then you have no sincerity at all. Li Chuan would not have any sympathy for Nick Fury. Because if it weren't for the current situation, after knowing his situation, Nick Fury would definitely use violent methods to directly imprison him and get information about Hydra. Mr. Li Chuan, I think you must be thinking too much. Nick Fury's face is full of sincerity. Li Chuan didn't talk nonsense with this old spy who was covered in hundreds of hearts. I want super soldier serum samples and related information. Super soldier serum. Mr. Li Chuan, I think you misunderstood. As early as when Captain America was born, the serum was gone. It is recorded in these history books, and neither does our S.H.I.E.L.D. Why don't you change something, such as money, or I can use the relationship of S.H.I.E.L.D. to make your company develop better. Quote. Nick Fury was shocked, and then explained sincerely. But how could Li Chuan believe his nonsense, and said directly. Don't talk so much nonsense, and don't need to explain so much to me. Give me the super serum sample and related information, and I will give you the information on Hydra. If you don't have it, go get it. Otherwise, don't talk about it. It's that simple. Of course there is no perfect super soldier serum, but how could the imitation S.H.I.E.L.D. not only have S.H.I.E.L.D., but also the U.S. military, which has been cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D. In Li Chuan's impression, the U.S. military should have tried to restart the super soldier program many times, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has also participated, but the effect of the imitated super soldier serum has not been satisfactory. But he knows that the imitation super soldier serum has an advantage, that is, it will mutate when combined with the Hulk's gene. The abomination was born by being injected with a fake super soldier serum and then injected with the Hulk's genes. Although the strength of the abomination is not as perverted as the strength of the Hulk, and there is no ability setting that the more angry the stronger, but he has one thing that the Hulk cannot match. That is, he will not give birth to a new personality, and as long as he undergoes certain training, he can freely control the transformation of his body and return to his normal shape. Compared with the transformation of Hulk, Li Chuan prefers the transformation of hatred, but it is a little ugly after transformation. But that's not a problem, because when Dr. Banner arrives, plus top biology PhDs like Stern, Lister, and Smith, they can continue to make better improvements. Chakra is the product of the combination of physical energy and mental energy. As long as one of the body and the spirit is particularly prominent, or both are prominent, then the chakra that can be extracted will be much more than that of a normal ninja. If he can transform into the form of Abomination and Hulk, not only will his melee combat ability be greatly improved, but the amount of chakra that can be extracted will also be greatly improved. At that time, there is no need to worry anymore, the chakra will be exhausted after performing a few B-level ninjutsu. If I can learn the 8-door Dunjia again, and open the 8-door Dunjia with the powerful body after transformation, I think it will be very good after thinking about it. The key is that it doesn't take his time to study these things, just leave it to the doctors. It's the best if it can be done, and it won't affect his continued cultivation if he can't. Can I ask Mr. Li Chuan, why do you need super soldier serum and related materials? Nick Fury could see the firmness in Li Chuan's tone, took a deep breath, and then asked. Li Chuan smiled. Actually, I don't need to answer your question, but forget it. Our Li group has been researching medicines that can improve the human body, and the three-color pill is our best result now. Even without exercising, long-term use can improve strength and endurance, but for better sales, you have to rely on betting. Quote. Speaking of this, Li Chuan couldn't help covering his forehead. In fact, these words are not all his nonsense. When the Red Dolly pill was first developed, it was sold for the purpose of health care and strengthening the body, but the sales were extremely bleak. Later, after Jack's reminder, the direction of publicity was changed to betting, which sold out immediately. So later, the blue physical pills came out to promote, and they were mainly on betting. Only the green life-saving pills were more normal, mainly for satiety. But it became abnormal immediately, because after investigation, Jack found that for people in richer areas, the full stomach of the green pill is not popular. After all, everyone is not short of that. On the contrary, after promoting it as a magic medicine for weight loss, the sales effect is surprisingly good. Almost all girls and overweight boys will buy in large quantities and insist on taking it every day. Super Soldier Serum can make Captain America's thin and sickly body instantly become healthy and very strong, which is very in line with the founding purpose of our Li group. Work hard for the health of all mankind, and be the most conscientious human entrepreneur. I think, maybe our Li group can use the Super Soldier Serum to develop a drug that can make those who are born with poor health and many diseases recover their health after taking it. All you agents and the military think about is war. If you spend more time on people's livelihood, the world will be a better place than it is now. So handing over the Super Soldier Serum to me is also for the health of the whole human being and the development of human medicine. It is a very meritorious thing. Quote. Li Chuan spoke righteously, and his voice was much louder in the end, and he seemed very sincere. Moral kidnapping, who wouldn't? I, Li Chuan, also work hard for the health of all mankind. I am a conscientious entrepreneur who truly works for the welfare of mankind. Tony on the side nodded in agreement when he heard the words. I think what Chuan said makes sense. Li Chuan said that the study of Super Soldier Serum is not as good as research on improving the health of ordinary people in the creation of super soldiers, which is very consistent with his current point of view. After the kidnapping incident, he felt that the Stark Group should no longer manufacture weapons for war, but turn to green energy and people's livelihood technology. Okay, since Mr. Li Chuan is for the health of the entire human race, I will find a way to get the super serum samples and information sent as soon as possible. Nick Fury thought for about 3 seconds, then took out something like a mobile phone and sent a series of messages. Suspicious by nature, he didn't believe Li Chuan's words at all, but at this moment, he also had to agree to Li Chuan's conditions. Because if he can't get information about Hydra, he will be very passive in the future, and the threat of Hydra is much greater than Li Chuan. If Li Chuan really used the Super Soldier Serum to cause trouble, it would not be too late to clean up Li Chuan after he finished cleaning up Hydra. The most important thing now is to eliminate all Hydra agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. Since Director Fury is straightforward enough, I'm not a stingy person, so let me tell you about Hydra in advance. Hearing that Nick Fury agreed to come down, Li Chuan walked to the edge of the roof and looked at the bustling New York night scene below. Actually, it started before I came to New York, when the chief researcher of our group, Dr. Smith, was kidnapped. Next, Li Chuan kidnapped Dr. Smith from Hydra, wanted to get the formula of the red pill, and told half-truths about how he sneaked into the base to save people. Among them, he modified a lot of content, for example, from transforming himself into sneaking in alone to leading an elite team to sneak in. As for the information about Hydra, it was only learned through analysis after downloading part of the database of the base before blowing up the base. You say John Garrett is a Hydra man. Nick Fury's face changed slightly when he heard Li Chuan talk about the deal between Baron Starrick and John Garrett. Garrett can also be regarded as an agent brought out by him, belonging to the same period as Coulson, but compared to Coulson's firm belief, Garrett is more vicious and ambitious. He doesn't care much about this, because it's normal, and there are still few people like Coulson. Yes, Baron Strucker captured Dr. Smith because he wanted to trade with him for the list of supernatural beings controlled by your shield. Li Chuan nodded, then continued to explode with thunder. In addition to John Garrett, there is another person with a higher status than him, that is, the former director of your shield, Alexander Pierce. What? If Nick Fury can still maintain his basic calm when he hears that John Garrett is a Hydra, then when he hears that Alexander Pierce is also a Hydra, his expression can really be described as pale with shock. He took over the entire shield from Alexander Pierce. Without Alexander Pierce's strong recommendation, he might not be able to become director. And a lot of funds of S.H.I.E.L.D. were obtained by Alexander Pierce, who is now the Minister of the World Security Council, and tried his best to help him win over from major powers. It can be said that in Nick Fury's heart, Alexander Pierce is not only an old boss, but also a good friend with the same philosophy. No wonder I only conducted an investigation yesterday, and I was almost killed today. Except for him, no high-level executive in S.H.I.E.L.D. can do this. Although he didn't want to believe it in his heart, Nick Fury substituted Pierce into the behind-the-scenes of the whole incident, and after he substituted the identity of Hydra agent, everything became logical in an instant. Anyone else? Is there a specific list of Hydra agents who are members of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury looked up and asked. Li Chuan turned around and spread his hands. At that time, the base was about to be bombed and we were in a hurry to leave, so we didn't get to complete information. The ones that can be confirmed are John Garrett and Alexander Pierce. However, according to the content of the information we have obtained, we can analyze that most of your S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have already taken refuge in Hydra. Quote. He provided Pierce's information so that Nick Fury would not be too passive in the next battle, and finally had to call Captain Marvel back. Garrett's information was provided because he had a feud with the other party. As for the others, he has no intention of offering them. Otherwise, if Nick Fury easily cleared all Hydra agents based on the information he provided, it would not be a good thing for him. What he needs is a balance between the two sides, so that he can reap the benefits of the fisherman. Even if Nick Fury really cleared Hydra in the end, at least his vitality would be severely injured, and he would be unable to point fingers at him again. Okay, it's already very good, Mr. Li Chuan, thank you for the information you provided. I have asked for the super soldier serum samples and related materials you asked for, and they should be delivered here soon. Hearing Li Chuan's answer, Nick Fury didn't feel too sorry, because the gains from this transaction have exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it would be very worthwhile to reveal a high-level Hydra executive like Garrett, and he could slowly find out the other people hidden behind along this line. Unexpectedly, there was such an unexpected big surprise for Pierce. In fact, if Li Chuan really gave a list of Hydra agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., he really wouldn't believe it. From his understanding, since Hydra has been able to keep secret for so many years, the secrecy measures are definitely very thorough. Perhaps even Pierce would not have such a list, let alone a Hydra base in Sokovia. About 10 minutes later, a red antique car in the shape of the 1934s flew over the Lee building with flames spouting from its rear, and then slowly landed on the roof. Director, what you want? A middle-aged agent with a noticeably receding hairline walked out of the car carrying a box with a full smile on his face. His name is Coulson, and he is one of Nick Fury's most trusted agents. Why does this car look so familiar? Tony wasn't interested in the box in Coulson's hand, but he became interested in the flying antique car that Coulson drove over. Because he always felt that a car with this ability seemed to have been seen somewhere. She's called Laura. It was originally made by Mr. Howard, and it was modified many times later to have such a good performance. As soon as Tony mentioned his beloved car, Coulson immediately became interested and began to talk endlessly. And Tony gradually recalled some memories. It turned out to be this one. I remembered, it seems that at the Stark Tomorrow World Expo in 1943, my father did a similar experiment but it failed. Later, after research, there was indeed a finished product, but it was not put into production because the cost was too high. Quote. Just as Tony and Coulson were chatting about Laura, Nick Fury handed the box to Li Chuan. Mr. Li Chuan, thank you again for your help. If you have any new information about Hydra, you can contact Coulson. I believe we will have a happy cooperation like today. Certainly. Opening the box, Looking at a tube of super soldier serum samples and a USB flash drive inside, Lee Chuan nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Coulson, who was chatting with Tony over there, also handed Lee Chuan a business card with his number written on it. "This is my name card. I will contact you if there is a situation." Lee Chuan closed the box and took the business card with a smile. "If there is nothing else, we will go first. The purpose of this trip has been achieved." Nick Fury winked at Coulson and Natasha, and then sat in Laura's co-pilot. Knowing the identities of Pierce and Garrett Hydra, he urgently needs to go back to make various arrangements. Seeing this, Coulson and Natasha, who had been in a trance, also greeted Tony and Lee Chuan, and then got into the car. But when Laura just took off, Lee Chuan suddenly thought of something, and shouted to Natasha, who was sitting behind Laura with a smile. "Miss Natasha, don't forget that you made an appointment with Wanda to go shopping together tomorrow. Don't miss the appointment, or Wanda will be disappointed. If Wanda is disappointed, I will be unhappy. Information, but you may not be notified, okay?" "Mr. Lee Chuan, I understand." The corner of Natasha's mouth twitched, but she nodded in response to Nick Fury's gesture. After Laura was completely away from Lee's mansion, Nick Fury asked Natasha, "Although the mission failed, I think you should gain something. He has a group of very professional and powerful bodyguards under his command. He is not an ordinary person himself. He should be very strong. It is not ruled out that he has been injected with body-strengthening drugs, including his group of bodyguards. At the same time, he loves his wife very much, and attaches great importance to his wife's safety. He is a very competent husband." Quote. Natasha took a deep breath, got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind, and began to report one by one. Hearing Natasha's previous report, Nick Fury kept frowning, and he didn't smile until he heard the last one. It's not because he thinks Lee Chuan is a good person who loves his wife, but because he thinks he has found a flaw in Lee Chuan. At the same time, the roof of the Lee group. Seeing Nick Fury leaving, Tony was also preparing to put on his helmet and return to his villa. "Okay, it's nothing to do with me now. I can't heal you in a battle suit now. I'll come to you tomorrow. Next time I will make sure to give the battlesuit a function that can be easily put on and taken off." Quote. If his battlesuit could be taken off at any time, then he could directly ask Lee Chuan to treat him now, instead of waiting for Lee Chuan to come here by plane tomorrow. "No problem, but remember to spare some time. I have already informed Jack, and tomorrow he will take you to shoot some endorsement advertisements for our tricolor pills. There is also the advertisement on the back of your suit. Jack has already asked someone to draft it. More powerful, more durable, more perfect, 3-color pills, save your happy life. Single quote. Don't forget to hit the battle suit when you go back." Quote. Lee Chuan was carrying a suitcase and waved to Tony with a smile. "God, I suddenly feel that maybe being poisoned to death is not so unacceptable." Tony Yangtian sighed, put on his helmet and flew away. Although it is a little different from the previous plan, it seems to be good. Carrying the suitcase, Lee Chuan went downstairs and returned to the car. Since he came to New York, many things have changed. Now that Captain America has not been found, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are going to do it first. But it doesn't matter, even if you lose the direction of the plot, as long as you have enough strength, you can adapt to the situation and seek benefits from it. You can't shrink back just because you are afraid of losing your plot advantage. Plot direction and intelligence advantages are important, but the most important thing is strength. Trying to improve your own strength is the fundamental. Divide the sample into 2 parts, give one to Dr. Stern and Dr. Ethan, let them see if they can develop a new drug, and send someone back to the Sokovia base, and make a copy of the data in the U-disk. After returning to the community, he handed the suitcase to Lee San, and then went home to sleep. It is good to have subordinates who are powerful, and handing over chores to subordinates can save a lot of meaningless time. The next day, early morning, Lee Chuan looked at Wanda lying on his chest in surprise and said, "You seem a little different today. Honey, don't you like it?" Wanda looked up at Lee Chuan with watery eyes. Because many neighbors in the community are married couples, most of the colleagues in FEAST are housewives with relatively free time. So when everyone communicates together, it is inevitable that some private topics will be discussed. Moreover, chats between married women are generally on a relatively large scale. However, this also made Wanda discover a very strange phenomenon. It seems that other than her, everyone else will complain more or less that the husband of the other half is not so useful, especially those female neighbors and female colleagues in their 30s and 40s. Satisfied only occasionally when hubby takes the red and blue pills he bought. But she is just the opposite. Every time she surrenders first, her husband seems to have infinite energy. Ever since, she spoke out her troubles in the chat. At that time, the scene was quiet for a while, and then everyone rushed to give her a lot of advice and taught her a lot of tricks. Today she is trying hard to try these, and the effect seems to be not bad. I like it very much. Li Chuan nodded affirmatively, as long as he is a normal man, who would not like it? He is not practicing boy kung fu, and at his current level, he doesn't need to restrain his physical desires at all, and he won't make his body worse because of too many repetitions. Get up, get dressed, wash up. Li Chuan, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looked at Wanda, who was busy having breakfast in the kitchen, with a happy expression on his face. If there were not so many dangers in this world, maybe it would be good to live a normal life like this. But soon he shook his head. The fate is still in his own hands. If there is no strength, this kind of happiness will not last long. Jingle. Just then, the doorbell rang suddenly. Oops, it's already 9 o'clock. Natalie must have come to look for me. Wanda hurriedly put the breakfast on the table, and ran to open the door. Because of trying, I woke up a lot later than normal this morning. And Li Chuan patted his forehead and murmured, I knew I wouldn't have let her come back last night. He suddenly remembered that yesterday he was afraid that Wanda would be disappointed, and deliberately told Natasha to come back today to complete the agreement with Wanda, and then find a legitimate reason to move away from here. At the door, Wanda opened the door in a panic, looked at Natasha standing at the door and said, Natalie, I'm sorry, I got up late in the morning. I haven't finished my breakfast yet. Come in and sit for a while, and then we'll go shopping. Natasha is also an experienced person. She guessed what was going on after thinking about it for a while. She replied in a slightly teasing tone. It's okay, it's normal for young couples to get up late, just come and find me when you're done. Ah, okay. Okay, I'll go find you after eating. Wanda blushed slightly, and nodded quickly. After Natasha left, Li Chuan and Wanda left for the company after eating normally. In the morning, Tony would come to the company to find him to detoxify. But on the way down to the parking lot, he found that most of the women he met, especially the housewives who often stayed with Wanda, looked at him strangely. I can't say it, it's just the feeling that I want to swallow him. Worried about something wrong, he asked Li San to ask about the situation before getting into the car. Has anything happened in the community recently? Why do I feel weird? Ah, I don't know if I should tell you. Li San faltered as he spoke. Li Chuan frowned. Just say anything. I said that any abnormal problems in the community should be reported to me in time. Seeing this, Li San had no choice but to report in a low voice. It's like this, through our monitoring device, there seems to be a rumor circulating among the female residents in the community recently, that is, boss, you have the ability to do 12 times a night. Oh, the latest version has listened to 18 times this morning. Quote, 18 times a night. Li Chuan froze all of a sudden. His body did have that ability, but Wanda couldn't bear it. The most he had done was 7 times, and it was when he just came back after staying in Naruto World for 8 months without seeing Wanda. Okay, I get it. At this moment, Li Chuan finally knew who Wanda learned those new tricks from. Sitting in the car, he asked Xiao Lu, who was suppressing a smile, to drive quickly, and Li Chuan couldn't help smiling himself. He thinks it's actually pretty good. If he and Wanda lived in a luxurious single-family villa area instead of living in the community, these interesting things probably wouldn't have happened, and Wanda wouldn't be living so much every day like now. 6. Really, I suggest you wear a wig, which can make you look more friendly. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will miss my Mark suit very much. Tony, wearing a high-end black custom-made suit and sunglasses, made a suggestion to Xiao Lu, who was sitting on the secretary's desk outside the door, then closed the door and turned to complain to Li Chuan. The morning in New York is really congested. It took me an hour to drive from the Stark Group to your company. If I was wearing a Mark suit, I would be there in less than 5 minutes. That's great. This will allow more people to see the advertisement on the back of your suit, and our products will sell better. Li Chuan raised his hand and gave Tony a thumbs up. When Tony heard this, his mood immediately became depressed. If you put it this way, I don't want to wear it when I go out in the future. He likes to go out in a mark suit. It is easy to move, but more importantly, he is handsome and flamboyant, and he will always be the focus of the crowd wherever he falls. But the advertisement behind it will greatly reduce this handsomeness. Don't be so pessimistic, you're just not used to it, just get used to it. This is also a personality, just like many young people nowadays like to print some inexplicable words on their clothes. And you are also for the health of mankind, those who are saved because of your propaganda will thank you. You can even use the mark suit as much as you want without worrying about the spread of toxicity. If you have too much, come to me and I will clear it for you. Quote. Li Chuan stepped forward and patted Tony on the shoulder, encouraging him sincerely. Tony sighed helplessly, then took out his detector and put it on the table. My current toxicity is 5%. What method are you going to use to help me get rid of the toxicity? That's it. Li Chuan put his hand on Tony's chest, and immediately released the A-level medical ninjutsu Palm Fairy. In the world of Naruto, whether you can become a qualified medical ninja, the most important judgment is to see if you have mastered the ninjutsu of Zhong Shanju. Because as long as you master this ninjutsu, you will have the basic ability to cure diseases, suture wounds and remove toxins, etc. that a medical ninja must master. Of course, it's not considered an advanced medical ninjutsu, but it's more comprehensive. On this basis, there is also a better effect, the healing and regeneration technique specially used to heal wounds. Basically, as long as you are not dead and still have a breath, you can be saved. But there is a premise, that is, unless it is really a shot at the level of Tsunade, at least a whole medical class of ninjas must cooperate to perform it in turn for several days in a row. There is also the technique of extraction of fine disease, which is specially used for detoxification and organ transplantation, and the detoxification effect is several times stronger than that of the Palm Fairy technique. So in fact, Li Chuan is not fully sure whether the Palm Immortal technique can clear up the palladium poisoning. But he is not worried about failure, because even if the Palm Immortal art cannot be solved, he can directly ask Tony to go to the office to take out the model and research new elements that can be cured. And it's not that he's completely unsure. After learning Palm Immortals, he understood that his detoxification method is different from the modern one. The detoxification principle of Palm Immortal technique is to finely control the chakra energy to enter the human body, and rely on the energy to drive toxins from the body to the outside, so as to achieve the detoxification effect. Basically, poisons in the normal sense can be detoxified. What can't be solved is the kind of poison that is also mixed with special chakra, causing the normal toxin to mutate, and that kind of poison needs a more advanced technique of extracting the disease. Palladium poisoning is actually element poisoning, which is the same as element poisoning such as lead, thallium, antimony, tellurium, cadmium, mercury, etc. It is a normal toxin, but palladium element poisoning is too rare for ordinary people to encounter. So there is currently no corresponding solution on Earth. After all, palladium is the element that drives the operation of the arc reactor. Before Tony shrunk it down as a power source, there was only a huge model made by Howard, which was a product of advanced technology. Sure enough, as Li Chuan finally controlled the chakra energy, after touching the palladium elements scattered in various parts of Tony's chest, he easily drove them together, and then brought them out of the body with the chakra energy. All right, in about 5 seconds, Li Chuan stopped the treatment. Is that all right? There was an unbelievable expression on Tony's face, he felt his chest warm up, and then Li Chuan said he was cured. This treatment felt like a joke. Otherwise, you're not my wife. I don't like putting my hands on a big man's chest all the time. Li Chuan sat back at his desk with a look of disgust on his face. Tony picked up the palladium element checker he made with some disbelief, and then pricked his thumb. It's really gone, but you solved it so easily. My mood is a bit complicated. Looking at the 0 on the detector, Tony was naturally happy in his heart, but it was hard to think that he would really endorse the 3-color pill and put an advertisement on the back of the armor. If Li Chuan can't detoxify him, then he doesn't have to do the following things. Of course, in comparison, it must be more important to be alive, so he is still very grateful to Li Chuan for saving his life again. Xiao Lu, take Mr. Stark to the temporary studio downstairs to shoot commercials. First, he rang the communicator to give instructions to Xiao Lu, and then Li Chuan said to Tony, "In order to save your time, I have ordered Jack to call a professional advertising team and set up a temporary studio downstairs. You only need to go and take a picture. Then should I thank you?" Tony looked at Li Lu, who pushed the door open and stood upright in front of him as if he was about to escort a prisoner, and knew that today's spokesperson was destined. "Tony, come on, you can do it." Seeing Tony being taken away by Xiao Lu, Li Chuan smiled and waved. As soon as the advertisement endorsed by Tony is on the TV, it is estimated that major media around the world will immediately rush to report on this matter, and Tricolor Pill will also use this to make a name for itself throughout the world. At that time, the sales will definitely increase sharply, and it may not take a few days before the achievement of becoming a first-class company in New York will be unlocked. When Tony wears Mark's suit for a few more times, maybe he doesn't need to research new drugs anymore. After a while, Lee's group may quickly catch up with Stark Group. Iron Man even put the 3-color pill advertisement on his battle suit, which shows how much he likes it and how remarkable the effect is. This is not the same as the products of the Stark Group. Even if Tony is famous and Iron Man is loved by people, the high-tech products of the Stark Group cannot be afforded by ordinary people. But the 3-color pills, especially the low-priced green pills, as long as it is an individual, even a beggar, he can afford it. In the future, the 3-color pills of Lee's group will inevitably become a must-have health product for everyone in the world. Chapter 71. Li Chuan also understands that when the 3-color pill becomes popular, it will definitely be imitated by many colleagues. It was inevitable, but he wasn't worried. One is the technical barriers of the 3-color pills. The red pills are derived from strengthening ointment, and the blue and green pills are derived from Bingliang pills. These are not products of this world, and there is no formula to crack and manufacture, so it is difficult to do it in a short time. Even Garrett of Hydra wanted to kidnap Dr. Smith because his subordinates were unable to analyze the formula of Dolly pill in a short time. The second is that the quality is not guaranteed. There is no superhero endorsement like Iron Man, and there are better 3-color pills. Why buy other unknown products of the same type? The third is that the price of the 3-color pills is not high, especially the green pills are sold in large quantities, which lowers the price to an extremely low level. The price of imitation products is the same. If the quantity is not enough, it is difficult to make money. It's like Coke, except for Pepsi and Coca-Cola, other colas can't compete with it even if they taste similar. The most important thing is that Li Chuan doesn't really care about money that much. Too much money is just a number, and he can't use money to resist Thanos, nor can he resist those terrifying dimension demon gods. After those imitations that are comparable to the 3-color pills really come out, maybe his main mission has been completed, and money will no longer be so important. Ring ring ring. Not long after Tony was taken down by Xiao Lu, Li Chuan's communicator suddenly rang. He looked at the caller with a hint of surprise on his face. Uncle Li is looking for me at this time, could it be? Soon he had a guess in his mind. Sure enough, as soon as the communicator was connected, Li Shuhui reported. Master, the test result of the hair you sent has come out. It is normal human hair, and there is no gene of other organisms in it. Okay, I get it. After hanging up the phone, Li Chuan murmured. It seems that the parents of little Peter in this world are ordinary people, and his ability was acquired after being bitten by a mutant spider. It will take 5 or 6 years for little Peter to be bitten by a spider. It seems that it is unnecessary to study his genes to make a potion that can improve his physical fitness. A little disappointing, but it doesn't hurt too much, because the super soldier serum and Hulk's blood, if they can be researched successfully, are only slightly more effective than Spider-Man's genes. At the same time, Nick Fury, who got information about Hydra from Li Chuan, also started his counterattack. Instead of directly turning against Pierce, he pretended to still believe in Pierce, paralyzed his nerves, and stalled for time to secretly carry out various screening operations centered on Pierce and Garrett. Then send someone to clear them one by one. After Pierce reacted, he also fully mobilized all the remaining Hydra agents to fight back, and began to discredit Nick Fury in the Security Council. One is the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the other is the minister of the Security Council. Those high-level officials in various countries cannot judge who is real and who is fake, so they can only withdraw all funds first and let them solve it by themselves. Because of Nick Fury and Pierce, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. has basically been paralyzed, all projects and operations have been temporarily suspended, and all agents are in a state of civil war. Oh, and there's one exception, and that's Natasha the Black Widow. In order to maintain the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Lee Chuan, she is shopping with Wanda. This may be the easiest task for her after joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Always lack confidence, always come out quickly, this is a disease, you have to cure it. 3 color pills make you stronger, longer lasting, and more attractive, you should be good to her. Since taking the 3 color pills, my waist is no longer sore, and my kidneys are no longer deficient. 5 or 6 times a night has become normal. One is refreshing, and the other 2 are never tired. Take the 3 together, and the bed is heaven. In the evening, Wanda, who was lying in Lee Chuan's arms, looked at the advertisements played on TV in a loop, and asked a little dumbfounded. How did you convince this guy to shoot a commercial for you? She knew that her husband, Lee Chuan, had some cooperation with the Stark Group because of business needs, and also knew Tony Stark. But it never occurred to him that Tony Stark would be willing to take an advertisement for Lee Chuan's products. It wasn't just that she didn't expect that everyone who was watching the advertisement at this moment had the same incredulous expression on their faces, especially those who were familiar with Tony, like his good friend Colonel Rhodes. He did it voluntarily, maybe because he thinks our products are really good. By the way, are you happy shopping with Natalie today? Lee Chuan replied, and then changed the subject. Wanda nodded happily, then sighed again. Very good. Natalie also helped me choose a few beautiful lace pajamas. She received a call today that her father in Russia had some health problems. He wanted to leave New York and return to Russia for a while. Is that so? It's okay. Her father will probably come back when he recovers. Lee Chuan nodded. It seems that Natasha's acting skills are very good. Wanda is not suspicious at all. The next day, Tony Stark, the chairman of the Stark Group, once a famous playboy, and now the world's first public superhero, endorsed a health product called a 3-color pill, which made it to the world's major news outlets. Newspaper headlines. What kind of product can make Tony Stark so respectful? Many media began to further understand the 3-color pill, and interviewed some users of this product. I don't know if I didn't interview. I was shocked when I was interviewed. Anyone who bought and used the 3-color pills didn't say yes. This further made the public interested in the 3-color pills, and they bought and tried them one after another. In just one day, Lee's group's 3-color pills were sold out and had to be produced in large quantities. Sure enough, it's not enough just to have a good product, you also need a good spokesperson. Sitting in the office, Lee Chuan couldn't help sighing as he looked at the soaring financial statements and the large orders that had been queued for a month. If he had known that the effect was so good, he could have made a guest appearance as a superhero and then advertised for his group. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it, that would be a waste of time, and he didn't really want to break the current peaceful community life. The main task is to grow the primary level of Lee's enterprise and become a first-class entrepreneur in New York. You can go to the taskbar in advance to check the unlocked new world and corresponding rewards. Lee Chuan was taken aback by the mission prompt that suddenly sounded in his ear, and then he quickly opened the panel. The first main mission did not have the function of viewing the new world and the corresponding rewards. It would be a good thing if he could view it in advance, so that he could have a certain plan and preparation before entering. New world, fantastic beasts and where to find them. Primary rewards. Wizard blood, poor ordinary half-blood wizard status unlocked. Intermediate reward. Wizard blood, pure blood wizards have their own shop. High-level reward. Wizard blood, one of the 28 families of pure blood, a senior official of the Ministry of Magic. Time. 6 months. Quote, as Lee Chuan opened the task panel, all the information and rewards of the new world appeared before his eyes. It's actually a magical world. He has watched all 3 of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which can be said to be the prequel of the Harry Potter story, which took place 65 years before the Harry Potter story. Voldemort seemed to have just been born then, a baby. It's a nice world. After roughly recalling the stories about Harry Potter and Fantastic Beasts in his previous life, Li Chuan had some thoughts in his mind. Although he prefers to go to the world of martial arts and fairy tales in his heart, it is undeniable that the world of fantastic beasts and where to find them is actually not bad. First of all, there is nothing too powerful in the whole world. The magic of wizards is amazing, but their weaknesses are also obvious. Their physical bodies are actually not much stronger than humans. Moreover, many spells have obvious spellcasting characteristics, and with a slightly stronger physical fitness, they can be easily dodged. For him, they belong to a world that is not that threatening. Secondly, the magic system of this world is different from the normal magic world. The main focus is not those elemental magics that focus on destructive power. If elemental magic is the same as the ninjutsu he learned, it doesn't make much sense. The magic system in this world is more biased towards rules and functions. Many magics seem to have no power on the surface, but they feel extremely scary when you think about it carefully. For example, apparition involving the law of space, time reversal spells involving the law of time, transformation spells, animagus and horcrux refining involving the laws of life, and imperious curse involving souls. There are also various magical spells such as invisibility, flight, stun, binding, repair and summoning. Maybe these magics are not very lethal, but they are definitely functional enough. Do you want to enter now? At this time, a very important question was posed in front of Li Chuan. Now that you know what the new small world is, and the rewards for different degrees of completion, you should choose to hurry up and enter early to acquire new abilities. Or wait for a higher degree of completion, and then enter the new world with a better identity. Both have pros and cons. The former can acquire new abilities faster, and if the strength is improved, it will be of great help whether it is in the main world of Marvel or going to Hokage. Moreover, the time of the main world is always moving forward, but the time of the small world can be obtained by completing tasks, opening and entering the small world as soon as possible, and gaining stronger strength before the crisis of the main world comes. But the status rewards of different openings are also very attractive. Like in the world of Naruto, if he is not the prince of the land of fire, but just an ordinary person, it will be very difficult to learn ninjutsu from a teacher. Maybe if you accidentally meet a powerful ninja, you will die early. Wait a little longer, at least another month. After careful consideration for a long time, Li Chuan finally chose the former, that is, he entered the new world earlier. Because after all, he is not the time when he just crossed. At that time, his body was still in the recovery period and had not reached its peak. And I don't know what the new world is, whether it is dangerous or not, so I choose a higher degree of completion as much as possible. However, now his strength has long since returned to its peak, and he has learned to refine chakra and various ninjutsu in Naruto world, and his strength has greatly improved. In fact, it is not so important to have such a good identity. For Fantastic Beasts, the teleportable apparition, he wanted to get it as fast as possible. Because that magic is very useful for some of his follow-up plans, and it can also ensure his safety to the greatest extent. In the future, no matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as the opponent doesn't have space-type abilities, if he can't beat him, he can directly apparate and escape. As for why we have to wait a month, it is because according to the current development trend of the company, and if we find post-Dr. Banner, we can research new products. There is a certain chance that the Lee Group can compete with the Stark Group in assets within a month. In that case, he can enter the new world with the reward and status of intermediate level completion. Although there is actually no difference in blood between mixed blood and pure blood, mixed blood is not necessarily inferior to pure blood, and pure blood is not superior to mixed blood in terms of blood. But that was 1926, and being a pure blood wizard had a higher status in the wizarding world than a half-blood wizard, and he had his own shop with a lot of startup capital to spend. The most important thing is that since the last time he entered the Naruto world, he discovered that he passed directly with his body, not occupied by his soul. It is roughly that a certain wizard in the other world died, and then he used to take over his identity, and the memory of the dead wizard would be copied into his brain by the panel. And he watched the wizard's life like watching a movie. In other words, the identities are different, and the memories obtained are also different. If he chose the poor half-blood wizard, then it is very likely that this wizard is a scumbag, and he doesn't have much magic in his memory, and some powerful magic has no chance for him. And if he chooses that middle-level pure-blood wizard, well, first of all, because of family reasons, he must know more magic, especially as the manager of a magic shop. At least he will be very good at a certain type of magic. Of course, it doesn't mean that he can know the magic that this pure-blooded wizard knows, but at least he read other people's memories. As long as he practiced more, it would be many times faster than if he didn't learn the magic at all. Not to mention the official of the Ministry of Magic, who can become a high-level official in the Ministry of Magic must have good strength and know more magic. It's just that if you want to reach the standard of the start group that is far beyond the peak period, it is definitely not possible to do it in half a year or a year, and there is no definite number for how far it is. So after comprehensive consideration, he felt that if he could reach the intermediate level within a month, he would use the intermediate level, and if he could not reach the intermediate level in a month, he would directly enter the elementary completion level, and no longer fight hard for the advanced level. After making a decision, he got up and left the office, heading towards the company's laboratory. He wanted to ask Stern to find out where Dr. Banner was, how far it was from New York, and whether it was possible to combine the super soldier serum and the Hulk gene. He wanted to see if he could create a new drug. Taking advantage of the current frenzy brought by Tony, he scored twice with the new drug and broke through to the intermediate level of completion. Dr. Stern, is there any news about Dr. Banner? In the laboratory, Li Chuan found Stern, who was researching super soldier serum, and asked. Stern put down the microscope and patted his head. Oh, boss, I was about to tell you about this, but I almost forgot when I was researching it. There were some problems with Mr. Green. He was tracked by the army, and he might not arrive in New York a few days later. Quote, he was tracked down by the army. Where is he now? Li Chuan frowned. It stands to reason that he contacted Dr. Banner early, and there should be no more cases where his blood dripped into the factory beverage bottle, and then the Shield Bureau found clues and notified General Ross to arrest him. And now Shield cannot protect itself, and there is no way to cooperate with General Ross to attack the Hulk. In Virginia, he said he wanted to meet his friends before coming to New York, and by the way get back some previous research materials, but he was targeted there. Dr. Stern explained. Virginia, friend. Li Chuan thought for a while, and roughly guessed what was going on. It seems that before Dr. Banner fell in love with Black Widow, he had a girlfriend named Betty Ross, who was also the daughter of General Ross, the military leader who previously studied super soldier serum. An expert in cytology and a professor at Corvo University in Virginia. He guessed that something unexpected happened when Banner went to see Betty. Try to contact him, and if you can, tell you that a friend will go over to help him leave Virginia, and let him not transform as a last resort. After explaining to Stern, Li Chuan quickly left the laboratory. Xiao Lu, make arrangements, we are going to Virginia. Yes, boss. Xiao Lu, who followed behind Li Chuan, responded, took out the communicator and arranged everything skillfully. More than an hour later, Li Chuan's private plane landed at the airport in Virginia. It seems that the blockade is quite strict. On the way into downtown Virginia, Li Chuan saw many American soldiers with live ammunition through the car window, stopping vehicles leaving the city and conducting strict inspections. He is now nominally coming to inspect the work of the branch in Virginia, but in fact he is here to pick up Dr. Banner. According to the information from the branch office, the entire city of Virginia was completely sealed off in the morning. It is easy to get in, but you have to undergo strict checks at multiple checkpoints when you go out. The official statement is to arrest a vicious fugitive. While driving, Xiaolu reported the information collected by the person in charge to Li Chuan. Li Chuan nodded. Where is the military's key search area now? Corvo University. Xiaolu replied. Then go to Corvo University. The area where the military has focused on manpower search is most likely the area where Dr. Banner is hiding and active. As long as he keeps an eye on the military's actions, he will naturally find Dr. Banner. It would be best if Dr. Banner could escape the military search and go to New York on his own. If not, he would also take Banner away before he turned into the Hulk. Otherwise, once the Hulk appears in the eyes of the public and arouses public opinion, many things will not be easy to operate. Bronsky, haven't you found any trace of them yet? Inside the armored command vehicle, Ross's tone clearly revealed dissatisfaction. He originally wanted to come here yesterday to see the daughter who had ignored him for several years, and to ease the stiff relationship between father and daughter. But he didn't expect to find Bruce Banner through the window before knocking on the door, which he hadn't found for several years. Overjoyed, he immediately left quietly, mobilized all the elite overnight, and wanted to capture Bruce Banner back in one fell swoop, and research the mutated gene in his body that was much more powerful than the super soldier serum. It's a pity that before the arrest operation in the early morning, the vigilant Bruce Banner noticed something strange and fled the house with his daughter ahead of time. In order to prevent Bruce Banner from escaping again, he had to blockade the entire city, and then called in the most powerful soldier in the armed forces, Emil Bronsky, to lead a team to arrest him in person. But even if he is a 3-star general in the army, he can't blockade a city for a long time. He must catch Bruce Banner before this evening. The scope has been basically locked, and they can't hide for long. Bronsky's firm and confident reply came from the communicator. Remember, don't hurt my daughter. Use the tranquilizer gun to anesthetize Bruce Banner directly after finding it, and try not to hurt him. After General Ross put down the communicator, he couldn't help cursing. S.H.I.E.L.D. lost the chain at a critical moment. If there was intelligence support from S.H.I.E.L.D. and advanced detection equipment, he would have already located Bruce Banner by now, and the arrest was successful. It's a pity that when I contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. yesterday, they said they couldn't provide any help because of the special period. The target is found, the location is the 7th block, they are fleeing to the 8th block. Attention all personnel, shrink and encircle the 7th and 8th blocks. Standing on the roof of a building near Corvo University, Li Chuan watched the American soldiers who suddenly flocked to the 7th and 8th blocks, took out a golden mask from the mission space and put it on his face. It looks like it's there. With chakra attached to the soles of his feet, Li Chuan directly borrowed strength from the roofs and walls of the various buildings, and quickly jumped towards the center surrounded by American soldiers. At this time, in a narrow alley in the 8th block, Banner took Betty to hide between 2 trash cans, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his heart that was beating faster due to running. Unless it is a last resort, he doesn't want to become the Hulk, because the Hulk is not under his control, and he is afraid that it will hurt the lives of those innocent people after transforming. Bruce, we can't escape. Dad's soldiers are all around here. Why don't you hold me hostage? Maybe it will make him feel a little bit more scruples. Betty also panted and suggested. As soon as they fled to the 8th block, they found that this side was also full of soldiers. They were already surrounded, and there were helicopters on it. They had no choice but to find a crack to hide. It's useless, your father won't believe it, and no matter what the situation, he won't give up the genes in my body. Bruce shook his head, thought for a moment, and finally looked at Betty. Betty, you go away first. If this continues, I may be forced to lose control in a while. When he comes out, he will hurt you. He doesn't want to become Hulk, but this is not something he can decide. Once his life is threatened, Hulk will definitely appear. In his eyes, Hulk is an irrational monster, and Betty must be in danger next to him. The surrounding crowd has been emptied, the target location has been roughly determined, and the encirclement is shrinking. Emil Bronsky led hundreds of elite American soldiers to search the alley where Banner and Betty were located step by step. It was estimated that they would be discovered in 2 minutes. No, I won't abandon you this time. Seeing Banner's face about to die, Betty grabbed his hand. It was because she let go that Bruce disappeared for so many years. She didn't want to let go this time. Ahem, cough, actually, I don't really want to disturb you, but they will find this soon, so there is no way. Li Chuan looked at the pair of men and women who seemed to be about to part with each other, and couldn't help but interrupted. Who are you? A sudden sound came from above, and Banner and Betty jumped out from between the 2 large trash cans in fright. However, when they turned around and saw Li Chuan, they stood there in a daze. A man wearing a strange golden mask stood on the wall so straight and completely violated the laws of physics. You are Mr. Green, right? I am a friend of Mr. Lan. He should have sent you a message. I am here to help. Li Chuan raised his hand to reassure the 2 of them not to be nervous, and then explained. Banner tried to calm down. Yeah, I've been on the run, and I haven't had time to find a computer to check the news, but in this situation, how can you help us? Although I didn't check the news, but the other party can call Mr. Green and Mr. Lan, it can be proved, but they are already surrounded. How can this masked friend help them escape here? They're here. At this moment, two soldiers suddenly appeared on both sides of the alley. Obviously they had searched for this location. Seeing the soldiers aiming their guns at them, Banner's pupils began to faintly turn green. Seeing this, Li Chuan quickly jumped down from the wall, raised his legs to face the two large trash cans, and the two large trash cans flew towards both sides of the alley like shells, knocking the two soldiers unconscious past. Don't get excited, there is no danger, just leave it to me. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Banner tried to take a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed Hulk's will again. What shall we do now? You grab my shoulders, remember to hold on tight. Hearing the dense footsteps running towards this side, Li Chuan smiled at Banner and Betty. Banner and Betty were stunned for a moment. They didn't understand the use of doing so, but after looking at each other, they still grabbed Li Chuan's left and right shoulders as promised. They have nothing to do now, they can only count on this mysterious man wearing a mask to really help them. Water escape great waterfall technique. Seeing that the two were already holding on tightly, Li Chuan quickly formed seals with his hands, then puffed out his mouth, and sprayed down fiercely, and the water transformed by chakra gushed out. Like a dam with its gates opened, huge waves of water rushed out of the alley to both sides. Those elite soldiers in full armor, led by Bronsky, had just reached the entrance of the alley when they were immediately swept away by the huge waves and rushed to the distance. At this time, Li Chuan stepped on the water waves he made, picked up Banner and Betty who were holding on to his shoulders so that they were not taken away, clamped one left and one right at the waist, and ran quickly towards the outside of the encirclement. Go. What's going on, have you caught it? In the armored command vehicle, Ross had just heard Bronsky's report that the target had been found, but the next second he heard a strange sound of water waves, and there was no reply. Fortunately, the soldiers on the helicopter gave an explanation at this time, but the voice revealed obvious inconceivable. General, a large wave of water suddenly gushed out from the location of the target, and Colonel Bronsky and everyone were swept away by the water wave. Soldier, are you kidding me? This is the city center, not the seaside, nor the lake. Where did the waves come from? Ross stared and cursed. At this time, a communication soldier in the armored command vehicle pulled LaRose's arm. General, look there. Ross looked up at the front glass pointed by the communicator, and saw a huge wave in front of the street, rolling up the tables, chairs and chairs on the side of the street, rushing head-on in the direction of their armored command vehicle. Oh, fuck, what the hell? Boom. The water waves completely swallowed the armored command vehicle, but because of the weight of the armored command vehicle, it was not taken away by the water waves like the tables and chairs on the street. For about 20 seconds, the water waves slowly disappeared, leaving only the messy 8th Street. Where is the target now? Ross picked up the communicator again angrily. The soldier on the helicopter over there replied. They have already run out of the encirclement, and they are now in the 5th block, and there is also a stranger wearing a mask. The stranger is running with the target at a very fast speed, and we are chasing it. Attention everyone, let me all go to the 5th block to intercept the target. After hearing the loud roar, Ross immediately ordered the armored command vehicle to advance to the 5th block. Whoa, whoa, in the 5th block, Li Chuan, who was running wildly with Banner and Betty between them, suddenly moved his ears, and immediately jumped to the roof of the nearby burger restaurant. On the ground where he was originally, there were 2 more anesthesia needles dedicated to the anesthesia gun. It seems that we have to deal with you first. Seeing the 2 helicopters suspended in midair and the soldiers holding anesthesia guns inside the helicopters, Li Chuan immediately put Banner and Betty on the roof first. Wait a minute, the tranquilizer gun wasn't fast enough to pose much of a threat to him, but both helicopters had machine guns on them, and General Ross would be in trouble even if he let the machine guns attack regardless of his daughter's life. And with 2 helicopters staring in the sky, it would not be easy for him to take Banner and Betty away. Originally, he just wanted to take Banner away. Betty was Rose's daughter, so even if she stayed there, there would be no problem. But after thinking about it, it was better to take both of them. First of all, Betty is also a top cytologist. Going to New York is very helpful for researching new drugs, and secondly, having Betty here can calm Banner's heart. Just like the Black Widow can appease the furious Hulk and turn Hulk into Banner, Betty, as Banner's lover, also has the same effect. If Banner transforms in the future, having Betty can play a big role. Anyway, for him, Betty's weight can basically be ignored. Well, after Banner was released, he gasped heavily. Just now, Li Chuan sprayed water again, and led them to tread water to run. These unimaginable things shocked him and he almost lost control of his emotions. Now he has to work hard to restrain the fluctuations in his heart and prevent Hulk from running out. Although Betty was also surprised, seeing that Banner was in a bad state, she hurried forward to hug him to comfort him. Fire Escape Phoenix Immortal Fire Art. Li Chuan took out a smoke bomb prepared in advance and smashed it on the ground. After the smoke enveloped him, he made a seal with his hands again, and performed AC-level ninjutsu, the jutsu of Phoenix Immortal Fire. Fruit-sized fireballs spewed out from his mouth continuously, broke through the thick smoke, and shot towards the two helicopters that were getting closer in the air. Feng Xian's fire technique is not as powerful as Hao's fireball, and its lethality is relatively low, but it wins in large numbers and a wide range of strikes. What's going on? Where did the fire come from? Seeing Li Chuan throwing smoke bombs below, the soldiers in the two helicopters thought they were going to escape under the cover of the smoke, so they quickly lowered the helicopters and approached them. Little did they know that what was waiting for them was small fireballs. Fireballs fell into the helicopter one after another, causing flames to ignite inside it instantly. The alarm sounded, and the pilot had no choice but to quickly land the helicopter on the street and escape from it as if fleeing for his life. A moment later, there were two loud bangs, and the two helicopters exploded directly on the street. At this time, Li Chuan had already picked up Banner and Betty again, jumped along the roof next to the block, and disappeared from the sight of the military. When General Ross and Bronsky rushed to the fifth block, there were only the wreckage of two helicopters and a few burnt soldiers. People, what's going on here? Does the other party have heavy weapons, or is Banner turned into a monster? Why were you shot down? Ross picked up a helicopter pilot and asked through gritted teeth. The siege that was originally foolproof, but he didn't expect it to come to nothing. He couldn't figure out why. Why is there such a big water wave in the city center? Even if the water pipe is blown, that kind of situation is impossible. Who is that stranger wearing a mask? What's his purpose in taking Banner and his daughter away? General, I didn't see any heavy weapons he was carrying, otherwise we wouldn't get close. The burnt driver held his leg and told everything that happened just now. Ross put down the soldiers, turned to Bronsky and ordered. They can't run far, you led people to continue chasing, I will order other people to strengthen the blockade, even if he grows wings today, don't even think about flying away from here. Xiao Lu, drive to the airport. After returning to the car, Li Chuan took off his mask, first gave instructions to Xiao Lu, then turned to Banner and Betty who were sitting in the back, and extended his hand to introduce in a friendly way. My name is Li Chuan. I'm a friend of Dr. Stern. I have some special abilities. Bruce Banner, thank you for your help. Betty Ross. Banner and Betty shook their heads and shook hands with Li Chuan respectively. They haven't really reacted yet. After all, they were run by Li Chuan all the way, and jumping up and down on the roofs of those buildings, their whole brains are still a little dizzy. What is the special ability you just mentioned? After waking up, Betty couldn't help asking questions first. As a professor of cell science and a person who has been influenced by materialism for decades, Li Chuan's ability to spit water and fire just now is really hard for her to understand. It's like when Doctor Strange visited Ancient One for the first time, it was unimaginable to face the magic that Ancient One said. Banner, who was also awake, also looked at Li Chuan. Li Chuan paused, then replied. Do you know magic? What I just used wasn't magic, but it was something similar. He didn't deliberately hide his abilities from the two of them, just like he didn't hide from Tony in the first place, because it wasn't necessary. He doesn't use his abilities in front of the public, just in order not to break the daily peaceful life, but he is not afraid to show his abilities. Sometimes only by showing your strength can you make your enemies afraid and your own people trust you. Magic. Hearing Li Chuan's answer, both Banner and Betty showed dubious expressions. In fact, deep down in their hearts, they were more inclined that Li Chuan might have used some high-tech product that they didn't understand, but they didn't say it directly. Li Chuan didn't explain too much, they would naturally believe it after a long time. Boss, there is a checkpoint ahead. Half an hour later, Xiaolu stopped the car. Not far in front of them, a team of American soldiers stopped all the vehicles going to the airport, checking and releasing them one by one. Seeing this, Banner and Betty immediately became nervous again. But Li Chuan just waved his hand, and then he was about to seal and cast his shadow avatar. However, the moment chakra gushed out, he stopped again, looked left and right, turned his head and said to Banner and Betty behind him, "Please sit next to each other and make room for a seat." "Okay, no problem." Although he didn't know what Li Chuan was going to do, Banner moved to the middle position, next to Betty, and gave up the position behind Li Chuan next to the car door. Shadow clone technique. Li Chuan nodded and made a seal with his hands, and Li Chuan appeared again in the empty seat behind him. Oh God, oh, hell, oh, two bosses. When two Li Chuan appeared in the car, not only Banner and Betty at the back were taken aback, but Xiaolu in front widened his eyes. It was also the first time he saw Li Chuan perform the shadow clone technique. Reaching out and tapping on the arm of Li Chuanying's avatar, Banner whispered to Betty, "It's a real person, not a virtual image." At this moment, facing the iron-like facts, Banner and Betty finally believed that apart from science, this world really has special power beyond common sense. "Go," Li Chuan said to the shadow clone behind him, who nodded, opened the door and walked out. After a while, the American soldiers who were inspecting in front seemed to have received some news, stopped the inspection quickly, and all got into the car and left here. And Li Chuan and a group of vehicles waiting for inspection were able to continue to pass to the airport. "What did you do? Why did they leave so easily?" Banner asked curiously. Li Chuan shrugged with a smile. "Because they found you a kilometer away, there's no need to check here." It turned out that just after Li Chuan's shadow clone left, he used the transformation technique to take on the appearance of Banner, and swayed twice under a certain monitoring monitor 1 kilometer away, attracting all the soldiers around him. Banner didn't quite understand what Li Chuan meant. He was in the car, why was he 1 kilometer away, but he didn't ask any further. It is already the best ending to escape from the encirclement without transforming into the Hulk. Induced by the shadow clone, Li Chuan and others arrived at the airport smoothly, and flew back to New York in their own private jet. At this time, General Ross still ignored the protests of the local citizens and was still blocking the city, trying to find Dr. Banner and others. In the evening, General Ross held the phone in his hand and suppressed his anger to reply. "Yes, Mr. Minister, I will withdraw the troops immediately. Understand, I understand, there will be no follow-up effects." After hanging up the phone, he punched the table angrily. These rotten guys only value the immediate interests. They don't understand how important it will be to our country once I can catch Banner and study the genes in his body. He was deeply touched by Banner's power after transformation, far stronger than Captain America in World War II. If an army composed entirely of Banner genes could be created, no country on the entire planet could compete with them. This is much more useful than any more advanced missile developed by the Stark Group. However, the Secretary of Defense ordered them to immediately lift all the blockades and evacuate the city because of the impact on Virginia's economy due to their blockade. How stupid. General, there is still no clue. We have searched the area where Bruce Banner disappeared 5 times, even the ground. At this time, Bronsky, who was in charge of the operation, walked in. He felt that the capture mission this time was really weird. First, he was transferred all the way, commanding a large number of elite soldiers to arrest a thin scientist. Then when it was about to be successfully captured, it was washed away by a huge wave. After finally locking on to the target again, the target disappeared inconceivably out of thin air. Cancel the blockade and let everyone retreat. After trying to calm down for a while, Ross gave the order to retreat. Now that Banner is nowhere to be found, he has to follow the order of the Minister of Defense, otherwise he will be in trouble when he returns. "Who are you?" Rose was holding a photo of Li Chuan wearing a golden mask, holding Banner in one hand and Betty in the other, jumping on the roof. He felt that today's arrest operation failed largely because of the mysterious man with a golden mask who broke in by accident. If I were 10 years younger, today's result would not be like this. Bronsky looked at the photo in Rose's hand and spoke as he left. The failure of this mission caused the proud Bronsky to feel the same turmoil. He felt that if it was not for his age, his physical fitness had dropped a lot, and he would not have been taken away so easily by the huge waves at that time. Including the subsequent pursuit actions, they will not react so slowly. Hearing Bronsky's words, Rose suddenly figured out something, turned around and called Bronsky. Maybe I can help you, as long as you can bear the pain. Meanwhile, on a private plane to New York. Mr. Li Chuan, I really appreciate your help this time. Banner thanked Li Chuan again. Li Chuan smiled politely. You're welcome. Since Dr. Stern personally requested it, and I happen to be here in Virginia to check the company's situation, it wouldn't be too difficult to save it. Dr. Stern, is that Mr. Land's name? Banner asked. Li Chuan nodded. Yes, Dr. Samuel Stern, the best doctor in our Li group, is helping us develop new drugs that can cure terminal illnesses in humans. The Li's group that produces the 3-color pills. Betty let out an exclamation when she heard the words. As a cell biologist, she naturally has some understanding of the 3-color pills that appeared recently, and even bought them to study some of the ingredients in them and the mechanism of their effects after taking them. Yes, the 3-color pills were originally produced to improve the overall health of human beings, but because of the poor sales, they had to promote them as health products, which made the two doctors laugh. Li Chuan pretended to sigh. Betty quickly waved her hand. I have studied the effects of the 3-color pills. It can be said that if taken for a long time, it will indeed have a very good effect on the human body. For human beings, this is a great achievement. I have been staying in the slums of Rossinia for the past 2 years. The people there are very poor, and many people cannot even guarantee basic food and clothing. But since the green pill appeared some time ago, their condition has improved a lot, and the price is cheap and can fill their stomachs. Mr. Li Chuan, you have done a good deed. Quote. Banner recalled his life in Rossinia, and couldn't help but respect Li Chuan's tone of voice. With the efficacy of the green pill, even if it is sold for 10 times the price, it is not too expensive, but the Li Group sells it at such a low price, which is indeed admirable. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Li Chuan didn't use too much force, so he continued to delve deeper into this topic. If you want to recruit talents like Banner and Betty, you have to treat Ethan the same way, because they can't be subdued by profit and force. Only if they feel that you are a good person and that you are doing a good deed by helping you, will they be willing to follow you. As for how to prove that you are a good person, you can't say it by yourself. They are all geniuses with high IQs, and they are not stupid. Only real actions can be convincing. New York, Li Group Laboratory. Mr. Blue, Mr. Green. Netizens Banner and Stern, who had been communicating online for several years, finally met for the first time. After the two communicated for a while, Banner proposed to inject the antidote, and Stern also injected the antidote, but he was not sure whether he would be able to completely return to normal. Maybe he just talked about temporarily suppressing the green gene. Even so, Banner decided to give it a try. Then go to the laboratory on the outskirts of the factory. It's more hidden there, and you don't have to worry about being discovered. Seeing that Dr. Banner had made a decision, Li Chuan gave advice. Although it is said that the drug injection was successful in the original plot, there have been some changes after all. If the injection is not completed and Banner becomes a Hulk out of control and rushes out of the Li Group's laboratory, then tomorrow's news will explode up. If there are some headlines that the Li Group is experimenting with green gene monsters, the sales of the 3-color pills will plummet in an instant. In the remote factory in the outskirts, even if there is an accident, the problem will not be too big. I'm going to trouble Mr. Li Chuan again. Banner was really grateful for Li Chuan's help. And Li Chuan just smiled. Actually, I also have selfish intentions. Helping you treat it will also allow Dr. Stern to develop a drug that can treat terminal illnesses faster. Banner wanted to say something when he heard the words, but he still didn't say it in the end. In fact, he felt that it was too dangerous to use his blood to develop medicines for terminal illnesses. But Li Chuan has helped him so much, and Li's group is not like General Ross, it is to give hope of healing to those humans who are facing terminal illness. So if he objected, he was really embarrassed to say it. The most important thing is that from what Dr. Stern said just now, Banner knew that the Li Group had already invested a lot of money in research and had already made some breakthroughs. It is impossible to give up research because of his objection. Maybe, when he's cured, he should stay and help, as Dr. Stern said. This will at least avoid more serious problems. It's just that I don't know if Li Chuan is willing to take him in. After all, he still has the trouble of General Ross, and taking him in means fighting against a general. In this way, under the feeling of apprehension and worry in Banario, everyone came to the laboratory of the production base of Li Group in the outskirts of New York. It was almost 9 o'clock at this time, and the workers in the factory had already left work. Outside the laboratory, Li Chuan looked at Banner, who was fixed on the bed with a special steel ring inside, and thought to himself, "This is the bed made of the strongest alloy material I asked Tony for. I don't know if it can withstand your build." For the sake of safety, Li Chuan asked Tony for the best alloy material long before, and made the current metal bed specially used to help Banner inject the antidote. He had tried it before. If he was fixed on this bed, unless he used ninjutsu, his physical body would not be able to break free even with the full force of chakra. Here we go. In the laboratory, when Banner was completely immobilized, Stern turned on the machine and slowly injected the antidote he made into Banner's body. With the injection of the antidote, the Hulk gene in Banner's body instantly awakened, the pupils of his eyes turned green, and his body muscles began to swell rapidly. Hulk. With a roar, the so-called strongest alloy material given by Tony began to deform slowly, as if it would be broken by the Hulk who transformed into the Hulk at any time. Seeing this, Betty, who had been by the side all the time, jumped onto Hulk's stomach, then leaned over and hugged Hulk's big head, and began to comfort him softly. After the angry Hulk saw Betty, he really calmed down instantly, and his eyes began to become gentle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Stern immediately started the machine to inject the second-stage antidote. With the injection of the second-stage antidote, the green gene gradually faded, and the mighty Hulk turned back into Banner. This strength is really great. Li Chuan stared at the completely deformed metal bed in the laboratory through the glass, his eyes burning. In fact, he had already had a hunch in his heart that the high-strength alloy provided by Tony might not be able to withstand the power of the Hulk. After all, the anti-Hulk armor he made at that time was dismantled by the Hulk with his bare hands. Maybe only the vibranium of Wakanda could actually trap the Hulk, and only possible. Think again about the Thanos who can unilaterally crush the Hulk with his physical fitness, how terrifying it is, as well as Odin, Ancient One, and those demon gods of various dimensions that exist in the multiverse, etc. In the world of Marvel, there are too many powerful beings. If he can't improve his strength as quickly as possible, whoever he meets in the future will be a dead end. Dr. Banner, how do you feel? Are you back to normal? Opening the door of the laboratory, Li Chuan walked in and said with concern. Banner let go of his Betty. The antidote should be successful. I can no longer feel his existence. No, whether it is successful or not, we still have to wait for a while to collect your blood. If there is no green gene in it, then we can confirm that it is really successful. Now it is very likely that it is only suppressed for a short period of time. The green gene in your body is very tenacious, it is not so easy to completely clear it, this involves gamma pulses. Hearing Banner's words, Stern hurried over to explain. It means that the problem is not completely resolved. How about it, Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty, you are both friends of Dr. Stern, you can live here first, and leave when you confirm that you are really back to normal. Li Chuan nodded and smiled. Back to normal, of course not, the Hulk's genes are very strong. For so many years after Banner joined the Avengers, even borrowing the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., there is still no way to clear it. In the end, he had to choose to merge with Hulk and become a half-Hulk dominated by Banner's consciousness. As long as the current Banner is not in a life-and-death crisis, he will not turn into the Hulk form, and there is no need to deliberately control his emotions. Agitation and anger have no effect. But once he really faces death, Hulk will still appear. Dr. Stern and Mr. Li Chuan, we have caused a lot of trouble. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Banner showed a hesitant look on his face. Ross, who was chasing him, was an admiral. He was afraid that if he was exposed, he would cause trouble for Li Chuan and Stern. Li Chuan waved his hand. General Ross, don't worry, I still have some relationship, at least he can't touch me on the surface. I will try my best to protect your safety. And the research information you gave to Dr. Stern will be of great help to our next development of new drugs. If you don't mind, it would be great if you can provide some suggestions on developing new drugs while waiting to verify the effect of the antidote. Quote, when the experiment failed, Banner turned into a hulk and fled in a frenzy. Betty secretly copied all the research materials immediately, and handed the materials to Banner when Banner went to find him yesterday. After Banner came to New York to meet Stern, he gave this information to Stern. And this information about the military's research on super soldier serum and Hulk mutation is naturally very useful for Li Chuan, who wants to extract new drugs through the two genes. All right. Banner turned his head to look at Betty, saw Betty nodded, thought for a while, and agreed. He considered that Li Chuan himself was not an ordinary person, and that he might really be able to help them not be hunted down by General Ross. In addition, he was always worried that the genes in his body were too scary, and whether the new medicine would be unsafe. Staying here is not only helping, but also a kind of supervision. If the new drug is not stable, he must absolutely prevent Li Chuan from selling the new drug, which is his responsibility. Okay, I will ask someone to arrange a place for you to live in. If you have anything to do, you can contact me directly. Seeing that Banner agreed, a smile appeared on Li Chuan's face. Stern, Ethan, Banner, Betty, plus Smith and Lister of Sokovia, have the military and SHIELD's research data on super soldier serum, as well as all the data on the birth of the Hulk. With such a lineup, it may not be so fast to produce a stable potion that can improve physical fitness. But it shouldn't be a big problem to make a new drug that can cure terminal diseases. Is the red pill dangerous? Marcelo Knox, a 60-year-old man who took the red pill, died of exhaustion the next day after fighting overnight, and his son Marcelo Jr. is suing the Lee Group. Choose body shape or lifespan. The famous biologist Dimitru Araya speculates that there may be hidden dangers in the green pills of the Lee Group, and taking them for a long time may shorten the lifespan of the users. Is it a conscientious enterprise or a virus merchant? According to an employee of the Lee Group factory who did not dare to expose his life, the raw materials for making the three-color pills come from rats, and the processing process is very disgusting. Half a month later, Li Chuan, who was sitting in the office of the Lee Group, looked at the newspapers handed over by Xiao Lu, and asked calmly, have you found out who is behind it? Since Tony endorsed the tricolor pill and advertised the tricolor pill on the back of his steel suit, the sales of the tricolor pill have exploded worldwide. The influx of huge amounts of wealth has made many capitals jealous, and at the same time offended many colleagues involved in health care products and weight loss drugs. In addition, Lee's group is not a local group, but came from Sokovia, and the chairman Li Chuan is a yellow-skinned Chinese, which made some high-level figures even more upset. So even though Lee's group obviously has a lot to do with the deep-rooted Stark group, they still can't stand their slander and revenge. In recent days, in major news and reports, there have been negative news about the three-color pills, and there are many trolls on the internet, calling on everyone not to buy the three-color pills. Moreover, some government agencies also send people to Lee's company to conduct various inspections every 3 days. Anyway, it is to suppress the momentum of the development of the three-color pills, and prevent Lee's company from becoming a giant in the pharmaceutical industry in New York. Basically, it has been found out, and they have not covered it up. Xiao Lu replied. Li Chuan sneered when he heard this. It seems that they don't pay attention to us at all. In the eyes of these business tycoons who have been entrenched in New York for many years, the Lee Group is just an outsider who has just entered New York for less than a year, so there is nothing they should be afraid of. They are going to tell Li Chuan that we are joining forces to get you, and honestly hand over part of the benefits, and if you are obedient, you can still hang out here, if you are not obedient, you will go bankrupt and go back to Sokovia. Hasn't Xiao Wu been clamoring to come to New York? Inform her to come. It's time to let these guys understand the real means of my Lee Group. He doesn't care about normal product competition, and Jack is in charge. But if the other party insists on some abnormal means, then he will directly solve the problem from the source. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are still entangled, there is no time to worry about other issues, and it happens to be resolved once and for all, which can be regarded as a formal prestige. She will be very happy to hear the news. Hearing this, Xiao Lu showed a smile that could scare a child to tears. At the beginning, Li Chuan took in a total of 12 people, taught them Xingyi 12 forms, hired professional people to give them various trainings, and took the researched pills to enhance their physique. Later, in the 3-year struggle with various forces in Sokovia, 9 people died due to various missions and battles, and only 3 remained in the end. These 3 people threw away their original names, and took the code names Li Chuan gave them during the training as their own names, and became the 3 most trusted subordinates of Li Chuan. They are Li San, Li Wu and Li Lu. Li San is mainly responsible for security work and intelligence work, and Li Lu is the secretary and liaison officer. The only woman among the 12 who survived was also Li Wu, the most skilled and most poisonous among the 12. What she did was to eliminate all those who dared to oppose Li Chuan. 3 days later, a chairman of a local pharmaceutical company in New York was driving his luxury sports car on his way to a secret villa of a Hollywood actress. When passing a fork in the road, a dump truck full of gravel suddenly appeared from his right side. Without slowing down, it directly hit him and the sports car and flew out. Immediately afterwards, a woman wearing a peaked cap jumped out of the dump truck and walked in front of the rich man who was covered in blood under his sports car. Regardless of his cry for help, he threw the lighter on the gasoline that was spilling all over the floor, turned around and left silently amidst the sound of the explosion. At noon that day, the cruise ship terminal in Manhattan. Under the protection of many bodyguards, 2 elderly people in their 50s walked into a yacht in front of the pier after a happy conversation. However, when the yacht was less than 100 meters away from the pier, there was a sudden loud noise, and the entire luxury yacht instantly turned into a huge fireball, which left everyone on the pier dumbfounded. At this time, a blonde in the crowd slowly put down the remote control in the small leather bag, adjusted his sunglasses, and walked towards his red sports car parked at the pier. On the same night, in the villa of the director of the New York Food and Drug Administration, Old John, who was sitting in the living room listening to music and tasting red wine, suddenly had a hole in his temple. And on the roof opposite his villa, a woman in black quickly put away her sniper rifle and disappeared into the night. In this way, for 5 consecutive days, most of the fellow capitalists who participated in the slander against Li's company this time, and those officials who thought they were superior and were bought off, all disappeared in the world in various ways, such as car accidents, explosions, assassinations, jumping off buildings, mysterious disappearances and so on. It is precisely because of this that the fake news about the 3-color pills in the past few days has been directly suppressed by the news of the deaths of many public figures. Boss, except for this senator named Stern, because he has gone to Washington now, everything else has been resolved. In the office of the Li Group, a very quiet and lovely blonde woman wearing thick-rimmed glasses gently placed a personal information introduction form with a photo on Li Chuan's desk. Xiao Wu, you've worked hard. Nodding towards the blonde woman, Li Chuan took the information sheet in his hand and read it. Xiao Wu stared at Li Chuan's sharp side face, his eyes were full of fanaticism and admiration. It's not hard. If the boss needs it, I will go to Washington in the afternoon, break his neck, and throw his body into the sea to feed the fish. No, I have other arrangements for this person. You are also exhausted these days. Take a good rest. Li Chuan put down the documents in his hand, and smiled at Xiao Wu. This Congressman Stern, who participated in the suppression of the Li Group, is also Hydra's undercover agent in the US government, if he remembers correctly, and there are probably many Hydra agents around him for protection. It would be dangerous to let Xiao Wu go, so he decided to do it himself. Boss, Mr. Stark is here. Xiao Lu's voice came from the communicator on the desk. Okay, I see, let him in. Li Chuan replied without any surprise on his face. It's been a while since the last time the toxins were removed, and the toxins in Tony's body have increased a lot because he wandered around wearing a battle suit every day. This time I came here to find him for detoxification, and I greeted him yesterday. Honey, Chuan, how are you doing recently? I heard from Little Pepper that you seem to be in some trouble. The door of the office was opened, and Tony strode in wearing sunglasses. Li Chuan smiled. It's a little troublesome, but it doesn't matter. There is a saying in Wagwo that goes, the clean one cleans itself. There is no problem with my product, and these rumors will be self-defeating in the end. By the way, I read the paper, you're being summoned to Washington tomorrow for a hearing. Quote. Recently, while the Li Group was being picked on by various forces, Tony was also targeted by the US government. They used Tony to manufacture dangerous weapons as an excuse to force Tony to hand over the manufacturing technology of the steel suit. In fact, the Lee Group's fall into public opinion has something to do with it. Just like the Hydra undercover in the government, Senator Stern in Washington, he doesn't actually have much conflict with the Lee Group. The reason for helping those capitalists in the pharmaceutical industry to suppress the Lee Group. In fact, it is also because of the close relationship between the Lee Group and the Stark Group. Hydra also hopes to use the government's hand to force Tony to obtain the manufacturing technology of the steel suit. If it weren't for most of the people dealing with Nick Fury now, their methods might be even more intense. It's just a bunch of clowns. I know them too well. I'll let them know tomorrow. Even if the president comes, I don't want to, and he can't take anything away. Tony is obviously very disdainful of those government officials. The Stark Group's industries are spread all over the country's major industries. Many government projects and many advanced technology products rely on the Stark Group. They have no way to use too strong methods against Tony. As for legal means, Tony's legal team is not vegetarian. Therefore, we can only try to force Tony to voluntarily hand over the production technology of the steel suit through the hearing. It seems that you already have a countermeasure. Do you mind taking me to gain knowledge tomorrow? Li Chuan got up and came to Tony, and used the palm immortal technique to help him remove all the toxins. Tony's eyes lit up. Of course, very willing. He was always frustrated by Li Chuan, and finally made the steel suit, and even put an advertisement on the back. This time I took Li Chuan to the hearing, and let him see how domineering and witty he is in front of those high-ranking government officials, and how he can turn them around. What a rare opportunity, how could he not accept it? I've always wanted to ask, who is this? Tony looked at Xiao Wu, who had been standing there without saying a word. At first he didn't pay attention to the other's clothes, but now his eyes, which had read so many beauties, had already found out viciously. In addition to Xiao Wu's very ordinary and unremarkable outfits, there is a very delicate face and unique temperament hidden. Obviously, this is a beautiful woman who can be very stunning if she dresses up a little bit. Could it be that he is the wife you mentioned? In the eyes that looked at Li Chuan from time to time from Xiao Wu, Tony seemed to find something. Wife. Xiao Wu, who had been standing beside him with a smile since Tony came in, turned red when he heard what Tony said. The way he looked at Tony, from the sharp angle from which he could kill the boss if the opponent attacked the boss before, has also become the recognition that this is a good guy. At this time, if Li Chuan's other subordinates saw Li Wu blushing like this, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Because everyone who knows Li Wu knows that what Li Wu likes most is to listen to the wailing of the enemy and slowly torture and kill the enemy. Old people, children, women, as long as they are enemies, then Li Wu is never soft. Among Li Chuan's three most trusted subordinates, Li San looks the strongest, Li Lu looks the fiercest, and Li Wu looks the most harmless. But in fact, it is Li Wu who everyone is most afraid of. Because she has no feelings for everyone except Li Chuan. Even Li San and Li Lu, as long as Li Chuan gave the order, she would kill them without hesitation. She is my sister, Xiao Wu, go back and rest. Go and see Wanda when you have time, she was still talking about you last time. Li Chuan said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded, turned and left the office. And Tony looked at Xiao Wu, who left, with a surprised look on his face. She is your sister, but you seem to. One is a yellow-skinned Chinese, and the other is obviously a white-skinned European. The key point is that they look nothing alike. Xiao Wu is my god-sister, but I just treat her as my sister. Li Chuan glanced at Tony, whose eyes were gradually becoming more meaningful, and emphasized. Xiao Wu is very beautiful, but he really only sees her as a younger sister or a subordinate. When he took Xiao Wu back then, he just looked at her as pitiful, and she has good qualifications, and she is ruthless enough. After getting along for a long time, I have some feelings, which are just normal feelings, and there is no love between men and women. Li San, Li Wu and Li Lu, as well as the 9 people who died, each of them has a past that is unbearable and hopeless. Li Chuan just felt that he needed some helpers, so he rescued them. Teach them martial arts, led them to perform tasks, and train them to make them stronger so that they can become more valuable. It's just that in their eyes, Li Chuan is the only light in the darkness, the light that makes them willing to sacrifice their lives for protection. The two agreed to meet tomorrow. Tony left, and Li Chuan came to the laboratory below. During this period of time, the troubles of Li's group were trivial matters to him, so small that Xiao Wu and the others could handle them very well even if he didn't need to do anything himself. What he really cares about is the research progress of the new drug, because it is not long before the 1 month he originally set. Dr. Stern, Dr. Banner, what's going on? Based on the strong assimilation of the green gene in Dr. Banner's blood, we have preliminarily produced a very special gene drug. After many experiments, it has a very good effect on cancer cells. Seeing Li Chuan appear, Dr. Stern immediately started his long speech excitedly. Li Chuan raised his hand and interrupted. That is to say, the results of the current research can already cure all cancers, does that mean? That's right. To put it simply, we take our new drug, which can assimilate all the cancerous cells into green cells, and then excrete them from the body. In this way, the cancer will be cured naturally. Stan nodded excitedly. Are you sure it's safe? Make sure it's 100% sure that it won't cause any other harm to the human body. Our purpose is to benefit mankind. Making money is secondary, and safety must come first. There was joy on Li Chuan's face, but he emphasized it again. He doesn't want to become the public enemy of all mankind when there is a problem with his temporary interests. If a new drug turned every cancer patient on Earth into a Hulk, the world would be in chaos. Transforming into a Hulk can cure any disease, no matter what kind of terminal illness you have. As long as you become a Hulk, the powerful Hulk gene can make any terminal illness disappear completely. But that's not what Li Chuan wants. What he wants is to cure the terminal illness without causing any other impact on the human body. This is the main research direction of Stern and Banner during this time. Boss, you can rest assured that we have done many simulation experiments and can fully confirm its safety. When Banner heard that Li Chuan's first concern was safety, he secretly sighed inwardly that his choice was not wrong, so he nodded firmly. A week ago, he discovered through an instrument that the green gene in his body had reappeared, which meant that the antidote had not been completely successful. After thinking about it for a long time, coupled with Betty's persuasion and Stern's suggestion, he officially became a researcher of Li's group just like Stern. While studying his own green genes, trying to find a way to completely heal himself, while helping Stern and others complete the development of new drugs, it can be regarded as returning to his original aspirations. The main reason is that if he leaves the Li group, without Li Chuan's protection, he can only hide in a remote enough place so that he will not be found by people like Ross. And in places that are too remote, there is no advanced enough equipment for him to continue his research and find a way to heal himself. Since the safety can be confirmed, then notify Jack, let him prepare the press conference and various promotions, and then put it into production. If the normal procedure is followed, the new drug will not be on the market in a few years, but he has no time to wait. Even Banner said that the safety can be confirmed, so it should not be a big problem. If you find a relationship, spend money, or use some abnormal means, you can always get the approval for production and sales. Maybe there will be some hidden dangers in the follow-up, but it doesn't matter, as his strength improves, these are nothing. New drugs can only be effective against cancer, but there are hundreds of types of cancer, including early, middle and late stages, except for a few not serious ones that can be cured. Most of the cases that are discovered do not need surgery long ago, and various chemotherapy, radiotherapy, targeted therapy, etc. are required, and the anti-cancer drugs after treatment can even ruin a family. And many patients with advanced stage, even if the operation is completed and the operation is successful, they may live for half a year or a year before they die. But people like Stern and Banner have now come up with a new drug. As long as one pill is taken, all the cancer cells in the body will be assimilated into green cells and then excreted from the body. That is to say, no matter what type of cancer you have, no matter what stage you are in, no matter whether you have been treated or not, as long as one pill, the cancer can be cured and health can be restored. Which cancer patient can refuse such a treatment effect? Every year, 18 million new cancer patients are diagnosed worldwide, and when added to those cancer patients who were still alive, the number is still considerable. And his medicine that can cure cancer with one pill sells for $10,000, which is about 70,000 yuan when converted into RMB. In fact, if it is really based on the efficacy of the medicine, it is not expensive to sell 1 million yuan a pill. However, First of all, what he wants is to quickly accumulate a large amount of wealth, and then reach the intermediate level of the main task. If it is really sold for 1 million pills, only a few wealthy people can afford it. Most families that are not bad need a period of time to raise funds, while those who are a little poorer may take 10 or 20 years, and may not even be able to raise $1 million by the time they die. But 70,000 yuan, a normal family can usually afford it. Even if the money is a little tight, you can still borrow it. Many people are unwilling to lend money to patients because they are afraid that you will become a bottomless pit and never pay it back. But if you have 1 grain, and you have the ability to pay back the money later, most people are still willing to borrow it. In this way, as soon as the new drug is released, it may not take a week for all cancer patients in the world to buy a pill, and some wealthy people will even buy some in advance. The assets of the Li Group will increase exponentially, quickly reaching a level comparable to that of the Stark Group. In the second aspect, considering that his main business is a conscientious enterprise, and his main business is philanthropy, naturally he can't sell drugs at a high price, otherwise doctors like Banner and Ethan will have grudges. But as soon as this new drug is released, more colleagues may be offended, and more people will be jealous. But it doesn't matter, he has already planned to let Xiaowu and her assassination team stay in New York. When enough people die, no one will dare to stretch their claws. He wants to tell everyone that as long as they dare to reach out to the Li Group, the result will be death. The next day, Li Chuan arrived at the airport where Tony's private jet stopped at the appointed time. Tony's private jet is obviously much taller than Li Chuan's private jet. Li Chuan's private jet belongs to the low-end category, and it is normally purchased and used for the convenience of going abroad. And Tony's is the top Boeing 737 modified version of the aircraft, which has been specially modified and upgraded, and contains many advanced high-tech. Those seats inside the fuselage were also all removed and turned into a super luxurious stage where you can drink, sing and dance with several beautiful blonde stewardesses on the plane. For this, Li Chuan can only sigh. As a top playboy, super rich, Tony, who has been rich since he was a child, really enjoys it. The scene of the hearing was very lively, and it was the Hydra undercover Senator Stern who presided over the hearing. He found Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries, who was once Stark Industries' competitor, who also made a fortune in making weapons in China, and Tony's friend Colonel Rhodes. Through the professional evaluation of the two, the tone of the steel suit is not an ordinary aircraft but a special threatening weapon. Then it was released that all countries are manufacturing steel suits, and moral kidnapping is carried out with national security, and Tony is asked to hand over the technology of steel suits to the country. It's a pity that Tony had expected it a long time ago, and directly controlled the screen through his more high-tech mobile phone, releasing scenes of steel suits made by various countries overturning, fundamentally denying the conclusion that steel suits may pose a threat to the world. He even directly threatened that Iron Man alone could protect world peace without handing over the technology to the country, which made the disgusting Congressman Stern speechless. And just when Tony attracted everyone's attention, Li Chuan quietly came to the corner and released a shadow clone, and gave a detonating talisman to the shadow clone. Chapter 81. It will never be possible for me to hand over my technology. Goodbye, you pistachios. Tony stood up amidst a burst of cheers, and before leaving, he even blew a kiss to the already angry and smoking Senator Stern. Li Chuan's body followed the crowd and left in a low-key manner, but the shadow clone remained at the hearing in the appearance of a security guard. Stark, sooner or later he's going to kill him like he killed his father. Stern slammed his fist on the hearing table in anger. He originally thought that he would be able to force Tony Stark to hand over the manufacturing technology of the steel suit this time, but he didn't expect not only to be unsuccessful, but also to become a clown and the object of ridicule. Why not just kidnap him and force him to hand over his technology? Anyway, Nick Fury has already started a war with us, so don't worry about exposure. The Hydra agent who had been standing beside Stern and protecting him was puzzled. In his view, kidnapping Tony Stark would naturally give him the technology to make battle suits, without having to be as troublesome as it is now. But Stern shook his head. Don't underestimate that guy. His steel suit is not that easy to deal with, and although we have been exposed, at least the Security Council cannot make a judgment. Once the action does not go well and is caught by Nick Fury, it will be troublesome then. Quote, Now the US government wants Tony Stark's technology. As long as Tony Stark is willing to hand it over, they can make a copy without anyone noticing. This way there is no risk and no suspicion. I'm not in New York these 2 days, what's going on with the Lee Group? Rubbing his fists, Stern, under the escort of several Hydra agents, also began to leave the hearing and walk out. There was some trouble. Those participants were all killed in the past few days. The method was very professional and no trace was left. The lead agent replied. Stern frowned. No wonder that Guy Garrett said that the Lee Group might be difficult to deal with. I didn't expect it to be quite powerful. Wind escape, flurry of air flow. Seeing Stern and a few people guarding him, pushing open the door of the hearing and about to go out, Li Chuan's shadow clone immediately launched a wind escape ninjutsu, and a strong wind rose from the ground and blew towards them. What a strong wind! The sudden strong wind caught them off guard, and subconsciously raised their hands and closed their eyes. But at this moment, a detonating talisman came to Stern along the wind, and quietly fell into his suit pocket. The strong wind dissipated, and Stern and the others didn't think much about it. They continued to pass through the detector at the gate and walked towards their car outside the gate. After several Hydra agents carefully scanned the car with their instruments, Stern sat in. As a Hydra undercover agent who has achieved the status of a member of parliament, his safety is naturally very important to Hydra, and the Hydra agents who protect his safety are all the best of the best. Some normal assassination and assassination methods can't threaten him at all. So when he heard that all the rich men who troubled the Lee Group were assassinated, he was just a little surprised, but not scared. When Stern was fully seated in the car and the car had started, Li Chuan's shadow avatar in the hearing hall raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and secretly formed a mark of launching the detonating talisman. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the car that Mr. Stern had just started was instantly ablaze. The power of the detonating talisman is not too great, at most it is similar to the current grenade, far inferior to those powerful explosives. But it has one thing that modern explosives can't match, that is its concealment. No matter how advanced a high-tech bomb is, it may be detected by more advanced instruments, and in many cases it has been dismantled before it explodes. But on the surface of the detonator, it is just a piece of paper with some unknown runes drawn on it. If it is not printed and detonated, it cannot be detected by any modern equipment. The person who gets it will not have any defense and vigilance against it. Even if you throw the detonator on the president's desk, he may not think it is dangerous, and he will pick it up curiously to have a look. At that time, you only need to form a seal after leaving a certain distance, and you can easily kill the target. Done. After witnessing the scene outside from the window, Li Chuan released the shadow clone. At the same time, Li Chuan, who had returned to the private plane with Tony, also showed a smile on his face after receiving the memory of the shadow clone. I believe that in the future, whether it is those who are in the same industry or those who are Hydra, they will have to weigh whether to provoke the trouble of the Lee Group. Tony Stark refused to hand over his iron suit technology to the nation at the Washington hearing. Member Stern was killed after the hearing. According to current police speculation, someone planted a bomb in his car in advance. The Lee Group held a press conference, saying that it will launch a new golden pill. One pill can cure cancer, so that cancer will no longer be a terminal illness that human beings talk about. Dr. Tabo Freeman, what do you think about this? Quote, impossible. I admit that Lee's company's 3-color pills are indeed effective, but they are a new health care company. How capable are they to develop drugs that can cure cancer? Do you know the researcher who is now leading the Lee Group, Sarier Stern, a nobody, who previously taught at Grayburn College and has never published any noteworthy papers? Returning one pill can cure all cancers. This is the most ridiculous joke I have heard this year. They probably don't know how many types of cancer there are in the world now. If one pill can really cure all cancers, I would like to run around the Statue of Liberty 100 times naked. Quote, sitting in the office, Li Chuan looked at the current hottest news projected on the wall, and said to Jack standing in front of him. Golden Pill has already produced a part of the finished product. I have also solved various procedures that take a lot of time through special means. Then you can sell it according to your plan. Don't worry, boss, with the immediate effect of the golden pill, as long as it is rolled out, even if we don't publicize it, every real case of cure will make the media squeeze their heads to report. Hearing that there is already a finished product, Jack is full of confidence. Because he knew that as long as the golden pill starts to be launched, the Li Group will soon become the most powerful pharmaceutical leader in the entire world. No pharmaceutical company's products can compare with the golden pill. The golden pill will become a myth, recorded in the history of mankind. Nodding his head, Li Chuan turned his head and said to Xiao Wu next to him. This doctor named Tabor, in a few days I'm going to see the news that he ran around the Statue of Liberty 100 times with his bare butt. Boss, you will definitely see it. A cruel smile appeared on Xiao Wu's face. 10 days later, in the Li Group's laboratory. I think it's better not to add my name, it will bring a lot of trouble to the company. Banner said to Li Chuan worriedly. When the golden pill was first released, people didn't believe the miraculous effects described at the press conference, but when some patients with advanced cancer tried to take it, they confirmed that they were really cured. The whole world went completely crazy. The golden pills produced at the beginning were sold out, and those who took a step too late because they didn't believe it regretted it. There are even many rich people and high-ranking officials from all over the country who have been tortured by cancer or their relatives have been tortured by cancer. They approached the leaders of the Li Group in various ways and offered various conditions, hoping that the next batch of golden pills could be produced. Priority is given to the purchase right. Including the New York headquarters, Jack was approached by a congressman 4 days ago, because the congressman's wife had terminal cancer, and the doctor told him that he might not live for half a year. In fact, the congressman first looked for Li Chuan, the chairman, but Li Chuan was too lazy to see him, so he let Jack deal with it. Including those reporters from the major media who flocked to interview him, he didn't see him at all, and handed them all over to Jack to meet. Except for a press conference when he first came to New York, he never appeared in public again, mainly as the Li Group grew bigger and bigger. Sooner or later he would be known to everyone like Tony. This will also have a certain impact on his and Wanda's daily life. In the current situation, the media can only find some photos of him in the past. He changed his hairstyle, adjusted his outfit slightly, and added some changes in appearance as he ages, so he is not so easy to be recognized. When people in the community saw his previous photos on the news, at most they thought that the well-known chairman of the Li Group was somewhat similar to him in the community, but they didn't think he was the same person. In particular, Asians look very similar to Europeans, and it is difficult for Europeans to distinguish and remember Asians. Sooner or later, you can't always hide like a criminal, but you also need to live like a normal person. I think Dr. Betty also hopes to enter the marriage hall with you in a fair manner. Li Chuan patted Banner on the shoulder. Because of the outstanding effect of the golden pill, Dr. Stern, as the main researcher, can naturally realize his dream, and was nominated for a Nobel Prize to go down in history. And Dr. Banner, Dr. Betty and Dr. Ethan, who also contributed a lot, will also be recorded in the annals of biology as important supporters. But Dr. Banner was afraid that he would attract General Ross, and hoped that Li Chuan would remove his name, including some news reports, because he didn't care as much about fame and fortune as Dr. Stern. I think. Banner still wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Li Chuan raising his hand. Dr. Banner, don't worry, I know you are worried about General Ross, but even if General Ross finds him, he can't take you away from here. No one can take away any employee of the Li Group without my consent, even the president. Not to mention the fact that the Golden Pill Li Group has established connections with many high-level officials in the government. Even without the help of those high-level officials, Li Chuan has absolute confidence in protecting Banner. Because his main task was completed at a moderate level, it was completed this morning. The day before yesterday, the second batch of golden pills was officially sold all over the world. As of this morning, the panel has confirmed that the assets of the Li Group have reached the same level as the Stark Group. In other words, he can enter the wizarding world of fantastic beasts and where to find them, at any time. And when he comes out of this world with magic, if General Ross is not willing to let Banner go, he doesn't mind giving General Ross a forgetting curse to make General Ross completely forget the existence of Dr. Banner. Okay then, I just hope this doesn't embarrass you. Seeing Li Chuan's face full of confidence, Banner finally chose to believe it. After all, Li Chuan is not the kind of person who likes to talk big. Since he is so confident, he must be sure. At the same time, he was very moved in his heart. Li Chuan was willing to take such a big risk to let him live a normal life. Such a boss really has nothing to say. Why doesn't he want to return to a normal life again? But if the green gene in his body is not completely resolved, General Ross will not let him go, and he already feels very good to be able to live like this. General, Bruce Banner has been found. In a certain military base in Washington, an adjutant rushed into General Ross's office with a newspaper. How dare you hide in New York so blatantly? Ross took the newspaper from the adjutant's hand, looked at the reports about the Golden Pill and the Lee Group, as well as the introduction and photos of Bruce Banner and the Golden Pill researchers below, and squinted his eyes slightly. During this time, he has not given up looking for Banner and his daughter. But without the help of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s logistics department, it was difficult for them to find the traces of the two people throughout the world. I just didn't expect that Banner didn't leave the United States, but went to New York, and even appeared in the newspapers above board. This is simply not taking him seriously. General, what should we do now? Go directly to New York for arrest? Asked the adjutant. Ross crumpled up the newspaper and threw it into the trash can, walked back and forth in the general's office for 2 steps, and finally looked at the adjutant. Go to Colonel Emil Bronsky. The arrest operation in Virginia last time had already made the higher authorities very dissatisfied with him. Now it is difficult to send out large-scale troops to carry out arrest operations, and the company that Banner belongs to is the Lee Group, which is still the most prosperous company today. If it is not handled properly, it will cause a large number of media reports, which will be very troublesome. The key point is that Bruce Banner is not a criminal in name, and there is no way to go through legal procedures to convict him. Because of the military's research on super soldier serum, there are problems in the experiment. This kind of thing can't be told on the bright side, and it can't be made known to the public. In the past, Bruce Banner was alone, so he could of course convict him and take him away. But now that Bruce Banner is a researcher of the Lee Group, an important participant in the research of the Golden Pill, and a companion of the Nobel Prize winner, it is impossible to take him away in a fair manner. So after much deliberation, he still felt that it would be better to arrest him secretly. Let Emil Bronsky, who has been injected with the super soldier serum and has greatly improved his physique, take the most elite commando in the army and go directly to New York to bring Banner's secret capture back to the base. Can't wait any longer. After returning to the office from the laboratory, Li Chuan sat on his chair and reached out to open the panel. It has been more than a month, a few days more than his original plan. According to the current trend, most of the cancer patients in the world have already bought the Golden Pill, and the inflow of funds will gradually decrease and tend to be stable. Therefore, it is basically impossible to reach the advanced level of completion without a few years, unless a drug to cure a new type of terminal illness can be developed in the middle. But compared to the number of cancers, the number of other terminally ill patients is certainly not that much. Therefore, he still decided to follow the previous plan, enter the new world with an intermediate degree of completion, and quickly improve his strength, instead of pursuing the best advanced degree of completion. Enter fantastic beasts and where to find them. Turning to the side of the new small world, Li Chuan decisively chose to enter. After a period of dizziness, when he opened his eyes again, he was already in a dense forest, followed by countless memory fragments like a slide show. Tom Foley was born in the Foley family of the 28 sacred families. He is 26 years old this year. He graduated from Hufflepuff College at Hogwarts. As the last member of the Foley family, Tom Foley opened a herbal shop in Diagon Alley, London, selling various herbal medicines with the galleons left by his family shortly after graduation. On September 1st, because Hogwarts started school and Diagon Alley's annual school sales period ended, Tom Foley temporarily closed his shop and went to the Albanian forest to find some rare magic herbs. On September 15th, in the Albanian forest, he encountered a huge 3-headed rune snake, and was unfortunately bitten off its head. This forest seems to be the place where Voldemort will practice black magic and hide his soul after death in the future. Looking left and right at the tall trees nearby, Li Chuan couldn't help muttering. The Albanian forest is a large primeval forest, located at the border of Albania and Greece, where a large number of magical animals and various rare herbs live. Many wizards like to travel here, pick herbs and study magical animals, even though they know it is dangerous here, and a few unlucky wizards die here every year. Looks like everything is still there. He checked his body, and found that the suit he was wearing before coming here had turned into a wizard's robe. Inside the wizard's robe was a 12-inch magic wand and a cloth bag. Through the memory of just watching, he knew that the things in this body belonged to the dead unlucky wizard Tom Foley. Now, of course, in the eyes of everyone else in the world, he was Tom Foley. Wingardium Leviosa. Pulling out Tom's wand inside the wizard's robe, Li Chuan recalled all the pictures about the floating spell in Tom's memory that he had just seen, and recited the spell in a decent manner. The green leaf pointed by his wand slowly floated up under the magical light, but it only lasted for 2 seconds before falling to the ground again. It seems that if you want to fully master the magic in your memory, you still need time to practice. After experimenting, he knew that although he had the blood of a wizard and obtained all of Tom's memories, that didn't mean he could instantly master all of Tom's magic. Just like you watched a video of someone else cooking, it doesn't mean that you can cook the same dish right away. Besides, magic is much more difficult than cooking. But it is not without advantages. At least all the steps and error-prone places of this dish have been clearly printed in your mind. As long as you practice more, you can master it quickly without taking many detours. Leave this forest and return to London. Putting away his wand, Li Chuan attached his feet to the chakra, stepped on the trunk of the big tree and quickly jumped out of the forest. Tom can apparate and ride a broomstick, but now he can't use those magic and magic props, so he has to leave in the way of a ninja. There are so many dangerous and magical animals in this Albanian forest that staying here is not a conscious choice. What a big snake! However, before he moved far, a big 3-headed snake entangled in a certain tree trunk suddenly attacked him. It was the 3-headed rune snake that had killed Tom earlier. Sensitively dodging the crazy bite of the 3 rune snake heads, Li Chuan jumped onto the trunk of a big tree behind with his legs, and temporarily opened the distance. This giant rune snake is 7 or 8 meters long, thicker than a human body. It would be bad if it gets entangled with its body. Seeing that the prey in its mouth was about to slip away, the 3 snake heads of the rune snake hissed, and after a pause, it shot towards Li Chuan's direction. Art fire escape ho fireball. Fortunately, the experienced Li Chuan had already made seals with his hands the moment he retreated, and when it landed on the tree trunk, a huge fireball was sprayed towards the ejected rune snake. The huge fireball hit the rune snake, and immediately smashed it down fiercely. Sure enough, it is a magical creature, and its fire resistance is quite high. Li Chuan looked at the place where the rune snake fell, and couldn't help sighing. Normally, a boa constrictor of this size was hit by his powerful fireball, and it probably turned into a scorched roast snake immediately after landing, but this rune snake is obviously quite resistant to flames, and it didn't suffer much burns. Instead, it was because it was dropped from a height of more than 10 meters and suffered some falls. But this level of injury was obviously not enough to kill the rune snake, but made him even more angry. The 3 snake heads made an angry hissing sound at the same time, and attacked Li Chuan again along the big tree. It seems that this magical animal with high magic resistance will do more damage with physical attacks. Li Chuan was not afraid when he saw this. He pulled out a long spear from the mission space, extracted chakra to strengthen his body strength, stepped on the tree trunk and rushed directly towards the rune snake. Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Before the rune snake had time to get close, the cold light of the spearhead had already turned into countless cold stars in Li Chuan's hands, piercing towards his eyes, mouth, kikun and other vital points. The blood flew up, and the rune snake's huge body fell heavily to the ground again. It's just that this time it was no longer a minor injury, but 7 or 8 holes had been stabbed in its body, and it was already dead and could not die anymore. Tom Foley, it can be regarded as revenge for you. After leaving a word, Li Chuan was about to leave when he suddenly remembered that in Tom's memory, the rune snake seemed to be quite valuable. So he ran down the tree trunk and packed the body of the rune snake into the small cloth bag tied on the wizard robe. The small cloth bag tied to the wizard's robe was secretly used by Tom with the no trace stretching curse. Although it looked only the size of a palm, it was actually no less than a 50 square meter room. The traceless stretching spell is an advanced spell that can expand the original space. On the surface, it is forbidden to use it privately by the Ministry of Magic, that is, the government of the wizarding world, but secretly most wizards will use it secretly because it is indeed a very convenient magic. Mainly because under normal circumstances, as long as you are not caught in front of the horrors of the Ministry of Magic, the police in the wizarding world, they will not go out of their way to check whether your items have been cast with the untraceable stretching charm. Such a big rune snake is probably only found in this kind of primeval forest. Passing by the big trees, while being vigilant not to be attacked by other magical animals, while recalling the information about the rune snake in Tom's memory. Rune snakes are native to Burkina Faso, a small African country, and are normally only 2 or 3 meters long. They were the favorite pets of ancient dark wizards, and they were specially used to scare muggles, ordinary humans. It is also the only magical animal in the wizarding world that lays eggs from its mouth. His eggs can be used to make magic potions that stimulate brain reactions, and are very valuable. Although the rune snake that Li Chuan killed didn't lay eggs, it could grow to a length of 7 or 8 meters, so it should be able to sell for a lot of money in Nocturne Alley. After all, besides the eggs, the venom of the rune snake and its skin are also very valuable. Jumping in the Albanian forest, he saw those strange and magical animals. He would dodge them if he could, and would kill them if he couldn't. It's not because he has a kind heart to protect magical animals, but mainly because those magical animals have their own abilities, and if they don't understand them, they might capsize in the gutter. His current identity is a descendant of the Holy 28 clan. Although he has declined, he still has some family property. In addition, he still runs a herbal medicine shop in Diagon Alley, so he is not in short supply of galleons. So there's no need to provoke those magical animals who don't know their abilities before they can stand still. Galloping all the way, relying on his strong physical fitness and the assistance of Chakra, he finally left the Albanian forest and returned to the city of Albany before dark. According to Tom's memory, he found the Wizard Hotel in Albany and took a rest for one night. The next day he came to the Ministry of Magic in Albany. The Ministry of Magic in Albany has only 3 floors. The entrance is a striking black pine tree in the city park, which can only be seen by wizards because it has been cast with a muggle shielding spell. As long as you touch the black pine tree, you will be taken to the hall on the 2nd floor of the underground Ministry of Magic. It may be because the muggles in this country just overthrew the local government and established a republic, which was relatively chaotic, so there were not many wizards in the Ministry of Magic. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Seeing Li Chuan appear in the hall, a witch reading a magic book with glasses got up and asked him. At this time, in the eyes of the world, Li Chuan looked like Tom Foley, with obvious characteristics of British aristocrats, so the witch spoke somewhat broken English. "I'd like to hire a portkey." Li Chuan replied politely. Most ordinary wizards travel long distances across the country. In fact, they also take boats and trains like ordinary people. Those who are a little richer will choose to rent portkeys from the Ministry of Magic. The door key is a special space magic prop, which can carry out long-distance space movement of multiple people. You can also use a broomstick, but it is generally not done unless it is absolutely necessary, because it is too far away and it is easy to be blown into a bad pen. As for apparition, flow powder, and wizard bus, basically each has its own limitations. Apparition can only be teleported to the place it has been to. The distance depends on the mastery of this magic, but most people cannot teleport too far. Flow powder needs to be used by a fireplace connected to the flow network, and the wizard bus basically travels in cities in various countries. Of course, there are also special travel tools such as Pegasus carriages and magic ships, but they are not owned by ordinary wizards, and they also need to apply for relevant documents. Tom Foley is not poor, nor is he particularly rich, so he basically chooses portkeys for cross-border travel. On the 3rd basement floor, just look for Wizard Alia in the portkey office. The witch pointed to the magic spiral staircase in front of Li Chuan and replied. Li Chuan nodded, and took the automatic rotating wooden stairs to the 3rd basement floor to find the Alia wizard. After registering and paying 1 gold galleon and 12 silver sickles, Wizard Alia pointed to the white wizard statue next to him and said, "Just put it on his shoulders." Galleons are the currency of the wizarding world. 1 galleon is equal to 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver sickle is equal to 29 copper nats. The purchasing power of a normal 1 gold galleon is equal to 5 pounds in ordinary human society. Of course, this refers to more than 60 years later, and it is estimated that it will be higher in this time period. £1 and 12 silver sickles. To be honest, ordinary wizards are really reluctant to spend this money. However, it is indeed worth the money. As soon as Li Chuan put his hands on the shoulders of the statue, he felt his body being hooked by something and his feet lifted off the ground. When he realized it, he had already appeared in the Department of Magical Transport on the 6th basement floor of the Ministry of Magic in London. It's really amazing, from Albania to London in a flash. Li Chuan couldn't help sighing as he looked at the wizards from all over the world who were transported by the portkeys like him, and those wizards who were leaving with different portkeys. After completing the registration as well, he took the magic elevator to the lobby on the 8th floor according to his memory. The London Ministry of Magic has a total of 10 floors, more than 10 times larger than the Albanian Ministry of Magic, and it is very grand, and it can even be described as resplendent. Especially the striking Magic Brothers fountain made entirely of gold. Moreover, there are a lot of wizards here, densely packed with human heads. In addition to the extremely large number of employees of the Ministry of Magic itself, there are also various wizards who come to handle business. Some of them carried piles of crumbling parchment in their arms, some carried tattered briefcases, and some read magical newspapers as they walked. When Li Chuan walked towards the fireplace diagonally across from the main hall, relying on his eyesight beyond ordinary people, he easily spotted the contents of those newspapers. The ardent followers of the fearsome dark wizard Grindelwald have escaped an international raid and celebrate. Serafina Pikeli, president of the Magical Congress of America, believes that the responsibility for the failure of the arrest operation lies entirely with Heinrich Eberstadt, the Swiss representative of the International Federation of Wizards. Quote, "Now Grindelwald has probably infiltrated the Magical Congress of America." Passing through the crowd to line up in front of the fireplace, Li Chuan thought about the report in the newspaper he had just glanced at. If he remembers correctly, after Grindelwald was wanted internationally, he disguised himself as an Auror named Percival Graves, who was also the Director of Magical Security and Director of Magical Law Enforcement at the Magical Congress of the United States. But this is not what he needs to consider at the moment. What he needs most now is to quickly digest all the magic in Tom Foley's memory and become a qualified wizard first. During the 6 months he entered for the first time, his main purpose was to master the basic magic abilities that a wizard should have. There are 2 rows of fireplaces diagonally opposite the hall, one goes in on the left and goes out on the right, and Li Chuan is in front of the first fireplace on the right. The wizards in front disappeared into the fireplace one by one, and soon it was his turn. Taking a deep breath, according to Tom's memory, he grabbed a handful of shiny silver powder from the fireplace and sprinkled it into the flames of the fireplace. After the flames turned green, he walked into the fireplace and shouted, "Diagon Alley." The green flame instantly expanded and completely enveloped his body, and the next second, he appeared in the fireplace of the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley. "Hey, Mr. Foley, would you like a glass of sherry? All drinks and food in the bar are free today." As soon as he stepped out of the fireplace, Li Chuan was stopped by a young man in his 20s standing at the bar. Li Chuan turned his head and glanced at the cheering wizards in the bar, smiled and shook his head. "No, Tom, I just got back from a trip, and now I just want to go home and get a good night's sleep. What's the matter today? Everyone seems to be very happy." The young man, also named Tom, is the current owner of the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley. He also studied magic at Hufflepuff in Hogwarts before. He was his junior. After graduation, he returned to Diagon Alley to inherit his father's bar. But usually the bar is not as lively as it is now, and the drinks and food are free. This only happened on Tom's first day as the boss. Tom laughed and said, "Mr. Foley, I have good news for you. The Leaky Cauldron doesn't need to be demolished. The Ministry of Magic has decided to use the Oblivion Curse on a large number of Muggle designers and government personnel, so that the Leaky Cauldron will be included in the new road plan. There's a place to stay." That was indeed something to celebrate. Li Chuan immediately understood. According to his memory, he knew that 2 months ago, the Muggle government was planning to build Charing Cross Road. According to the plan of the Muggle government, the Leaky Cauldron would definitely be razed to the ground. And as the only bar in Diagon Alley, wizards were a safe haven in Muggle society, which of course saddened many wizards. Especially for Tom, who had just taken over the bar not long ago, it was a very heavy blow. Fortunately, More than half a month ago, before his original body left to travel, all the wizards felt that the leaky cauldron should not be bulldozed like this, so they jointly submitted a proposal to the Ministry of Magic. It seems that after many considerations, the Ministry of Magic agreed to everyone's suggestions and planned to use the Oblivion Curse directly to let the Muggle government avoid the location of the leaky cauldron in urban planning. The leaky cauldron is not only a place for wizards to eat, drink, chat and sleep, it is also the entrance to the Muggle world to the Magic Street, and it will obviously be troublesome if it is removed. After bidding farewell to the boss Tom, Li Chuan came to the backyard of the bar and entered Diagon Alley through the magic mechanism here. There's no way, he hasn't learned how to use apparition yet, so he can only use this method to return to Diagon Alley. Fortunately, all the wizards were celebrating in the living room of the bar at this time, and no one came to the backyard, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Copper, brass, pewter, silver crucibles, complete models, automatic stirring, foldable, retractable, come in and have a look. Gray forest owl, horned owl, bobtail cat, long-haired cat, black-framed toad, golden toad, corn snake, king snake, red rose spider, I have all the pets you want. The fastest flying broom, the sweeping star from the Sweeping Broom Company, the invention of the flying broom across the ages, you deserve it. Dragon liver, bat spleen, eel eyeball, spell book, quill pen, parchment, medicine bottle, moon globe, the price is cheap. Walking along the cobbled path to Diagon Alley, he walked past magic shops, and soon he found his own herbal shop, Mr. Foley's Herbal Shop. Because the school season has passed, there are not so many wizards in Diagon Alley. They are all adult wizards, and there are basically no young wizards. He took out the key from the cloth bag and opened the door of the herbal medicine shop. Before he could enter, a little guy in tattered clothes appeared in front of his eyes in an instant. Master, you are back. It's Barry. There hasn't been any problem in the store during this time, right? Li Chuan looked at the little guy in front of him and knew that she was Barry, the house elf of the Foley family. House elves are a magical race conquered by wizards in ancient wars. Every house elf must receive servile training from birth, and they are slaves who must serve their masters from generation to generation. They undertake all housework and are bound by their masters. They cannot disobey their master's orders casually, and must punish themselves if they disobey. Under normal circumstances, only some ancient wizarding families would have a house elf to serve them. Although the Foley family has declined, they are also one of the 28 pure blood saint families, so naturally they also have a house elf to serve them. Dear Master, everything in the shop is normal under Barry's watchful eye. Barry will clean the shop 12 times a day to ensure that you will see the cleanest and perfect shop when you come back, Master. Barry nodded quickly, fearing that if she did something wrong, it would make her Master Tom unhappy. Li Chuan smiled. Very well, let's make some lunch, I'm hungry. The house elf is a good thing. She is born to cast spells silently without a stick, and is proficient in all kinds of life magic. She is very loyal and is simply the most perfect housekeeper. Yes, my master, please wait a moment, lunch will be ready soon. Barry bowed respectfully to Li Chuan, and disappeared in place. Li Chuan walked into the herbal medicine shop, turned on the magic lamp, thought for a while, and then closed the door of the shop again. The assets of the Foley family are enough for him to squander for a long time, so there is no need for him to waste precious time running the herbal medicine shop, and more time should be spent learning and mastering various magics. The area of the herbal medicine store is not large, and the types of herbal medicines on the counter are not rich. Even if it is operated, it is estimated that it will not make much money. After passing through the front hall to the back living area, Li Chuan saw Barry again. At this time, Barry was performing cooking magic. Under the influence of her magic, various tools and ingredients in the kitchen seemed to have self-awareness, and they were busy. It didn't take long for a series of delicacies to be cooked, and she controlled them to fly out of the kitchen and land on the dining table. It is said that the thinnest books in the world are the history of the United States and the recipes of the United Kingdom. It turns out that it is not entirely a joke. Looking at the 6 dishes on the table, except for the fish and chips, the rest are actually French dishes, Li Chuan couldn't help but complain inwardly. Well, this taste is really quite good. After tasting all 6 dishes, his eyes couldn't help but light up. To be honest, the delicacies made by the house elves with culinary magic, if brought out in ordinary human society, are definitely the top delicacies. After all, a good chef must have rich experience and extraordinary talent in terms of knife skills, heat, and handling of ingredients. But cooking magic can use the power of magic to take these to the extreme. As long as you know the recipe, the food you make will not be too bad. If you use more dim sum, you can easily become a master. Just like Wanda, although she has worked hard to learn how to cook, the taste can only be said to be so-so. Perhaps, I can memorize more principles and knowledge of cooking magic, and then go back and write a book for Wanda. Most of the mages in the Marvel world actually do not have their own source of magic power in their bodies, nor can they absorb external power and convert it into magic power. They basically borrow the power of some dimensional demon gods to cast spells, and then slowly return them. The mages like Taj basically borrowed from Emperor Weixin, and their supreme mage Ji Yuyi borrowed everywhere, but Ji Yuyi was more powerful, and he didn't return it at all. Wanda's body is the power of chaos, which comes from the god of black magic, Sithorn, and is one of the 3 strongest ancient gods. Now because she has not been stimulated by the Mind Stone, she has not fully awakened, and she does not know how to use chaos magic at all, but as long as she learns the corresponding magic principles, she is very likely to use the power of chaos to cast corresponding magic. This is not bad. After Wanda was stimulated by the Mind Stone, because she didn't understand magic, she could only rely on the power of chaos to output violently, and she couldn't control the power well. But if you can learn magic knowledge in advance and practice more to release the power of chaos in the form of magic, then even if you are stimulated by the Mind Stone later, you can quickly master your own power. The point is, this can greatly improve Wanda's self-protection ability and cooking skills, and can also satisfy her appetite. Barry, go to Lihan Bookstore and buy all the textbooks in the bookstore for grades 1 to 7 and other magic books that you don't have at home. After lunch, Li Chuan took out a large handful of galleons and handed them to Barry. Tom Foley wasn't Hermione, he was just an ordinary wizard with some herbal talent, and he didn't take it seriously when he was in school, and he didn't have so many spells in his mind. After Li Chuan was reborn, his memory was so good that he could barely forget it. While mastering all the magics that Tom knew in the past 6 months, he also tried to memorize all the spells available in the world, knowledge of magic. Writing it down does not mean that he can learn it, but even if he leaves this world after writing it down, he can still learn it slowly. Moreover, many magic principles are interlinked. The more you learn, the more you understand, and it will be more conducive to quickly mastering new magic. If the foundation is not good, even if he has the opportunity to get advanced spells later, it will be difficult to learn them. Although Barry didn't understand why her master did such a thing, as a loyal house elf, she would not ask. After taking the gold gallon, she disapparated and left the room. After a while, she returned to the house with a pile of books in her arms, then disappeared, and then appeared with the books in her arms. After repeating this 7 or 8 times, she stopped. With Tom's memory and a large number of magic books, Li Chuan took the magic wand and went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor to start his own magic learning. A month later, Li Chuan was sitting on the sofa, facing a broken cup, reciting a mantra with concentration. Restored as before, under the influence of his spell, the cup that was broken into several pieces unexpectedly re-glued together as if time had flowed back, as if it had never been broken. These basic spells are finally mastered. During these 30 days, apart from sleeping and going to the toilet, he spent almost all his time memorizing magic books and practicing the most basic spells repeatedly. From the lighting spells, levitation spells, and unlocking spells at the beginning of the 1st grade, to the repairing spells, cutting spells, and transformation spells that are gradually more difficult later on. The business of the store is basically not done now, and the house elf Barry is in charge of meals and housework. And the results are also very remarkable. Most of the basic spells, especially the spells that Tom has mastered in his own memory, can be cast smoothly. However, there are some advanced and dangerous spells, such as apparition, forgetting spells and false memory spells that can only be learned by wizards over the age of 17, jinxes, poisonous spells, and black magic that are more lethal. He still has no way to display it smoothly. On the one hand, there are many powerful spells in the magic books. Tom Foley himself has not mastered them. He only learns by reading the magic books by himself, without the guidance of relevant memories, and his learning efficiency is greatly reduced. On the other hand, the magic itself is very profound. Even if he has the memory of Tom Foley, it is still difficult to master it. However, he also has his own plan for this. Magic, ninjutsu, and martial arts actually all have one thing in common. That is, if you just read books and learn theoretical knowledge, if you don't practice it, the efficiency will naturally not be too high. If you can practice more, then the learning speed will be greatly improved. Barry, come here. Following Li Chuan's call, the house elf Barry teleported directly in front of him from the first floor. Master, what are your orders? Clean up, we're going back to the main house to live in for a while. Li Chuan ordered. The Foley family has a large manor in the suburbs of London, but it has been a bit deserted, because in Tom Foley's generation, he is the only wizard left. And Tom opened a shop in Diagon Alley, and he has a place to live, and he is unwilling to live in such a remote place. More importantly, he meets people and thinks about those relatives who have passed away. Yes, my master. Barry flicked her hands back and forth in the air. The clothes in the closet, the magic books on the table, and some sundries all flew up under her control, and then they were automatically folded neatly and put into a large in the box. Li Chuan picked up the box and threw it into the cloth bag, and took Barry's little hand. Take me back to the main house. Barry cast the goblin's teleportation magic, leading him to disappear from the room in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of a luxurious manor in the southern suburbs of London. A lot of things are not easy to do in Diagon Alley, but it shouldn't be a big problem here. At night, in a remote part of the Thames River in London, a semi-old small ship was close to the river, and 5 or 6 strong men lifted the good-looking women out of the cars on the shore, and put them into the cabin of the small ship. They are a high-bang organization in London that specializes in making huge profits through people smuggling. 8 years after the end of the First World War, although the United States has sprung up suddenly, Britain is still the world's largest colonial power, and its international status is still strong. Therefore, women in London, the capital of the United Kingdom, are naturally extremely valuable in some small countries. Every country has poor people and every country has rich people. They are looking for women who are not bad looking from the slums in London. They were tricked and kidnapped in various ways, and then smuggled and sold to those rich men in small countries to satisfy their perverted hobbies. As for the disappearance of women in slums, the general government will not pay too much attention to it. Hurry up. Standing on the shore, a well-dressed young man in a suit and tie, while smoking a cigarette, gave orders to those strong men. He is one of the leaders in the organization and the person in charge of this transaction. A fat man in his 40s standing next to him smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already taken care of the people, it's safe here." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 2 street lights by the river suddenly went out, leaving only the car lights on the bank still on, but without the street lights, the light was obviously much worse. It's bad luck. The man in the suit complained when he saw this, but he didn't take it too seriously, he just thought it was because the street lamp was broken. And the fat man next to him was obviously more vigilant than him. The moment the street lights went out, he turned his head and looked around. Someone is coming, be careful. Soon, Fatty noticed a figure running towards him from a distance at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to draw his gun and shoot, but the speed of the figure was too fast, the gun was only half drawn, and he was already knocked out by a close-up punch. Similarly, the man in the suit and the strong men who were still resisting the women were just stunned for a moment. Before realizing what happened, they were immediately knocked down one by figures. It's good luck. Not long after I came out, I found a good practice object. Looking at the few people on the ground, Li Chuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. He moved back to the remote Foley family manor from the lively Diagon Alley where wizards gather, just to be able to secretly capture a few ordinary people as objects of magic practice. Real knowledge comes from practice, and many magics that act on people, if they only rely on theoretical practice without practice objects, then the learning efficiency will naturally be low. Many of those powerful black magics were invented by black wizards when they conducted cruel magic experiments on ordinary humans. However, this kind of behavior will definitely not be recognized by the Ministry of Magic. Once Auror finds out, he will be wanted by the Ministry of Magic immediately and become one of those dark wizards hiding around. So he chose to go back to a more remote manner, and then used physical skills instead of magic when arresting ordinary people, so that no traces of magic would be left to be tracked. What's more, he chose scum that could be shot, and when he didn't need it later, he could kill it and bury it in the garden as fertilizer. It's your luck to meet me. Taking the sack to pack these smuggled scumbags and temporarily putting them in the small cloth bag, Li Chuan thought for a while, took out the golden mask from the mission space, and walked to the cabin by the river. All the women in the cabin had their hands tied, their mouths gagged, their eyes covered, and their bodies had obvious bruises from beatings. At this time, they all shivered and huddled together, not daring to make any noise, for fear of being beaten and abused. Raising his hand, he took off the blindfolds of the women and untied their ropes. Li Chuan looked at their bewildered faces but still did not dare to move, and said in a gentle voice, "Okay, you're saved. I've driven those bad guys away. There's a car on the shore outside. Hurry up and go home." After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for the women to react, and left the cabin directly, and the few jumps disappeared. Arresting people for experiments is the main purpose of coming out this time, and saving people is just a matter of convenience. He can't send these women home one by one, and he doesn't need their gratitude, because that has no value in improving his strength. However, those saved women don't think so. For the rest of their lives, these women may think of the mysterious man wearing a golden mask like a god who rescued them from hell from time to time. After returning to the clean manor that Barry had cleaned up with magic, Li Chuan released the people in the cloth bag on the basement floor, and tied them one by one to the cross that had been prepared during the day. "Barry, come here." "Master, what are your orders?" The house elf Barry instantly appeared in front of Li Chuan. Li Chuan pointed to the 8 people tied to the cross and said, "These muggles are villains who do all kinds of evil. I brought them back as objects for magic practice. You can take care of them a little bit, as long as they don't let them die of starvation or thirst." House elves are the most loyal existences, even if their masters are dark wizards, pure villains who abuse them every day, they will still be loyal wholeheartedly. Even an outlier like Dobby, who yearns for freedom, is often abused at Malfoy's house, and when he is not returned to freedom, he will not tell the secrets of Malfoy's house. So Li Chuan was not worried that Barry would betray him and sue the Ministry of Magic. "Yes, my lord, I will take care of these lowly muggles." Barry nodded respectfully, and then looked at the ordinary people tied to the cross with some disgust. House elves are generally in ancient pure-blood families, so they have the same thinking as most pure-blood wizards, and they are born with contempt for muggles without wizard blood, and Barry is not surprised. Li Chuan didn't care about this. The conflict between wizards and muggles, between pure-blood and half-blood, these have nothing to do with him, they are all the same in his eyes. The next day, after breakfast, he started his routine magic practice again, only this time in the basement. Flaviv. Torn apart. Quick healing. The flow is endless. All petrified. Stand up and stop dead. One by one, spells flew out of Li Chuan's wand and were thrown on the terrified gangsters. Their bodies turned into animals for a while, bleed for a while, and healed for a while. And through the effect of the spell, Li Chuan also kept adjusting his posture and the speed of chanting the spell to ensure that the magic effect reached the most satisfactory level. In this way, he practiced until noon and lunchtime before Li Chuan stopped casting spells and went back to the restaurant to eat to replenish his energy. The wizards in this world don't have any mana consumption. As long as they want to, they can cast magic there all the time. The power of magic mainly depends on your mastery of the principles of magic, proficiency in magic, and the maximum magic power that can be output when casting magic. Just like the same flame spell, when a wizard casts it, it will be a string of flames, but if it is cast by a wizard like Dumbledore, it will be a sea of flames. In his view, the blood of the wizard is like a magic converter. As long as you cast magic, you can absorb energy from the air and convert it into magic power, allowing you to release the magic, and keep casting magic, it will always convert magic power. So under normal circumstances, a wizard can cast magic non-stop, and there will be no shortage of magic power. It is only the body and spirit that are tired. This is different from the ninja's chakra. The ninja's chakra extracts physical and mental power into chakra, and then performs ninjutsu. If the physical and mental strength is exhausted, it will naturally be impossible to perform ninjutsu, and if the physical and mental strength is excessively drawn, it may directly die. This is why the technique of multiple shadow clones is listed as a forbidden technique, because splitting a large number of shadow clones at once consumes too much chakra. A ninja with a low amount of chakra is likely to die suddenly because of excessive use of chakra. Kakashi also had to keep extracting chakra supply because he installed a kaleidoscope Sharingan that did not belong to him, which made it impossible to extract a large amount of chakra during the battle. Of course, whether it is ninjutsu or magic, they actually have their own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of ninjutsu is that even in an environment with no energy at all, you can release ninjutsu to fight by extracting physical and spiritual power. And the advantage of magic is that as long as there is always energy outside, it can always be converted into magic power through the wizard's blood, and you never have to worry about the magic power being exhausted and unable to cast magic. It's just that some wizards have a deeper understanding of magic and a better understanding of their own wizard blood, so they can transform magic faster and more, and the magic they cast is more powerful, and the output of magic on waves will be stronger. Of course, Li Chuan has both, so he doesn't need to worry about the disadvantages, he just needs to study and make better use of the advantages of both. After eating at noon, he continued to practice magic in the afternoon, and at night he began to memorize various magic books and study the profound magic knowledge in them. In this way, another month passed. On November 16, 1926, in the basement of the Foley family manor, Li Chuan chanted a spell to the half-dead man in the suit with his magic wand. Everything is empty, memory is filled. The forgetting curse and the false memory curse hit the man in the suit successively. After a while, Li Chuan asked the man in the suit, "What's your name? Where do you live? What job?" "My name is Li Erzu. I live in New York. I am a professional pig farmer." "Who are you? Where is this?" The man in the suit was dazed for a while, and suddenly looked at Li Chuan in horror. The effect is good, forget everything. Seeing that the man in the suit had indeed forgotten his original memory and revealed the false memory he implanted, Li Chuan nodded in satisfaction, and then gave him a forgetting spell to make him enter an idiot state. After working hard for this period of time, and practicing with these muggles every day, he finally mastered basically all the magic that Tom Foley knew, and even learned some extra magic. In terms of magical strength alone, his current strength in certain spells even exceeds that of Tom Foley himself. This is only when he uses the Tom Wand. If he takes out the Elder Wand in the mission space, the power of his magic will be even higher. The wand is like a magic amplifier. Without it, you must not be able to cast spells, but you must know enough about magic and your own wizard blood, so those who can cast spells without a wand are the real masters of the wizarding world. And a wand that is more convenient and suitable for one's own wizard blood, the magic power cast will be greater. As for legendary wands like the Elder Wand, the blessing to magic is stronger. The weaker the wizard, the better the effect of using the Elder Wand. Because they can't convert magic power better, they need the blessing of the Elder Wand. But for a truly powerful wizard, when using the Elder Wand, the blessing will not be so obvious, because he has developed the wizard blood to the limit, and the blessing that the Elder Wand can provide will become dispensable. Of course, compared to other wands, the blessing must be stronger. So even if Grindelwald always had the Elder Wand in his hand, he still lost to Dumbledore in the end. Perhaps, there are some emotional factors and water release, but the blessing of the Elder Wand to Grindelwald is definitely not as strong as the blessing to ordinary wizards, that's for sure. Anyway, when Li Chuan uses the Elder Wand and Tom's Wand to release the same magic respectively, the effect of the Elder Wand is at least 50% more than that of Tom's Wand. If Grindelwald's magical power was increased by 50%, it would be impossible to lose to Dumbledore. I just don't know if Grindelwald still has the Elder Wand in his hand now. Li Chuan looked at the Elder Wand in his hand, and was also very curious in his heart. The Elder Wand in his hand is a quest reward he got when doing quests in the Marvel main world. If Grindelwald's Elder Wand is still there, it means that the Elder Wand in his hand was copied from the panel. If the old wand in Grindelwald's hand disappeared, there is no doubt that the old wand in his hand was Grindelwald's. In fact, it is important to say that this issue is important, and it does not affect anything if it is not important. It's just the first case, which means that the panel can create things out of thin air, and the second shows that all his mission rewards are actually obtained by the panel from other worlds. Forget it, don't think about it so much. Putting away the elder wand, and taking out Tom's wand, he chanted again. Apparate. After a crackling sound like firecrackers sounded, his figure disappeared into the basement. He has barely mastered the apparition that can teleport. At night, on the almost empty streets of Diagon Alley, after Li Chuan appeared, he put on his wizard hood and walked towards the location of Nocturne Alley. What was he doing in Nocturne Alley so late, to trade some forbidden magic items? Certainly not. He wanted to take advantage of the darkness of night to see if he could quickly tie a dark wizard back in Nocturne Alley, a place where dark wizards often haunt. Why did Li Chuan take the risk of going to Nocturne Alley to kidnap a dark wizard? This starts with him reading all the books related to spells during this period of time. He discovered that the spells in the wizarding world are mainly divided into ordinary spells and black spells. Ordinary spells are life-related spells like levitation spells, cleaning spells, and cooking spells, while black spells are mainly offensive spells. Most of the normal spells can be learned from the purchased spell books, and the explanations are very detailed. But not necessarily the black curse. Black curses are mainly divided into jinxes, poisonous curses, and curses. The damage caused by jinxes and poisonous curses is not too large, so many spells and learning methods can be found in some spell books. For example, the repelling spell, the 10,000 bullets spell, the withdrawal spell, the bat spirit spell, and the reverse knee spell. However, except for some dark wizards, many normal wizards would not learn highly harmful magic like curses, so they were rarely obtained through normal channels. But when Li Chuan came to this world, how could he let go of those powerful and useful curses? So he thought of a method that not only saves time and galleons, but also obtains the curse, and has someone who can guide him to learn the curse. That is to directly tie a dark wizard back to the manor. And the place where dark wizards often haunt is Nocturne Alley, especially many dark wizards like to go to Nocturne Alley at night to trade some prohibited magic items. As the owner of the herbal shop, Tom Foley also went to Nocturne Alley at night. It should be said that almost most wizards have the experience of shopping in Nocturne Alley. After all, there are some rare items that can only be bought in places like Nocturne Alley where dark wizards often haunt. This is why everyone knows that Nocturne Alley is not safe, but it still exists and always exists. Earth Escape Rock Concealment Technique. After coming to Nocturne Alley, Li Chuan found a relatively secluded place and performed a D-level Earth Escape ninjutsu. In an instant, his body merged with the wall of Nocturne Alley. In fact, it can't be considered a fusion. It can only be said that the surface of his body has formed the same color as the wall of Nocturne Alley, making him seem to be integrated into the wall. The strength of dark wizards varies. Some Yeluzi may not be as powerful as Hogwarts students, but some are quite good. And they basically all have one characteristic, that is, they have a lot of research on various vicious black magic spells. If they are too careless, they may capsize in the gutter. So Li Chuan didn't intend to be tough head-on, but chose a more steady sneak attack. The main dark wizards must know the escape magic of apparition, and it is impossible to catch them without a sneak attack. Especially those dark wizards who survived many times of pursuit by the Aurors, maybe they felt a little bit wrong, so they cast spells and ran away. For 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, he kept hiding his body by relying on the rock-hidden technique, screening the dark wizards who passed by him one by one. Not for those who are young, not for those who are too far away and may fail in a sneak attack, and not for when there is a second wizard in sight. It wasn't until close to 3 o'clock in the morning that he finally found a more suitable target. It was an old wizard who was probably close to 60 years old, holding more than 24 galleons in exchange for the poison he refined, and walked out of the magic shop opposite with a satisfied expression. When he walked up to the wall where Li Chuan was hiding, and was about to wave his wand to apparate away, Li Chuan made his move at the right time. He didn't attack the old wizard directly, because he was not sure whether the other party had refined defensive magic such as the iron armor curse on his wizard robe, and he was not sure whether the other party could react and launch a counterattack. Instead, at the fastest speed his body could achieve, he quickly approached him, reached out and snatched the wand from his hand. In this world, most wizards basically lose their threat without a wand. Even if a small number of wizards can still cast spells, their power is greatly reduced, and the speed of casting spells is not as fast as when holding a wand. Only at the top level like Dumbledore and Grindelwald can this gap be narrowed. The moment the wand was snatched away, the old wizard was also taken aback for a moment, because he didn't expect a hand to stick out from the wall at all. However, it was obvious that the old wizard was not an idler. Even without his wand, he did not sit still. Instead, he chanted a spell quickly, as if he wanted to cast a spell without a wand. However, how could Li Chuan, who had been prepared for a long time, let him get his wish? While snatching the wand, he directly bumped into the old wizard's body and cast apparition. Apparition is the most convenient way for wizards to move in space, but many wizards basically don't choose to use it unless it is an emergency. Because the feeling of apparition is like being squeezed into a very thin tube, accompanied by strong dizziness. Many wizards even spit it out the first time they successfully apparate. The moment Li Chuan brought the old wizard into apparition, the strong sense of discomfort immediately interrupted the curse that the old wizard was about to cast. When he got out of this discomfort and wanted to cast a spell again, a magic light had hit his back precisely. Good job, Barry. In fully manner, Li Chuan, who also just reacted from the discomfort of apparition, looked at the unconscious old wizard, and gave a thumbs up to Barry, the house elf next to him. After receiving the master's praise, Barry was so excited that he almost collapsed. It turned out that before Li Chuan used apparition to leave the manor, he had already told Barry to wait there. Once he brought people back, he would immediately cast a sleeping spell on them. House elves don't need a wand to cast spells, and they don't need to chant spells. The average wizard is no match at all, let alone a wizard who has just been apparated and has no wand. Stripped off everything on the old wizard, tied him firmly with chains in the basement, let Barry keep an invisible watch, and Li Chuan went back upstairs to sleep first. Early the next morning, instead of going downstairs to meet the old wizard, he began to check the things he had received from the old wizard. There are not many things, there are only 3 items in total: an old silver pocket watch, faintly emitting magic fluctuations, the specific ability is unknown, it should be a magic item. A wand, the old wizard's magic wand, wasn't much use. An unremarkable small box, Li Chuan gently opened it, and looked inside with his probe, with a look of surprise on his face. Because this box, like his cloth bag, was cast with the no trace stretching curse, and there was quite a lot of space inside. He also saw a lot of golden galleons and magic books. Chapter 91. Sure enough, it's a gold belt for murder and arson. Turning the box over and pouring out all the contents, Li Chuan couldn't help sighing. Deadly Black Magic, Refining of Cursed Items in Alchemy, Guide to Muggle Dissection Experiment, 18 Deadly Poison Formulas. Not caring about the 300 or so gold galleons, he picked up the magic books that were not available in the market one by one. Hey, this is a diary. From the dozen or so magic books, Li Chuan found a somewhat worn-out diary. I opened it and browsed it roughly. It turned out that there were some fragments of the old wizard's record about his own experience. Although it was scattered, it also gave him some understanding of the old wizard. The old wizard's name was Manu Angel, his mother was a witch, and his father was a muggle. Because of his father's handsome appearance, his mother, who was a witch, fell in love with his father. But due to the existence of the law of secrecy, she had to give up her identity as a witch, and married her father at the price of never picking up a wand again. However, because of an accident, his father knew the identity of his mother as a witch. He feared the existence of witches just like normal muggles, and led other muggles to burn his mother and Manu, who was only 3 years old, to death. As a witch, she would naturally not be killed by a mere flame, so the mother took the little Manu and escaped from the muggle village sadly with apparition. Because of performing magic in front of muggles, his mother was arrested and imprisoned, and finally died of depression, while little Manu was brought up by his uncle and entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to study. The shadow of childhood made little Manu hate muggles extremely, and was obsessed with the powerful power brought by black magic. After graduating, he was wanted by the Ministry of Magic for killing muggles many times to conduct magical experiments, thus he lived a life of wandering and fleeing all over the world, and became a ruthless dark wizard. Over the years, more than 100 muggles have died at his hands, and wizards have also killed more than a dozen. Because he heard about Grindelwald's deeds and recognized Grindelwald's ideas very much, he planned to sell some poisons he made in Nocturne Alley and go to France to join Grindelwald. It's just that he didn't expect that he fell into the hands of Li Chuan, a half-witted wizard. No way, who would have thought that at 3 o'clock in the morning in Nocturne Alley, there would be a scumbag hiding in the wall and attacking. The key is not the magic used. If Li Chuan used the disarming curse, as an experienced old wizard, he would definitely be able to detect it in advance and cast a spell to stop it. Who can react to the way of grabbing the wand by force with the body? The strength of the hand is still so strong, the old skin has been pulled off a layer without keeping his wand. Putting the diary, magic book, golden gallon and various sundries into his cloth bag, Li Chuan went downstairs to the basement. He wants to have a good talk with this old wizard. If he learns black magic and alchemy by himself, he may not be able to master it until he leaves this world, but with the guidance of a senior black wizard, the speed will be much faster. Tom Foley, it's you. In the basement, the old Manu, who was tied tightly by iron chains, recognized Li Chuan the first time he saw him. The owner of the herbal shop in Diagon Alley, the last wizard of the Foley family of the 28 Saints, although Li Xuanyuan's strength is not very good, he still has a little reputation. Looks like you know me. A kind smile appeared on Li Chuan's face. Old Manu glanced at the house elf Barry next to him with some trepidation, gritted his teeth and tried to suppress his anger and asked. I don't seem to have any enmity with you, why did you attack me and tie me here? Well, we really don't have any enmity. To be honest, I just attacked you because you happen to meet my qualifications. I need a teacher who can teach me black magic. Teacher. Old Manu was stunned, and was speechless for a while. After he just woke up, he has been thinking about whether he has offended someone recently, or whether the family and friends of the wizard he killed before want to take revenge on him. It turned out to be such an unbelievable reason after a long time. You want to find a teacher to teach you black arts, so go to Nocturne Alley and tie one back. There is something like this. Mr. Manu, you will stay here for the next period of time. Your task is to answer all my questions about black magic. Don't think about running away. Barry will watch you. If I find out that you have any signs of running away, then I will kill you directly, and then go to Nocturne Alley and tie another one back. You have to understand that there are many dark wizards in Nocturne Alley, and you are not the only one. Quote. There was a smile on the corner of Li Chuan's mouth, but the murderous intent in his words made Manu, a black wizard, tremble twice. He felt that the other party was more like a dark wizard than himself. Then if I answered all the questions for you, will you let me go? Knowing the current situation, Manu had no other choice but to agree, but he was also afraid that the other party would kill him after he was useless. Li Chuan nodded. Don't worry, I swear in the name of the Foley family, as long as you sincerely guide me to learn black magic and related knowledge, I will definitely let you go completely and safely. He's not really Tom Foley, and swearing in the name of the Foley family is of course just to deal with it. Letting a ruthless black wizard leave, waiting for him to find time to take revenge at any time, Li Chuan is not such a naive fool. Even if old Manu was really to be let go, it would be impossible to be complete. At least he would have to use the amnesia curse to clear his memory, so that he would completely forget what happened at Foley Manor. Okay, then I promise you. Hearing Li Chuan swear in the name of his family, old Manu agreed without hesitation. Almost everyone in the wizarding world knows that as long as a wizard, especially a pure-blood wizard, swears on his family, it is basically impossible to lie. Especially since Tom Foley is still a member of the Holy 28 clan, it is even more impossible to make fun of the family casually. But I want to warn you, if you don't teach seriously and I learn slowly, then I will kill you as well. As Li Chuan said, he swung his wand directly, and cast a cutting spell on the man in the suit who was tied to the cross next to him, cutting off his head directly, and blood spurted out. And the fat man next to the man in the suit and the others started howling in horror. The black wizard was not surprised by this situation, but the corners of his mouth twitched silently, cursing secretly in his heart. Merlin's underpants, if your own learning ability is poor, you can blame me if you can't learn it. He scolded in his heart, but he also understood that the other party's posture was definitely not a joke. If he dared not teach seriously, he might really die here. It is not difficult for a wizard to live past 100 years. He is only 60 years old, and he does not want to die so early. 15 days later, in the basement of the Foley family estate. Avada Kedavra. Li Chuan pointed his wand at the fat man tied to the cross, and an evil green light flew out, hitting the fat man precisely. And the moment the fat man was hit by the killing curse, he didn't even let out a scream, and just died in such a frightened expression. It's really a terrifying spell. Going forward to check the fat man's body, he found that the fat man's body was not harmed in any way, but he died as if his soul had been sucked out. It may be because of the basic foundation of learning magic in the previous 2 months, coupled with the 10/10 of the hard work of old Manu, Li Chuan has now mastered a lot of very powerful black magic. Including the 3 unforgivable curses that make all wizards frightened and are issued a decree by the Ministry of Magic, as long as they are found to be used, they will be directly imprisoned in Azkaban. Because the Cruciatus curse and Imperius curse won't kill people, he often practices them with the few people who are still alive. However, if the killing curse hits, they will die immediately. Today is also the first time he has officially used it. The effect was indeed terrifying, even if he felt that if he was hit, he might not be able to resist it. Because after his research in the past few days, including today's practice, he found that the attack of the killing spell is different from other spells in that it should belong to a kind of soul attack magic. Acting directly on the soul, no matter how strong the physical body is, it is of no use. Only if the soul is strong enough can it be possible to survive after being hit by the death curse. The soul strength of a normal wizard is not much stronger than that of a muggle, so being hit by the killing curse is one shot into the soul. He asked himself that the soul strength of his body was definitely higher than that of ordinary people, but it was hard to say whether he could withstand the death curse. But fortunately, even though the death curse is sure to kill, there are still many ways to deal with it. The simplest is to dodge. The casting gesture of the killing curse is to draw a Z shape with the wand, and then shoot a very eye-catching and dazzling green magic light. As long as you can predict it in advance, you can easily avoid it by dodging. Secondly, although the killing curse can ignore the defense of magic shields such as the iron armor curse, it can be blocked by physical defenses, such as walls and stones. But be careful, even if it is blocked, it will be blasted, so choose something stronger to block it. The last is the counter wave, which is to release the disarming curse and the killing curse at the same time to hedge. If your strength exceeds the opponent, you can directly suppress and disarm the opponent's wand. Again, it's not that easy. The killing curse is very lethal. If your strength is only about the same as that of the opponent, or a little higher, it will be difficult to suppress the opponent. There is also the need to form a counterwave, then you must precisely connect the magic light of your disarming spell with the green light of the opponent's death curse. If the docking is not accurate, the result is that the 2 magic rays will be staggered, the opponent will be disarmed, and you will be directly killed by the killing curse. For Li Chuan, he must choose the first option. After all, with his physical fitness and chakra, if he really dodges, unless dozens of black wizards use the death-defying curse to shoot him, they will never be able to hit him. Mr. Foley, I have taught you everything I can teach you, so you can let me go. Seeing Li Chuan kill a muggle with the killing curse, old Manu asked quickly. The black magic he knows has basically been handed over to the other party. What the other party has to do later is to spend time practicing slowly and studying it by himself. His role is already very small. So he hoped that the other party would keep his promise and let him go. As for leaving, he had already made up his mind that he must make the other party pay the price. As a dark wizard who is quite famous in the world, how could he swallow this breath? The key point is that he felt that if it wasn't for a sneak attack, the opponent's magical ability would not be his opponent at all. Oh, of course, I swore in the name of our Foley family that I will definitely let you go. Li Chuan put away his wand, looked at the old Manu with his hands bound beside him, and showed a gentle smile. This old sorcerer really doesn't help him much now. The master led him into the door, and he practiced on his own. In terms of black magic, he can be regarded as an entry into the door. Everything is forgotten, the memory is filled, and I faint. The wand waved 3 times in a row, and the 3 spells of Oblivion Curse, False Memory Curse and Stunning Curse hit old Manu one after another, directly knocking him out. Carrying the fainted old Manu, Li Chuan ordered Barry to bury all the corpses in the basement in the back garden, clean up all traces, and then apparated directly to the lobby of the Ministry of Magic in London. Let it go for sure, but it's just going to the Ministry of Magic. During the 2 months of learning magic, Li Chuan has been thinking about a problem. That is whether he wants to participate in the global wizard war between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. If you don't participate, you can always run the store and study magic honestly as Tom Foley. The security level must be guaranteed, and in the end Dumbledore will win, and the wizarding world will usher in decades of peace. However, just relying on Tom Foley's identity, to be honest, there are many profound magic knowledge that are difficult to come by, and the improvement of strength is also slow. So after much deliberation, he felt that he should actively participate in it, and it was acceptable to take some risks in order to improve his strength. Then there is another question, is it to help Dumbledore or Grindelwald? Helping Dumbledore is very simple. If you follow the plot to the end, you will definitely win. Helping Grindelwald is to change the plot. There are certain risks, but the benefits of helping Grindelwald are definitely more. Because even if it is to help Dumbledore, with Dumbledore's character, it is difficult to get much benefit from him. And even if you help him, if he finds out that you have done something bad later, he will still be messed with by him. On the other hand, Grindelwald can learn a lot of black magic, especially the large-scale Fiercefire curse that can burn down the entire city. The second is Grindelwald's character. As long as you help him, he doesn't care whether it's experimenting with muggles or killing other wizards. The disadvantage is that you have to obey his orders, and you have to face Dumbledore at his peak, and Newt and others who are also not weak. But in general, he still prefers Grindelwald. But just yesterday, he suddenly thought of a third option, that is why he couldn't benefit from both sides, why he should join one side, why not take down the entire wizarding world by himself. He is not really Tom Foley, he is Li Chuan, a person who can obtain different powers in Marvel and Hokage, including the world behind him, and his strength will definitely crush Dumbledore and Grindelwald in the future. Therefore, it would be good to try to unify the entire wizarding world by yourself, and then you can use whatever resources you want. Of course, it is not such an easy task to unify the entire wizarding world, and it needs to be planned slowly. And the first thing he has to do is to make himself a little famous in the wizarding world, such as sending a dark wizard who is wanted by the Ministry of Magic of various countries in the world to prison. Are there horrors? I've captured an evil dark wizard. Li Chuan carried the unconscious old Manu and walked loudly to the front desk in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic. Tom Foley, the owner of the herbal shop in Diagon Alley, caught a black wizard. This kind of gossip immediately attracted the attention of all the wizards in the hall, and they all turned their attention to Li Chuan and old Manu. Oh, Merlin, that's not the black wizard Manu Angel who has been wanted for more than 20 years. I heard that he was wanted by the Ministry of Magic of 15 countries, but he was caught by Tom Foley. Mr. Foley is a member of the Foley family of the 28 Saints. I have long seen that he is not simple. The dark wizard Manu Angel, although incomparable with Grindelwald and Voldemort behind him, is also a dark wizard who has escaped for 20 years under the arrest of the Ministry of Magic, and is still somewhat famous in the entire wizarding world. So when Li Chuan appeared with the old Manu in his arms, some older wizards soon recognized him. Seeing this, the witch at the front desk immediately picked up a piece of paper and wrote down a few words, then tapped her wand on it, and the piece of paper automatically folded into a paper airplane and flew towards the magic elevator. Just a moment, Mr. Theseus will be here soon. Theseus Scamander, currently the chief horror of the British Ministry of Magic, was also a war hero in World War I, and also the brother of Newt Scamander. The information about Theseus Scamander was skipped in Li Chuan's mind. There were related memories of Tom Foley and memories of watching movies in his previous life. Mr. Theseus will come here in person, then I can rest assured. Li Chuan pretended to be relieved. At this time, a wizard holding a magic camera and a brown-haired witch broke through many wizards and squeezed in front of Li Chuan. Hello, Mr. Foley, I'm Lilith, a reporter from the Daily Prophet. May I ask why you were attacked by Manu Angel and how did you subdue him? Oh, it started when I went back to the family manor this morning I. Seeing a reporter interviewing him, Li Chuan calmly told the lie he made up. Basically, he accidentally found that old Manu seemed to be planning to attack a muggle, and stopped him out of justice, so a duel between wizards broke out between the two. Fortunately, he was slightly better in the end, using the disarming spell to knock old Manu's wand into the air, and won the final victory. After Li Chuan narrated the whole process, there was thunderous applause in the magic hall. Many of them didn't care that Li Chuan saved a muggle. What they cared about was the wonderful magical duel Li Chuan told about himself and the dark wizard Manu Angel. Most people in the wizarding world are relatively strong, and the stronger the wizard, the easier it is to be sought after. Li Chuan's original body, Tom Freeben, was one of the 28 sacred clans, and he would be blessed with special filters. In addition, he defeated the more famous black wizard Manu Angel in a duel. "Please let me go, let me go." At this time, a voice that was obviously blessed with amplifying spells sounded, and then a handsome wizard in his 30s led a few oars holding magic wands to disperse the crowd and came to Li Chuan. "Hi, I'm Theseus Scamander, and on behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I thank you for helping us catch Manu Angel." Theseus took a closer look at old Manu, and found that he was indeed wanted, and extended his hand to Li Chuan to express his gratitude. Li Chuan handed the old Manu to the oarers, shook hands with Theseus and said politely, "This is what I should do as a wizard. It is nothing compared to your contribution in the First World War, Mr. Theseus." Although the First World War was a military war between Muggles, it also involved the wizarding world. You must know that except for pure-blood wizards, most wizards' parents, or one of their parents, were ordinary people. Therefore, during the First World War, many wizards helped the Muggles in their own country as much as possible without letting the Muggles find out, and fought against wizards in hostile countries. It was because of his powerful magic that Theseus Scamander became famous in that battle and became a well-known war hero. Crack. The moment Li Chuan and Theseus shook hands, the wizard from the Daily Prophet also pressed the shutter. After old Manu was taken away by Theseus, Li Chuan was received by Torquil Travers, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and received a bonus of 1,000 galleons. Early the next morning, Barry went to Diagon Alley to buy the Daily Prophet. The most prominent place in the newspaper was the magical photo of him shaking hands with Theseus. And below it stands a striking title. The story that the evil dark wizard Manu Angel and the righteous wizard Tom Foley had to tell, and the war hero Theseus Scamander was shocked by it. The content of the report is exactly the set of stories Li Chuan fabricated, but in order to highlight the effect of the news, Lilith, a reporter from the Prophet Daily, edited it a lot, which seems a little exaggerated. For example, there are a lot of inner dramas in Li Chuan and the old Manu when they were fighting. For the sake of justice in the wizarding world, even if it is death, you must stop you and the like. Although it's a bit exaggerated, the image can be regarded as standing up, and overall it's not bad. After putting away the newspaper and telling Barry to take care of the house, Li Chuan apparated again and came to the Ministry of Magic. This time when he came over, he obviously found that he was getting a lot of attention, especially some young witches looked at him with a lot of admiration. "Good morning, Mr. Foley, how can I help you?" The witch at the front desk's eyes lit up when she saw Li Chuan, and her tone was obviously much gentler than before. Li Chuan smiled. "I want to rent the portkey. Please register here." "Oh, Mr. Foley, are you going to New York? I heard that it doesn't seem to be very peaceful there recently. You should be careful." Seeing that the address Li Chuan filled in was New York, the witch at the front desk reminded in surprise. "I have a friend over there, and it happens that the store is not busy now, so I want to visit him." Li Chuan said perfunctorily, took the stamped registration form, and walked into the magic elevator. Today is December 2nd. If he remembers correctly, it should not take more than a few days for Newt Scamander, a magizoologist, to end his year-long trip and go to New York. Magical Congress of America, Woolworth Building. Li Chuan, who had just walked out of the door key office, looked at the 100-story magic building and thought to himself, "It looks even grander than the British Ministry of Magic." Before coming here, he had checked relevant information about the Magic Congress of America. Unlike the British Ministry of Magic, which is built underground and belongs to a separate building, the Magical Congress of the United States shares a building with ordinary people. The entrance of the Woolworth Building is a revolving door. Normal people enter the Woolworth Building through the revolving door, and when wizards pass through the revolving door, they enter the Magic Congress of America. "Where are you going?" Walking into the magic elevator, an old goblin wearing a felt hat and a suit asked Li Chuan. Goblins and house elves look very similar, but their status in the wizarding world is not at the same level as house elves. The status of house elves is that of slaves, and the status of goblins is actually not much worse than wizards. They are good at metal processing, especially silverware. The currency of the wizarding world is made by them. They even run the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, which largely controls the wizarding economy. Lobby registration. Li Chuan replied politely. The old goblin nodded, raised the crutch in his hand, and pressed the button with one written on it. A few seconds later, the magic elevator reopened, and Li Chuan had arrived at the registration hall on the first floor. The architectural style of the Magic Congress of America is very similar to that of a church. There is a huge portrait of a witch hanging at the door. It is the current president of the Magic Congress of America, Serafina Pickery. The aisle is more spacious and clean than that of the British Ministry of Magic. There are brooms and mops that have been cast with a spiritual spell to clean it from time to time, and there are golden metal giant eagles flying. The wizards seemed to be relatively relaxed, and many of them were sitting on the benches, reading newspapers and chatting. It may be because the United States is not peaceful recently, and there are not many foreign wizards registered at the registration office. In the past, Li Chuan registered all the information without queuing. You are a wizard from the UK. You may not be clear. Wizards in the United States need a wand license to hold a wand. You go to the wand license office and get a wand license before you can leave. After registering Li Chuan's information, the witch in charge of the registration reminded him. Li Chuan was not surprised when he heard this, he just nodded and walked towards the magic elevator again. Applying for a wand license is a unique requirement of the American wizarding community, and every wizard needs to apply. Because the auror here can trace the wand of the wizard who caused the accident through the fluctuation of magic power on the wand license, so as to determine his identity. On the 25th floor underground, Li Chuan followed the signposts and walked into a room that was obviously enlarged dozens of times by the no trace stretch curse. Tables are neatly arranged here, and each table is connected to a metal transparent pipe leading to the upper floor. From time to time, a document folded into a mouse would escape from the pipe and be torn to shreds on the table. Apparently this is where congressional clerks shred and dispose of useless papers. However, Li Chuan became slightly interested in the magic that turned files into mice for self-processing. When he was at the British Ministry of Magic yesterday, he also saw the witch in the foyer using magic to turn paper into a paper airplane to automatically find Theseus Scamander. At that time, he was thinking that it would be a good idea to replace ordinary paper with detonating symbols, and then let them turn into paper airplanes and fly towards the enemy before detonating. It seems that the next time I go to Naruto World, I will not only have to find a way to learn ninjutsu like Orochimaru, which can swallow items into the stomach for preservation, but also learn how to make detonating symbols. Walking along those tables to the end, a sign hung with the wand license office suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. And under the sign, a short-haired witch in a windbreaker was sitting at her desk in a daze, wondering what she was thinking about. Hello, I'm Tom Foley from London, looking for a wand permit. Oh, I'm Tina Goldstein, welcome to New York, give me your wand and proof of registration. The witch named Tina woke up suddenly, weakly took out a special magic card from the side, and said to Li Chuan in a very formulaic way. Tina Goldstein, future wife of Newt Scamander. Originally the best auror of the Magical Congress of America, he violated the Wizarding Secrecy Act by helping an abused muggle perform magic in front of many muggles. Now she is demoted to the Wand License Office as a clerk by Serafina Pickery, the chairman of the Magical Congress of America. Hearing the other party's name, Li Chuan immediately knew the other party's identity. However, he didn't try to strike up a conversation, he just handed Tom's wand and the registration certificate he just got in the lobby to the other party. After Tina made his wand license, he turned around and left like a normal wizard who came to handle it. He doesn't want to cause huge changes in the subsequent plot because of some of his intervention, at least he can't let the encounter between Newt and Tina not appear because of him. That wouldn't do him any good in his next plans. The reason why he came to New York was to use the original plot to fight for his identity on the surface and make a name for himself in the wizarding world. The second is to secretly reach a cooperation with Grindelwald to seek benefits. Therefore, if he cannot destroy the development of the plot in the early stage, he will still try his best to ensure that everything is within his control. After leaving the Magic Congress of America, Li Chuan came to New York's Magic Street directly according to the information he had searched before, and temporarily found a bar to live in. The Magic Street in the United States is located in Times Square, New York. The entrance is a stone tablet. When you touch the stone tablet and input magic power, you will enter the Magic Street. It took a day to browse the entire Magic Street. Apart from finding some magic books that were not found in the Lihan bookstore before, and tasting the local magic delicacies, I didn't find any extra gains. However, this is also normal. It has been less than 200 years since the founding of the United States. How long can the history of wizards in the United States be? Most of them are British wizards who immigrated here. Even the American Magic School, the founder of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Aesop Searle. It is also because I often heard a lot of stories about Hogwarts from my aunt, Gormley Gaunt, that I founded Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry out of vision. Even the 4 colleges in the school were set up in imitation of the 4 colleges in Hogwarts. So despite the fact that the American Ministry of Magic is much more prestigious than the British Ministry of Magic, and the Magic Street is much larger than Diagon Alley, in fact, American wizards are still inferior to British wizards in terms of background. In the movie, if it weren't for the help of Newt Scamander, Grindelwald could kill all the Aurors in the entire Magical Congress of America by himself. 3 days later, in the Bullhead Bar on Magic Street in the United States, Li Chuan looked at the newspaper he just bought, with a smile on his face. It seems that it is today, and the time is not wrong. The content of the newspapers in the past few days was all about the prohibition. The Chief of Staff of the Congress proposed to introduce a prohibition law like the No-Maj government, but Chairman Serafina Pikeli vetoed this proposal, claiming that wizards in America have had enough because of their conflict with no-mace and that clucking spirits must never be banned has won the unanimous praise of local wizards. But today, the headlines in the newspapers were replaced by "Magical Riot, Threats to Expose Wizarding World." The picture below shows a destroyed house and a cracked road. It describes that an unknown magical creature attacked No-Maj's house yesterday, and many No-Maj witnessed the situation. There are many descendants of the Purgers in the United States. The Purgers are the names of humans who hated wizards extremely in the Middle Ages. Most of them are Puritans, and they are proud of killing, selling, and enslaving wizards. One of the most famous is the Salem witch trial in Colony, Massachusetts in 1693. The Purgers tricked No-Maj into killing 20 wizards on trumped-up charges. Although the Purgers were killed by the wizards in revenge afterwards, this incident also greatly intensified the conflicts between the local wizards and the No-Mace. Until now, the relationship between American wizards and the local No-Mace is the worst in the whole world. Poor. Unlike in the UK, where the heads of the Muggle government and individual members still know the existence of the Ministry of Magic, the Magical Congress of the United States and the US government have no communication and cooperation at all. Today, a scavenger descendant named Mary Lou Barebone has founded an anti-wizard organization called Second Salem in the local church. She declared the evil of wizards every day, which deepened the gap that had been slightly calmed down a lot. After paying off Yin Zik, who had breakfast, Li Chuan left the bar quickly, and an apparition appeared near the International Bank of New York. If he remembers correctly, it was the morning when the news appeared in the movie. Newt Scamander met his No-Maj friend Jacob and his future wife Tina at the gate of the International Bank in New York. Since there is light in this world, there will be shadows. In our city full of light, there are such shadows lurking. They destroy and disappear without a trace. We have to fight. Join us, Second Salem, we fight together. At this time, on the steps at the entrance of the bank, a middle-aged aunt in a purple coat was giving a passionate speech. She was none other than Mary Lou Barebone, who would speak at the bank gate every morning to get humans to join her anti-wizard organization. In the evening, she let those orphans living on the street help her to distribute leaflets by giving porridge. She herself adopted 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, but she was not good to them, especially the boy, who abused him almost every day. Li Chuan walked out of the alley and crossed the street. Instead of paying attention to Mary, who was giving a speech, he took a leaflet from a 15 or 16-year-old boy and chatted with him. "May I have your name?" "Credence." The boy wore a pothead, his eyes flickered, and he looked timid and inferior. My name is Tom Foley. Is that your mother? Li Chuan pointed to Mary, who was still giving a passionate speech. The boy glanced at Mary, and a look of fear suddenly appeared on his face. She's not, she's just my adoptive mother. Well, I think you seem to have some talents that ordinary people don't have. Are you interested in going to other cities with me? Li Chuan said with a smile. The young man looked at Li Chuan in surprise, with a hesitant look on his face, but he quickly shook his head. No thanks. After speaking, he crossed the street and issued leaflets to the pedestrians on the opposite side. If someone had asked to take him out of here before, he would have agreed immediately, because he no longer wanted to be physically abused by his adoptive mother every day. But now, he has new hope. A wizard like the sister who had helped him earlier promised to take him into the wizarding world and make him a wizard if he helped out. When Li Chuan saw this, he didn't say much, just smiled, and walked through the crowd to the side of the bank gate to observe. This introverted boy named Credence is actually the target of Grindelwald's coming to New York this time, a silence with great destructive power. Silence refers to a very special parasite formed by wizards when they were young because they did not learn magic and correctly channeled the magic power transformed in their bodies. It usually appeared in the era when wizards were in turmoil and were hunted down by muggles. In order to avoid being hunted by muggles, many young wizards would deliberately suppress their magic power and become silent. Momorin would die before he was 10 years old, but Credence could live until now, and even died at the age of 23, because he contained much stronger talent and potential than normal wizards. Therefore, the silent power in his body is also extremely terrifying. The houses and streets that were destroyed yesterday were actually caused by his being abused by his adoptive mother and losing control of his emotions. Grindelwald came to New York to obtain the mass-destructive parasite of Moran, but he still didn't know that Credence was Moran, and thought he was an orphan in Mary's church. That's why he used becoming a wizard as a temptation to deceive the simple and timid Credence into trusting him, so as to help him find Momo. At this time, Grindelwald was only 43 years old, and he had just officially started an incident. Although he had a group of supporters, he had not yet established a stable dominance in Europe, and needed the destructive power of silence. Of course, this is just Li Chuan's guess, because in the movie Grindelwald said that he wanted to kill Dumbledore with silent power, but he didn't think that was the real reason. After all, Grindelwald should know how strong Dumbledore is. Although silently powerful, it is impossible to kill Dumbledore. At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out among the crowd listening to Mary's speech at the gate of the bank. Li Chuan keenly noticed a platypus-like creature squeezed out of a certain curly-haired man's suitcase. It seems to be him. The little guy who kept shuttling through the crowd like a platypus, stealing coins and jewelry, was obviously a magical creature with a special preference for treasure, Niu Niu. And the curly-haired man who was chasing after Shisho with a suitcase was Newt Scamander. Newt, who was in the crowd, saw Shisho fleeing into the bank, felt bad, and quickly chased after him. Tina, who was monitoring Mary in the crowd, followed after seeing this, out of her original horror instinct. About 10 minutes later, the bank's alarm bell rang suddenly, and immediately Li Chuan saw two figures outside the wall in front of him. It was Newt, who had just entered the bank, and Nomaj Jacob Kowalski, who was going to get a bank loan today to open a bakery, and was forced to get involved in the incident. Jacob is a retired soldier after World War I. He was assigned to do dull work in a cannery. His dream is to open a bakery using his grandmother's secret recipe. Today, he originally wanted to use his skills to see if he could apply for a loan to open a bakery. But because of an egg, the mysterious man in front of him took it into the bank vault in an instant, and saw many incredible things. I'm sorry, you've seen too much. If you don't mind, just stand still, just one click. Newt helped Jacob, who was already frightened and unable to stand, politely helped him straighten his clothes, leaned over and put down the box in his hand, intending to cast an oblivion curse on Jacob. Sorry. However, Jacob thought that Newt was about to unleash some terrible magic on him. While shouting sorry, he picked up the box that Newt had just put down, knocked Newt to the ground, and ran out of the alley quickly, into the crowd. By the time Newt realized that he was completely unsuspecting of Jacob, the other party had disappeared. It's troublesome now. Casting magic in front of muggles without erasing memories with the forgetting charm is a violation of the Secrecy Act and you will be arrested and imprisoned. What a flexible fat man. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of the alley. Newt turned around and saw that there was a young man standing there all the time. Sorry, no more mistakes. Newt subconsciously thought that the young man was also a muggle, so he raised his wand and was about to release the forgetting curse, but the young man took out his wand and said hastily, "Don't be so excited, I'm a wizard too, I just didn't expect you to be brought down by a muggle, and I didn't have time to take out my wand to help you pin him down." This young man is none other than Li Chuan, who deliberately hid here in advance. He knew that Newt was one of Dumbledore's most trusted wizards at this stage, and he was also the main figure in the development of the following events, so he deliberately came over to get in touch with him in advance. "It's my own problem, sorry to bother you." Newt was obviously not very good at communicating with people. After knowing that Li Chuan was a wizard, he put away his wand, picked up the box on the ground, and was about to leave the alley to chase Jacob. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned around, a woman in a windbreaker walked straight into the alley. When the woman passed by Newt, she grabbed his arm, then took out her wand and pointed at Li Chuan, pulling Li Chuan's body directly in front of her, leading the two of them to apparate into the alley at the same time inside. When Li Chuan saw a woman's wand pointing at him, he could actually use magic to bounce back, or use his physical strength to forcefully break free from the magic bondage, but he didn't do that. For he had recognized it as Tina Goldstein. "I am a wizard from the Magical Congress of America, who are you?" In the uninhabited alley diagonally opposite the Woolworth building, Tina showed her ID in one hand, and asked Newt and Li Chuan with a wand in the other. "Newt's commander, Tom Foley." Newt and Li Chuan glanced at Tina's ID and replied at the same time. It's just that after Li Chuan finished his reply, he answered another sentence. "Well, I seem to have seen you. You helped me get the wand license 3 days ago." "Ahem, that's not important. What's important is what's in your box, and what happened just now." When Tina heard Li Chuan's words, she looked at Li Chuan carefully, and immediately remembered that the other party was a wizard who came from London 3 days ago. So after she looked a little embarrassed, she quickly changed the subject. "You must know that she is no longer an Auror, but just a wand license officer, and she has no right to stop Newt and Li Chuan. Now it's like a staff member of the Civil Affairs Bureau who is in charge of registration, finds 2 suspicious people on the street, but arrests them for torture like the police. Under normal circumstances, Newt and Li Chuan can ignore Tina at all. If Tina uses magic on them, they can even go to the Magic Congress to complain about Tina. However, Newt is obviously a very good-tempered person, so even though he knew the identity of the other party through Li Chuan, he still replied honestly. "The ones in the box are nifflers, you know they're always mischievous and like shiny things." "Oh, Merlin's beard, you don't know that private keeping of magical animals is strictly prohibited in the United States, and it happened at this time, such a sensitive time, that something like that happened yesterday. Are you sure you didn't mean it?" Quote. Tina's tone was quite excited. Newt quickly waved his hand. "No, I just came here today, and she always refuses to change after repeated admonitions, it just likes it." "Well, I believe you didn't do it on purpose, so have you dealt with that nomage? Have you erased his memory?" Seeing Newt's foolishness, Tina gradually believed his words. "Nomage." Newt looked confused. "It's a muggle, that's what they call it here in America." Li Chuan on the side explained on his behalf. Newt shook his head in embarrassment. "You have violated Article 1 of Chapter 3 and Article 5 of Chapter 8. I will take you to Congress for trial." Tina looked at Newt and Li Chuan with a serious expression. Li Chuan spread his hands helplessly. "It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, I just happened to be here to see it all." "Yes, it has nothing to do with this gentleman," New York quickly explained to Tina. However, Tina dragged Newt with one hand and Li Chuan with the other, and walked directly to the Woolworth building across the street. "Both of you are wizards from England, and you both appeared in that alley at the same time. It's hard for me to believe that you have nothing to do with each other. If you have anything to say, wait until you go to Congress." Seeing this, Newt and Li Chuan had no choice but to follow Tina to the Congress. "Mr. Scamander, you seem to know a lot about fantastic beasts. On the way to Congress, Li Chuan took the initiative to chat with Newt. Newt is not a person who likes to talk, but when he heard that it was related to magical animals, he immediately started talking more. Yes, I'm on a 1-year expedition to write a book dedicated to magical animals, calling on everyone to understand why they should be protected. Oh, Merlin, this is really a very meaningful thing. Many people think they are strange, but I think they are strange. It's just that people's hearts are too narrow-minded. Li Chuan sighed seriously. When Newt heard Li Chuan's words, the way he looked at him changed immediately. If he saw Li Chuan as just a kind wizard before, then the way he looked at Li Chuan now was looking at a confidant. Because his philosophy since he was a child has always been, there is nothing strange about creatures, it's just that people's minds are too narrow. See if I'm not going to take you hard. Of course, Li Chuan could feel the obvious change in Newt's attitude. He just knew Newt's character, so he said that on purpose. He was not interested in Newt's magical animals, because for the time being, he didn't have the ability to bring those magical animals to other worlds. However, he was very concerned about Newt's super powerful no-trace stretching curse. Ordinary wizards, like him and old Manu, use the no-trace stretch curse to create a space of tens of square meters at most. But Newt opened up a small world directly in his box. It can be seen that his understanding of the untraceable stretching curse is estimated to be unmatched by anyone in the entire wizarding world. If you build a good relationship with Newt, you can use the reason that you also want to raise some magical animals to take the opportunity to ask Newt about the traceless stretching spell. Do you know horned beasts? I found a pair in the Far East before, and they may be the last pair of horned beasts that can reproduce. You were able to find horned beasts. I thought they were extinct. I heard that horned beasts have hides that are harder than fire dragons. Basically, most spells can't work on them. Yes, they are aggressive by nature. Many giant monsters like to ride on their backs. They want to tame them, but they are always thrown off by them, and they get injured all over their bodies. Ha ha ha, it turns out that there is such a thing, it's really interesting. Just walking and chatting all the way, the two chatted from Fantastic Beasts to Hogwarts, and then found out that they were both Hufflepuffs, and they became closer in an instant. And Tina, who was pulling the two of them, was speechless when she heard the two of them chatting so happily there. They were about to face the trial of the Congress, and the two of them were still so big-hearted. But to be honest, listening to the two talking about the interesting stories about magical animals and the optimistic attitude of the two also made her quite infected. During this period of time, the anguish of being dismissed and being transferred to the wand license office has also eased somewhat. In this way, the three of them entered the Congress and took the magic elevator to the Serious Case Investigation Division. People from the Wizarding Union have threatened to send a delegation over. They believe that yesterday's attack has something to do with Grindelwald. The chairman of the Magic Congress, Serafina Pickery, was discussing with members of the Senate and Aurors about yesterday's attack on Nomage by unknown magical animals. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Tina walked in with Li Chuan and Newt. Ms. Goldstein, I've made it very clear about you. You are no longer an Auror. Seeing that it was Tina, Pickelly frowned and said impatiently. Tina wanted to explain, but just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted again by Pickelly. This office only discusses major events, get out. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Tina had no choice but to pull Li Chuan around and wanted to walk out the door. At this time, Li Chuan's gaze was actually on a middle-aged wizard behind Pickery. Because he knew that the middle-aged wizard was on the surface Percival Graves, the Secretary of Security of the United States Congress, but in fact he was a generation of Dark Lord Grindelwald in disguise. The real Percival Graves was probably killed by Grindelwald long ago. Wait, just when the three of them were about to walk out of the Serious Case Investigation Division, Pickelly seemed to suddenly think of something. She pointed to Li Chuan and asked, "Are you Tom Foley?" "Yes, Honorable Chairman Pickelly." Li Chuan was stunned for a moment and smiled. Pickelly nodded. "As expected of a member of the Foley family, I heard that you captured the dark wizard Manu Angel, who once killed one of our very good Aurors." "Very well, thank you on behalf of the Magical Congress of America. In a while, you can ask Ms. Goldstein to take you to claim the bounty on Manu Angel." Quote, "It's my duty." Li Chuan nodded. He didn't expect to receive another galleon in the United States. That's right, Old Manu is wanted by the Ministry of Magic of 15 countries. If he is willing to travel all over 15 countries, he might be able to receive 15 bounties. Of course, this is not the most important thing. He is not very short of galleon now. The important thing is that since Piccoli can recognize him, it means that he already has such a small reputation in the world. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Leaving the Serious Case Investigation Division, Tina apologized to Li Chuan. She can now confirm that Li Chuan and Newt did not know each other, and it was just a coincidence that they met there. After taking Li Chuan to collect the bounty, she told Li Chuan that he could leave. I'd better wait for Newt to come with me. Li Chuan will definitely not leave now, he has just established a good relationship with Newt, and Newt will be acquitted in a while. Seeing Li Chuan's insistence, Tina didn't say much, and took the two of them to the wand license office. But just as Tina was halfway through taking notes with Newt, the Minister of Security who Grindelwald pretended to come over, asked Tina to open Newt's box after some questioning. It turns out that Newt's box is not filled with magical animals, but a pile of bread. It turned out that because Newt's box and Jacob's box were exactly the same in shape, they took the wrong one when they clashed in the alley in front of the bank. Li Chuan witnessed this process at the time, but he didn't remind him. Now that there are no magical animals in Newt's box, the matter of raising magical animals privately and releasing magical animals to cause trouble naturally cannot be established, so he was acquitted. I can't believe you haven't erased that no Maja's memory. If someone asks me later, I'll be done. On the street outside the Magic Congress, Tina said with a big head. Just now she could have continued to arrest Newt with the fact that Newt did not erase the Muggle memory, but thinking that Newt's box was taken by mistake, they had to get the box back first, so she hesitated and didn't mention it. Don't worry, I will find my box. It's just that your laws are so outdated that you actually ban all magical animals. They are actually very cute. Newt replied to Tina, then turned to thank Li Chuan. Thank you, Tom, this had nothing to do with you in the first place, and you were involved. Newt, don't say that, I happen to be traveling, and it's interesting. Li Chuan smiled slightly, thanks to wishful thinking, Estriel, and Yi Zibitao for their rewards. What a warm-hearted and kind wizard. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Newt and Tina couldn't help sighing at the same time. He is indeed a person who dares to stand up and go out to become a dark wizard for the safety of Muggles. You must know that except for Aurors, the first reaction of ordinary wizards when encountering a dark wizard is definitely to run away. It's like an ordinary citizen meeting an internationally renowned murderous monster with more than 100 lives in his hands. That's a reason. Therefore, people like Li Chuan should be awarded an Enthusiastic and Good Citizen Award in the wizarding world. Newt's box contains a lot of his own magic, so he can effectively track the box's location if it's not too far away. The three of them walked and chatted all the way, and soon, led by Newt, they came to a dilapidated 5-story building. However, it was obvious that something had happened here at this time. There was a big hole in the wall of a room on the 3rd floor, and the residents of the whole building were fleeing in panic. They thought it was another gas explosion. Even the police patrolling the street rushed over upon hearing the news. I'll go up to see the situation, please help me deal with this place. Newt saw a big hole in the wall and knew something was wrong, so he took out his wand and rushed in. But Tina and Li Chuan had no choice but to release the forgetting curse one by one to the panicked no-mace below to erase their memories just now. By the time the two finished everything and came to the 3rd floor, Newt had repaired the entire room with a restoration spell and found his box. It's just that Jacob, the owner of the room, has been bitten by the Motra rat that escaped from his box. How many Nifflers are in your box? Tina looked at Newt suspiciously when she entered the room. Just now Newt said that his box is full of cute magical creatures like Niffler, just a little mischievous, and will not pose a threat to wizards and muggles. But in fact, it is obviously not that simple. How many snuffers can destroy the house as it is now? And Newt just touched his head in embarrassment, and didn't dare to say anything more. He didn't dare to tell Tina that besides the harmless magical animal Nixie, there were also super dangerous magical animals such as Thunderbird, Horned Beast, and Poison Leopard in his box. Otherwise, he was afraid that Tina would go crazy immediately. You must know that if a single sack bursts with poison, there is no way for 100 wizards to subdue it at the same time, let alone the more dangerous Thunderbird. Oh, there's a Mr. Muggle injured here. Seeing Newt embarrassed, Li Chuan came to Jacob, who was retching, and changed the subject smoothly. But just as he squatted down to show Jacob, the Motra rat hiding in the corner immediately rushed out and wanted to give him a bite too. But what kind of skill he was, he didn't use magic at all, he just raised his hand and easily grabbed the Motra rat. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. What a lovely Mortla. Li Chuan used brute force to control the Motra rat, shook it in front of Tina to show that it was not a threat, and handed it to Newt. Newt showed a grateful look, and quickly took the Motra rat and stuffed it into the box. Cute. It wasn't so cute when it first bit me. Jacob, who was retching there, looked up at Li Chuan with disbelief, but he obviously couldn't speak normally. His condition is not serious, he will recover in a while, let me clear his memory first. Newt got up and was about to cast the Oblivion curse on Jacob, but Tina raised her hand to stop him. No, I need him as a witness. Now I seriously suspect that there is something wrong with your box. You will go to Congress with me tomorrow. As the best orer ever, Tina is not stupid except for comparing people. If the magical animals in Newt's box were really not in danger, how could the no-mage get hurt, and how could there be such a big hole in the room? To be honest, the degree of destruction in this room just now is somewhat similar to the appearance of the magical animal attacking the no-mage house that happened yesterday. She wanted to wait for the no-mage to return to normal before learning from the no-mage what had happened. It's really not serious about him, if it was serious, his anus would spew flames. Newt scratched his head, he wanted to quickly end the matter here, get rid of Tina, and get back those magical animals that ran out of the box, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Hearing the fire from the anus, Jacob looked at Newt with wide eyes, and finally said a word with difficulty. I must be dreaming right now, and it's a nightmare. Tina, you see Newt just arrived in New York today, it should be just an accident. Li Chuan chimed in, but Tina is obviously a very difficult person to convince. He grabbed Newt with one hand and Jacob with the other. Mr. Foley, thank you for your help. It's getting late, so go back to Magic Street and rest. If he is really innocent, I won't make things difficult for him. After speaking, he immediately activated apparition, and disappeared from the room with the two of them. Very good, the first step of the plan has been completed. Seeing the three people who disappeared, Li Chuan shrugged, with a smile on his face. He originally didn't plan to go to Tina's house with the three of them, because Tina's younger sister is a natural legitimator who can instinctively read people's thoughts. And he hasn't learned occlumency yet, so it's best not to meet him. Slap. At this moment, the portrait of Jacob's grandmother hanging on the wall suddenly fell to the ground, revealing Shisho, who had been hiding in the hole in the wall. Sniffing looked at Li Chuan, blinked his eyes, and quickly jumped down from the hole to escape. However, just as it landed, Li Chuan had already arrived in front of it with a teleportation technique, picking him up from the ground like lightning. It can be used as an excuse for the next meeting. With a wave of his wand, he pointed at the bowl on the table next to him. After transforming it into a cage, he threw Shisho, who was twisting and trying to escape, into it. Apparate. Carrying the cage containing Shisho, Li Chuan disappeared in place. At night, he didn't deliberately go to the park to meet again, but chose to stay in the hotel and read the magic book. He had already met once during the day, and it would be too fake to meet again at night. It is unreasonable for him to stay away from Magic Street at night as a wizard, and go to the human park to hang out. Anyway, now that I have Shisho in my hand, I can go directly to the Magic Congress to find Tina tomorrow, and say that I want to return Shisho to Newt. If things haven't changed much, Tina and Newt should have been regarded as criminals who provoked a war between the wizarding world and the non-magic world because of the magical animals in the box, and Grindelwald's fanatical believers. He just shot to rescue them, further deepening their trust in him. In the early morning of the next day, when Li Chuan was having breakfast at the Bullhead Bar, he read another piece of news from the newspaper. Last night, No Maja's newly elected senator was attacked and killed by an unknown magical animal. Magic Street was facing a critical point of exposure. The representative of the International Federation of Wizards appeared in Congress. It's time to max out your favorability. Throwing Shisho from the nearby cage into his cloth bag, Li Chuan came to the opposite side of the Magical Congress of the United States as a phantom. Unlike London's Ministry of Magic, which can apparate, with its flow nets and fireplaces. New York's magic capital has anti-apparition magic, and no one can apparate inside the capital. There is no way to enter and exit other than through the main entrance. Excuse me, is Ms. Goldstein there? In the Magic Wand License Office of the Magic Congress, Li Chuan asked a wizard who was sitting at Tina's desk. The wizard looked Li Chuan up and down, and then replied angrily. Tina Goldstein, that guy has been imprisoned in the 50th-floor prison for allegedly attacking No Mace. Do you have anything to do with him? I came here 3 days ago to apply for a wand license, and I want to invite her to have a meal today. Li Chuan smiled. May I ask you are? I'm Rob Casey, the director of the wand licensing office. You don't need to invite her to dinner. There is a high probability that she won't be able to come out. I told this guy a long time ago that he is fine and don't run around, but he just didn't listen. The wizard was clearly in a bad mood about Tina's arrest. He didn't care about Tina, but Tina was arrested, and there was no time to call someone over in a short while, so he had to come here first. After Li Chuan confirmed that Tina and Newt were arrested, he stopped talking nonsense with the wizard, turned his head and left directly. Transfiguration. Leaving the wand license office, he found a corner with his hands sealed, and turned into the appearance of Rob, the director of the wand license office he had just met. Good morning, Mr. Casey, where are you going? In the magic elevator, the old goblin asked Li Chuan. Li Chuan nodded. Good morning, Rhett, go to the prison 50 floors underground. The old goblin didn't notice Li Chuan's transformation technique, so he pressed the button for the 50th floor very naturally. In the magic world, there are generally 3 ways for wizards to change their appearance, but most of these 3 methods are actually impossible for wizards to complete. The first and easiest one is to brew an advanced potion called Polyjuice Potion. Taking Polyjuice Potion can transform a person of any age and gender, but cannot transform a person into an animal, nor can it transform a non-human or semi-human. But first of all, its production is very complicated, requiring a wizard with a high talent for potions, and the herbs used are also very rare, and it takes a whole month to refine it. And the deformation time can't last too long. The second type is Transfiguration Magus, who is born with the ability to transform into anyone's appearance, but there are very few wizards with this talent, and even among all the wizards in the entire wizarding world, there may only be a few that can be counted. The third, and the most difficult one, is to use transfiguration to change one's appearance. This requires the wizard to have a very high achievement in the transformation curse, specifically how high. So far only Grindelwald can do it in the entire wizarding world, and even Dumbledore may not be able to do it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, wizards rarely have any concerns and precautions in this regard. Mr. Casey, what's the matter? At the gate of the prison on the 50th floor underground, the 2 Aurors in charge of guarding the prison looked at Li Chuan and asked. Li Chuan took out 2 galleons and quickly stuffed them into the hands of the 2 Aurors. I want to meet Tina Goldstein. She was arrested suddenly. Many documents can't be found. If I don't find these documents, it will be difficult for me to deal with the following work. These 2 gold galleons can be regarded as a treat for the 2 of you. Strong liquor. The 2 Aurors looked at each other, silently put gallon in their pockets and said with a smile. Mr. Casey, you're being polite. Of course it's okay for you as the director to visit your subordinates. She's in cell number 22 in the East District. Rob Casey, as the director of the wand license office, theoretically belongs to the same level as their boss, the director of the Auror office. It is not a big deal to want to visit his subordinates. Besides, they also stuffed 2 gold galleons. In their day and age, even an Auror's monthly salary is less than 50 gold galleons. They weren't the brains of Tina Goldstein, who used to be the best of them all, and she solved most of the wizarding crimes. What's the result? Not only was he dismissed and made a clerk, but now he has become a suspect, and he may spend his entire life in prison. Sure enough, money can make ghosts turn the millstones. It is an unchanging truth everywhere. After entering the prison, Li Chuan quickly found cell number 22 in the East District, and also saw Tina, Newt and Jacob who were locked in the prison. Mr. Rob, why are you here? The moment Tina saw Li Chuan, a look of surprise appeared on her face. You must know that her immediate boss, Rob Casey, hated her very much, but he was the first to come to see her after being imprisoned. To be honest, he was a little moved. It's me, Tom. I came here this morning to ask you to return this little guy to Newt. I didn't expect you to go to jail. What's going on? Li Chuan lifted the transformation technique, took out the smell in the cage, and returned to his original appearance. Tom, seeing Rob turned into Li Chuan, Tina and Newt stared wide-eyed. First, they didn't expect that Li Chuan's transfiguration technique was so powerful that he could transform into other people's appearance. Second, they didn't expect that Li Chuan would take the risk to find them after he knew they were imprisoned. After being surprised, Newt gave a general account of what happened last night. It turned out that after Newt moved into Tina's house yesterday, he quietly took Jacob to retrieve the lost magical animal poison horn at night. But after it was over, Tina, who also rushed over, caught him. Because Shisho was taken away by Li Chuan in advance, the time has changed a little bit, and it didn't happen that Tina took advantage of Newt and Jacob's entry into the box, and took them directly to Congress. But after Newt's explanation, Tina understood that Newt was only protecting magical animals, so she persuaded Newt and her to take the initiative to go to Congress to explain the situation so as not to be misunderstood. It's a pity that at that time, Serafina Pickery, the chairman of the Magic Congress, was reprimanded by the delegation of the Wizarding Union. In order to save the face of the Congress, she didn't listen to Tina's explanation at all. Newt was directly identified as a follower of Grindelwald, and even the killing of Senator No Major was all blamed on Newt. Even Tina was said to be an accomplice and was put in prison together. I think you should be rescued from here first, and then find a way to prove your innocence. Otherwise, according to that Rob Casey, you may stay in prison for the rest of your life. After listening to Newt and Tina's narration, Li Chuan took out his wand, and chanted a curse at the prison's iron prison. Allahu hole is open. However, his unlocking spell had no effect on the prison. Tom, let's go. The iron prison here has many advanced anti-unlocking spells attached to it, and it can only be opened with a special key. Seeing this, Tina said in despair. As a former Auror, of course she knew the situation in the prison, and it would really make her feel guilty if Tom, an enthusiastic wizard, was arrested together. Now she really regretted trying to persuade Newt to come to Congress to explain the situation last night. Tom, thank you for your help. Tina is right. If you are found out, you will be mistaken for our accomplice. Help me take care of this naughty little guy. Newt felt the same way as Tina, and he didn't want to hurt this good friend who had just met and hit it off. I'm not the kind of person who just refuses to save a friend when he's in trouble. Leave it to me. Li Chuan put his hands on the 2 iron bars of the cage, took a deep breath, and pulled hard to the sides. The iron bars were easily pulled away by his strength, leaving a big opening for one person to pass through. That's right, every iron cage in the Magic Congress has been attached with various powerful defensive magics using alchemy. Not to mention them, even wizards of Grindelwald's level, if they are locked in, it will not be easy to escape without a wand. However, if the magic method is discarded, there is no other difference between this iron cage and the iron cage of a normal Muggle prison. With Li Chuan's current physical strength and the blessing of chakra, it is really not difficult to bend the iron bars on the iron prison with bare hands. You wizards are really too strong. Jacob, who was sitting on the iron bed over there, watched Li Chuan bend the iron cage with his bare hands, and jumped down from it in fright. And Newt and Tina standing in front of the iron cage are not much better than Jacob, and they are equally frightened. No, we wizards are not all so powerful, it's just that he is so powerful. Just kidding, they are wizards who know magic, but their physical strength is not much stronger than Muggles. How could it be possible to bend such a thick iron rod with bare hands without using magic? In fact, I have always suspected that my ancestors may have the blood of giants or giant monsters. After Li Chuan made a big enough hole, he made a joke casually. But Newt and Tina nodded seriously at the same time. Apparently they didn't think it was a joke, but felt that this was the only way to explain it. Hurry up, or it will be too late to be discovered later. Jacob pushed through the opening first, followed by Newt and Tina. Go get the box and our wands first. It stands to reason that they should all be placed in Parzival's office now. Without the wand, Newt and Tina basically lost the ability to cast spells, and the magical animal in the box was Newt's treasure, and Newt would never give it up anyway. For this situation, Li Chuan naturally expected it long ago. He took out 3 sets of wizard robes from a small cloth bag and threw them to Newt and the others. Put on and follow me. Mr. Casey, is your visit over? At the gate of the prison, 2 Aurors saw Li Chuan transform into Rob Casey, and opened the door with a smile. Yeah, thank you so much for today. Let's drink Cluck spirits together after get off work tonight, my treat. After the 2 Aurors opened the door, Li Chuan hid his wand behind his back and walked out with a smile on his face. After scanning to make sure there were no other wizards nearby, while one of the Aurors was turning around to lock the door, he quickly took out his wand and cast a stunning curse on the unsuspecting Auror who was about to promise him. Immediately afterwards, he immediately noticed something was wrong with the half-locked door, and the second wizard who was about to draw out his wand also cast a stun spell. Okay, come out. Pushing open the door, Newt, Tina, and Jacob, who were wearing wizard robes covering most of their faces, ran out quickly. Transfiguration. At this time, Li Chuan launched the transformation technique again. This time he changed into the appearance of Percival Graves, the Minister of Security of the Magic Congress. Hope everything goes well, or we'll be mobbed by Aurors from across Congress. Seeing Li Chuan turned into Percival, Tina secretly prayed in her heart that they would go smoothly for a while, so that they would never run into the deity on the road. However, what she doesn't know is that the so-called true deity is also a counterfeit, and she doesn't know who will act first when she meets her. Red, go to my office. In the magic elevator, Li Chuan gave instructions to the old goblin. The old goblin looked at the 3 of Tina behind Li Chuan with some doubts, didn't dare to ask more questions, and directly pressed the corresponding floor. When there were other wizards riding with him along the way, when they saw Li Chuan, they would politely call out "Sir," and Li Chuan just nodded. And when they saw 3 newts wearing wizard robes covering most of their faces, although they were a little strange, they didn't say much. In the United States, in order not to be discovered by the no mace, many wizards are actually used to wearing the same clothes as the no mace, but there are also a few more traditional wizards who insist on wearing wizard robes. They thought that the 3 of Newt were the more traditional few wizards. After the magic elevator arrived, Li Chuan quickly found Percival's office under Tina's guidance. There are very powerful anti-unlocking spells on the door of the minister's office. Without a key, it cannot be opened by the unlocking spell. Tina reminded, it doesn't need to be so troublesome, it would be better to use a more primitive method. Li Chuan raised his foot and kicked open the door of the office. On the desk inside the gate were the wands of Newt and Tina, as well as the box containing a large number of magical animals. You guys hide in the box first, and I'll sneak out as Percival. After a short discussion, Newt, Tina, and Jacob entered the box together, while Li Chuan continued to pretend to be Percival, and walked out of the office majestically carrying the box. However, just when Li Chuan was about to know where the magic elevator was, an accident happened. Because he happened to run into Grindelwald's Percival Graves, who had just come out of the magic elevator. The scene was suddenly awkward. However, compared to Li Chuan, Grindelwald on the opposite side is actually more confused. His first reaction when he saw Li Chuan was, could it be that Percival Graves is not dead and has escaped back now? It was Li Gui who met Li He, and none of them was the real Li Kui. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.